And welcome to day 2 of FII. I'm June Sarpong, and I am going to be your MC here on Plenary B. Of course, yesterday was an extraordinary day full of some phenomenal speakers, and today promises to deliver just in equal measure. Now, as you know, the theme of the summit is around unlocking the keys to prosperity. And what was really interesting from the data that Richard shared yesterday in the report is that the #1 concern, both in the global south and the global north, is around the income inequalities and, of course, the cost of living crisis that we see all over the world. So the theme around unlocking prosperity is really around also delivering answers to many of these challenges. And today we're going to begin the session with looking at the future of the demand for energy and what will determine that future. And we have an extraordinary panel of industry experts that really understand how to deliver precisely on this issue. So I'd like to welcome the moderator for the session, who will then introduce his panel. Will you please put your hands together for Nessa El Tibi. Nessa, please join us with your panel.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session, What Will Determine the Future of Energy Demand. Over the past decade, global energy demand has been rising steadily at a rate of around 1.3% annually. But in the last year alone, it jumped by 2.2%, well above the long-term average. What's fueling this surge, interestingly, isn't just population growth or economic growth. It's the rapid emergence of a new power-hungry industry, particularly the AI and data centers that are rewriting the rules of the game. Analysts are calling this the age of electricity, where the question is no longer simply one of supply and demand, but of where industries will migrate, can the technology keep up, and who will shape the infrastructure of the next era of industry. In some parts of the US today, the influx of data centers have already pushed retail electricity prices significantly higher. Utilities are scrambling to add capacity, regulators are trying to play catch-up, and investors are piling in order to finance the grids, building the grids and the generation that is needed to feed this digital beast. But there is a flip side to that narrative. Much of today's energy infrastructure planning hinges on lofty AI demand forecasts. One such forecast sees global electricity demand from data centers to more than double by 2030. That will equal to about Japan's total power consumption today. If those assumptions do not materialize, we risk overbuilding, we risk stranding assets, and therefore the paradox is, will AI eat the grid or will AI eat itself? I'm going to explore this landscape. We're joined by a distinguished panel here, Mr. Ashraf Al-Ghazawi, the EVP of Strategy and Corporate Development at Saudi Aramco, and Mr. Fred Thiel, the Chairman and CEO of Mara. I'm going to start with you, Fred, and ask you, we have this growing tension today between the exponential demand for AI and the speed at which we're building the clean energy and building out the grid. From your point of view, as one of the largest Bitcoin miners, which side is currently winning, supply or demand?
Well, I think demand is definitely winning at this point. There's a question of how the characteristics of that demand, and I think we're going to talk some more about that a little bit later regarding flexible and inflexible load. But right now, the expectation is that AI will consume huge amounts of energy. And as you pointed out, the energy industry has not been building out capacity because demand has only been growing at about 2% a year over the past 20 years. And so it's a systemic shock. So definitely there is a need for building out additional supply. I think the bigger constraint is transmission capacity. But we're also seeing the large hyperscalers, the Metas, the Googles, Microsofts, and others, are even going into the power generation business themselves. They're starting to build gas-to-power facilities. And I think there are two risks. One is that the utilities don't want to overbuild. But at the same time, if the hyperscalers build so much energy generation capacity that they become utilities, as they become more efficient, what happens to the profitability of the grid? And I think that's the bigger risk, where AI could eat the grid.
We're going to explore that question further. Ashraf, we know that 80% of incremental energy demand globally comes from emerging countries. So the global south needs cheap and reliable energy. So that's on one side. On the second side, we've got these rising new industries, the AI and the data centers. That's concentrated in the global north currently. So how does Aramco look at your short-term decision making and your longer-term strategical planning when you want to address these two mega trends in the decades to come?
Well, I'll say that we don't see them as separate trends. When we go about developing our mid to long-term strategy, it's essentially answering the question, how much will demand grow and where the supply to fulfill that demand is coming from. So we really don't see them. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's demand. We see it a little bit differently that, demand is going to win because you will not have demand without supply. I mean, somehow the supply is going to come from somewhere. And you're right, you obviously have to cater for, a global south or the emerging economies' needs. You have this massive uprise in the demand from data centers, and that will have to come from somewhere. Now, how we go about our strategy is exactly that, looking at those trends and understanding what sources of energies will need it to supply them. That being said, I think the common thread between both sides of that equation is reliability. You won't allow economies to grow without reliable, sustainable, and affordable energy. And anybody who does AI and data centers know that the reliability is the name of the game. You have to be able to provide reliable energy to these data centers to unlock the full potential of AI.
Aramco, the name doesn't really ring a bell when people talk about AI, but you've been dealing with AI for many, many years and with its applications. We'll come to that later, and to your understanding of AI. Fred, beyond just building more power plants, some argue the real game changer is making demand itself smarter. How do you see technologies like AI, flexible pricing, co-location or co-located generation, in reshaping how energy-intensive industries consume power, industries such as yourself as a Bitcoin miner?
So the Duke University did a study earlier this year where they estimated that total demand for energy for the AI industry over the next few years would be roughly 48 gigawatts of power. They also said that there is 73 gigawatts of power available in North America today if the AI load was flexible for up to 2% of the time. So what does that mean? Imagine a data center that could modulate its load on the grid to the available amount of electricity such that the grid could maintain a flat load. And our industry is the world's best flexible load. And when you marry what we do with AI, you can essentially imbibe to AI a flexible characteristic such that instead of having to increment your peak capacity, you can operate within the existing capacity. Because the biggest challenge is not building generation, it's building transmission. Getting electricity from the generator to the load is the biggest problem globally. It's different in the developing world because it's easier to build. In the developed world, it's impossible. And so we focus on putting load at generation, behind the meter. A lot of what we do sits behind the meter at renewable sites. So we're able to avoid these congestion issues. But if AI can become flexible by marrying its technology with what we do, then all of a sudden there are more than ample areas, including in the kingdom today. We've been having these conversations with the Ministry of Energy to use the existing capacity without impacting peak.
Interesting. Ashraf, the natural gas, when we're talking about solutions to meet this demand, gas has witnessed a renaissance in the last few years, particularly with LNG, because it's so flexible. Aramco is working to significantly ramp up its gas production. We're talking about maybe 60% by 2030 compared to 2021. It's also growing its international gas business and gas portfolio. Is there a special role for gas in the energy mix when we're talking about AI and these new sources of energy demand? Does AI ultimately cement the role of gas as a destination fuel and not merely a bridge fuel, as was the narrative of the last decade?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, gas is now emerging as a strong source of energy to meet the growing demand. And it's exactly what you said. There's been a period where gas was seen as a transition or a bridge fuel. I don't think this narrative is there anymore. I think gas is here to stay and is actually viewed as a long-term fuel. For us, gas is probably the most exciting growth story that we have in our long-term strategy. You know, and just to put it in context, when we say we're going to grow our gas business by 60%, you know, in barrels of oil equivalent, by 2030, gas will become 6 million barrels of oil equivalent. That's half of our oil business. This is massive. I mean, what we're introducing in barrels of oil equivalent by 2030 is another large IOCs. And this is not only going to help energize the kingdom, you know, energy demand, but also will unlock the potential for AI and associated data sensors here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So globally, absolutely, gas is positioning itself as a very key enabler to the growth of demand associated with AI.
Fred, as AI moves from training to large-scale inference, energy demand will also be shifting from those concentrated data centers and more towards the applications, more towards the edge. How do you see this evolution reshaping how energy demand is consumed, and could inference AI change the very geography of energy demand?
Absolutely. If you think about AI, there are basically two things. One is you build and train models. The other thing is you then use inference to gain insights and actually derive value. So the profitable part of the business is inference. It's not the training. Training is kind of a lost leader, especially if you look at OpenAI today. If you think about that, the key constraint in inference, there are three. One is private cloud and sovereignty of data. For example, I'm sure Aramco doesn't want to put their seismic data out into the public cloud. They want to keep that close at hand. 70% of corporate data today still is not in the cloud. It's kept behind corporate firewalls. And so inference is something you run at the edge. You run it on site in the corporate world, because there's another constraint, network capacity. There isn't enough high-speed, low-latency network capacity, just like transmission in the electrical grid, to get your data to the cloud and back. And so you need to run it near-prem. So what that means, is that all of a sudden you will see data centers at the edge in the basements, if you would, of the Aramco towers. You'll see data centers sitting in the oil field, digital twins of drilling systems out in the field, which are essentially a digital version of the drill with all the seismic data guiding the drill operator, the master driller, as to where to put the drill. That's all operating at the edge. To do that, you have to have special infrastructure, but you're not talking about gigawatts of power. Inference doesn't need huge amounts of power. And the risk, I think, back to your original question, does AI eat the grid or vice versa, is you develop big models in the cloud, but the model you actually use in production is much smaller. And so over time, you're going to build intelligence out at the edge. And everything you use for production, supply, distribution of oil, distribution of gas, etc., will have an AI component that will run near or next to what it does. Now, there will be one type of inference which will be done in the cloud, and that is you have high security, high sovereignty, high privacy data you want to keep close at hand with low latency. But there are other jobs that may be production analysis that are kind of monthly reports. You may want to run that in very low-cost inference sites, which could be remote locations where the cost per token is the lowest. And I think that is the key driver in this business today, is the cost per token. You're spending all this money focusing on high-cost GPU and energy, when the real economic metric that you as a customer use is cost per token. And I want the lowest cost per token. So if I can essentially fragment my inference, low latency, high privacy close by, high latency, lower need for privacy, still sovereign though, more remote, low cost energy generation locations.
Ashraf, Aramco, we've mentioned before that it's been dealing with AI for many years in its different applications and forms. AI is both a major new consumer of electricity and also a potential tool to radically improve efficiency. So my question to you is, do you believe AI could meaningfully bend the energy demand curve moving forward at the back end of that curve? Or will its own appetite outweigh those efficiency gains?
So let me start by saying yes. I mean, we are not new to AI. We have been adopters and heavy users of AI for years. And that was built on top of a digital and computing infrastructure that was built over decades. We have our own 70 billion parameter large language model that we trained on 93 years of data. The example of drilling and how it's enabled by AI, actually, this is not something that we're going to do. This is already happening. We're generating real-time logs for drilling activities that helps us minimize emissions and minimize cost of our upstream activities. So we understand what comes and what's associated with AI. So to your question, and I think like everything around us, efficiency ultimately will help, but it's not going to be necessarily from AI as on its own. We've seen efficiencies help the world not consume the amount of energy that it's supposed to be, so that energy demand is not growing in parallel or at the rate of global economy, and that is attributed to efficiency. And we see it the same thing. But it's not going to be AI alone. You will have efficiencies in the algorithms. You will have efficiencies on the computing platform. The chips themselves will become more efficient. And you will probably see efficiencies in the way data centers are designed and the cooling requirements in data centers. And I think all of these factors combined could lead at the end of the day to bending the curve, to your point.
Mm-hmm. Fred, in a minute, the surge in power demand requires massive infrastructure at unprecedented speed. What are the real bottlenecks there?
I think we talked a little bit about it. One of the bottlenecks is you have to generate electricity. That requires permitting, it requires land, it requires all sorts of things. Transmission is the other. You have to get the supply to where the load is. And I think the developed world, if you think about the US and Europe, it's very hard in those markets to develop new energy. They've spent over the past decade a lot of capital in building renewable energy. The problem with renewable energy, such as wind and solar, is it's intermittent, and it makes planning grid operations infinitely more difficult. You can look at different countries around the world either have huge energy shortages or some have actually electrical energy surpluses. I think the global south, and especially the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is extremely well positioned because you have abundant low-cost energy, you have abundant land, you have a long-term vision in His Highness's Vision 2030, where you now have an ability to plan so that potentially the kingdom could be essentially a global hub for operating low cost per token inference for those types of tasks that people are willing to put their data into a Saudi cloud versus necessarily a US or European or Asian cloud.
And this is where probably AI sovereignty comes. And we've seen the announcement, or heard the announcement yesterday, of Aramco and Humane. So a new venture for Aramco there. We've got seconds left on the clock. Ashraf, will AI eat the grid, or will AI eat itself?
I think that there is a happy, possibility here where actually, if it's done right and it's planned right, and people make deliberate investment decisions in infrastructure and in data centers, you could actually avoid this scenario, because ultimately it's the dollar per token, and people who invest deliberately and make all the right investment decisions based on their advantaged position. Saudi Arabia is actually at the heart of this, where you actually don't need to build overcapacity and make sure that there is the offtake and the demand side that is guaranteed.
So I know like Aramco doesn't like to hear the word stranded assets. Can we see stranded assets when it comes to AI-related power utilities?
Well, the answer lies in the dollar per token. Those investors that want to build, they make sure that they have the offtakes, they have the demand lined up, and that they make sure that they will be able to be competitive on a dollar per token scenario.
So hyperscalers, they should hold the risk.
They should hold the risk.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. A very interesting discussion. Audience, thank you for listening in. I hope it was all interesting to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allah Hafiz.
Will you please join me in thanking Daniel, Fred, and Ashraf one more time? Thank you, everybody. So, our next session explores what paving the way to global mineral security entails. The code for the global energy transition is written in critical minerals, sparking a great reordering of the world's resource map and creating a new mandate for the traditional centers of energy production. This new mandate is being underwritten by an unprecedented investment, with Saudi Arabia committing over $100 billion. I'll let some of you leave and then continue. With Saudi Arabia committing over $100 billion to build an entire industrial value chain from the mine to the finished product. As this new capital reshapes the landscape, is the result a more collaborative or secure global commons for critical minerals, or will it ignite a new era of intense resource nationalism? To explore this conundrum in further detail, we have a fantastic fireside conversation between Daniel Yergin, the Vice Chairman of S&P Global. Can you continue your conversations outside, because we're about to welcome our next set of speakers to the stage. And if you could all please take your seats as well. Will you please put your hands together for our next speakers in conversation? We have Daniel Yergin, Vice Chairman of S&P Global, in conversation with His Excellency Khalid bin Salal Al Mudaifa. Please put your hands together for our speakers.
Good morning, everybody. Very pleased to be here with Khalid Al Mudaifa, who is the Vice Minister for Mining and Minerals in the Ministry of Industry and Minerals. The minister has been one of the key architects of industrial development in Saudi Arabia for many years. From 2011 to 2018, he was the CEO of Madden, and since then he's been vice minister. So welcome, good morning. Mr. Minister, let me ask you, mining has been described as the third pillar of Saudi industrial development. What does that mean and why?
Thank you, Daniel, and assalamu alaikum, and good morning, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to be with you here in the FII, but even more so to welcome you to Riyadh, a city that perfectly captures the spirits of transformation, ambition, and possibility, which defines this gathering. The mining and minerals nowadays lives the golden age of the best age of its history, where the tension is very high since 2020, 2021. Vision 2030 have seen, Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 have seen this in 2016, Daniel, where the Vision 2030 was focused on diversification of the economy and building Saudi Arabia as an economic powerhouse. That part of it is being an industrial powerhouse, and for an industrial powerhouse, minerals is an important pillar. The oil and gas has been built, and we have a world scale, one of the largest oil and gas industry built over the years. Petrochemical is our next pillar, and it has been built, and it's a world class and a leader. And maybe you heard more about it. And for Saudi Arabia, we need minerals to build Saudi Arabia as an industrial house. Saudi Arabia have all what it takes to win in that regards. We are the 12th or 13th largest country in the world in terms of area. We compared, while we are maybe 50 or 58 in the population, we have the Arabian Shield, which is 700,000 kilometers. We were underexplored. We have a potential that has mining potential at that time was estimated to be 1.3 trillion. Now we estimated it to be 25.5 trillion, underexploited, underutilized. We have the geographic location that between Europe, Africa, and West Asia. We have talents, the young generation of talents that are well educated, but more, we have the vision, the leadership commitments for this to be successful. Therefore, Vision 2030 had focused on mining as a pillar for it. We have delivered on it with our mining strategy that were launched in 2018. We are currently one of the fastest growing mining region of the world. Our exploration spend grows on a double digits. 2024 exploration spend is double 2023, but we've been in that, we are the 12th largest nowadays, the 12th largest spender on mining exploration, and we are also one of the largest investor in minerals and mining. 45 billion has already been invested in that regard since the Vision 2030. So we have our mining strategy that is built on stability, transparency, and investor-centric, and we had made a great success, but there is more to go as we build Saudi Arabia as a mineral processing hub for Saudi Arabia and for the world.
Well, it's quite remarkable what's achieved in the scale in a relatively short time. And as you say, the endowment is there. You talked about the strategy. Part of the strategy, of course, is Ma'aden, which is one of the great mining companies of the world. But part of the strategy is also to bring in foreign investors into the sector. How is that working out? How's that going?
Yes, one thing is that Saudi Arabia, as we said, is built on one of the best, most attractive, we've already done it, and delivered the world's most competitive regulation, mining regulation in the world. and build on an business environment that welcomes a global partnership. Oil and gas industry has been built on partnership, petrochemical has been built on partnership, and our first mining has been built on partnership with Barracks, Mosaic, Alcoa, with Ma'aden. For that, we are building a complete ecosystem from scratch almost. And for mining to be successful, we need it from surveying services, from surveying to waste recycling, from exploration, mineral developments, engineering, building, talents, technology, commodity markets, commodity exchange. All this is required to build a successful mining, to be one of the largest mining regions in the world. For that, we need partnership, and we welcome partnership. Our mining law is built on equal footing for 100% foreign ownership or Saudi ownership, and we have delivered in that in a meaningful way. The world mining faces the same challenges: under exploration, low exploration efficiency, no new discoveries, tier 1 new discoveries that are great. So a new jurisdiction of mining is required, and there is no better than Saudi Arabia. With the funding volatility of the markets, as you see, technology and changes and the energy transition speed and all this, we have seen lithium, how it goes, and nickel, how it went up and down. And funding, the funding is one of the largest challenge ahead of mining. There is an estimate that the infrastructure and the mining to supply the world for demands, the future would require $6 trillion. The whole mining strategy, Daniel, if you take the largest 20 companies, they are only valued at 2 trillion compared to a 4 trillion of the largest.
So let me ask you about one other challenge, which is the challenge of talent. How are you addressing that?
The great thing for Saudi Arabia is that we have the late comer advantage. We came late. We built our mining strategy built on a sustainable, highly technological work. So we're working on this, and this is the challenge of the whole world. And 81 or 89% of the CEOs of the mining, they are putting this as an important talent. Scarcity is we building it in two regards. One, encouraging technology deployments, and nowadays technology remote mining management is a reality that is a proof. So we don't need to mobilize people to remote area. Drive autonomous vehicles is a fact, and it's an acceptable practice for all new mines. But more, we have worked very hard on built the mining polytechniques in the north. We have worked, the ministry, Ministry of Industry has worked with King Fahd University for Petroleum and Ma'aden to establish a new mining college that is, and plus a geology section. We're working with our one, of course, the one of the best in the world, the College of King Abdulaziz, Earth Science, to transform it, to deliver technologically enabled students that can, or miners that can work in the new mines. So we're working and encouraging. We are building innovation labs or studio, and we are building also an acceleration park with King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and we are encouraging all our miners to provide for use cases for it. And for that, before we end, and it's a great opportunity to invite all of you to a vibrant, the world best platform and venue for mining. The Future Mineral Forum is conducted here and under the leadership of His Excellency the Minister for Industry and Mining in Riyadh in January 13 to 15. You are all invited and welcome. You see all the mining, the funding, the financing of the mining industry in the world here in Riyadh, and we can talk more about mining at that time.
Well, certainly January 13th to 15th will be here very soon, so people will mark it in their calendars. Congratulations on the amazing accomplishments since really 2011 when you stepped in as CEO of Madden, and thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Everybody, I'd like you to please grab your seats because we're going to move to our next panel, and I'd like to invite the members of the panel to join us on stage. Howdy. Hi there. Well, we have the opportunity now for a great discussion on the broad subjects of circularity, sustainability, technology, and how it all fits into national strategy. And a very distinguished panel to do that. The CEO of SABIC, Abdul Rahman Al-Fageh, Robert Wilt, who's the CEO of Madden, Linda Mabena Olagunuju, who's the founder and CEO of DLO Energy in South Africa, Noel Quinn, distinguished banker and financier, and Anna Cabral, the CEO of Sigma Lithium. So good morning to our panel.
Morning.
And let me just begin really by just asking each of you very briefly kind of what circularity and sustainability mean for you all in your operations.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning to you all. I'm privileged to be here among great panelists here. Thanks for the FII for organizing this. Actually, Dan, you asked three things, and I could take 3 days to explain each one of them.
We don't have 3 days.
But you told me short, so I will try to be as short as I can. As you may know, the circularity for the carbon, and I came from the chemical industry, and I consider, the carbon molecules as a precious molecules, even though I have my neighbor here, they have a lot of precious metals. So the carbon is really a precious molecule that can, be circulated and can be economical to be circulated. And this is what has been done. And I'm privileged to see that during the presidency of the G20 here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia back in 2020, our custodian of the Holy Mosque, King Salman, announced the carbon circular economy for the first time for the G20, and I think it has been adopted by the countries of the G20, which is this is the starting point. But having said this, we in SABIC, we did not, just start from that. I think it is back in our history that we realized that this carbon has to be circulated, and also it has to be sustainable. So sustainability for us, it is not only to reduce the emissions or to improve our energy intensity, which is important, but it will also goes beyond this to produce very sustainable, innovative material and solution to the whole world. So, and these two cannot be done without technology. And the technology, and I think we have brilliant people that they are in labs and research centers, and they are doing fantastic, job in innovative and making innovation. Noel and I think we have discussion around this, and we share the same thought that in Saudi Arabia too. I mean, it's becoming a very attractive for the innovation and to innovative people to make sure that these research and things. But the challenge is in the following: how to deploy this innovation and these initiatives and these great solutions that come to the humanity. The deployment of it, it's required two things. It's required, the policymakers and the government to make incentives. And if they don't make incentives, like what we have done here in Saudi Arabia, and I'm glad that we have our Minister for the Industry and minerals here attending. I mean, this is how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia supporting, the industry and supporting these innovatives to be deployed. So if there is no incentives that is there, at least ease the regulations. I know that I'm taking longer time, but I will come back to this.
Okay, we'll come back
Thank
to
you.
it. Let me go to the other end and ask Bob Wilt. Madden is growing at a furious pace and has a furious agenda. How do these issues of sustainability and circularity fit into moving at that very rapid pace?
Sure. So I think His Excellency Khalid Mudafer described the situation in Saudi Arabia, the growth ambitions, what we want to do with metals and mining, the great resource potential, the existing infrastructure. So it's all in front of us to grow at that rapid pace that you talk about. And when most people think about sustainability, they used to think about carbon. We think about energy, waste, and water. So we are an energy-intensive industry, so we've got to have a low-cost, competitive energy. That's fairly obvious. We're building this mining giant in the desert, and the processing requires a lot of water. So how do we get water connected to the inland and the mines? So we've got to be very smart in conservation and sustainability-minded about water consumption, and then waste. Our industry produces a lot of byproduct. How do we monetize that and process that to help fund our growth? So that's where our sustainability in the traditional sense exists, but we're building a giant. I will need to add probably 5,000 people within the next couple of years. So our biggest focus on building a sustainable business is on the people side. So we've got Susan Parker here and Hassan Ali. Susan's job is to convince third graders in Saudi Arabia to become the next Hassan Alis.
They have to get beyond the third grade.
Well, we've got to accelerate them through because it's a sustainable business. We're building mines and processing plants that will last 40,
so it's really a generation.
40 years.
Yeah.
We've got to have the workers and the leaders to fund that pipeline. So a sustainable people strategy is what focuses most of my attention.
So that's really a generational issue.
And that's the fun part of the job. We're changing a country, an industry. It's a fabulous opportunity.
So Linda, you are a producer of wind and solar in Africa, South Africa, and other countries. I think circularity has a different meaning for you in terms of supply chains and manufacturing, and you might explain that.
Yes, so I run one of the largest black female-owned energy companies on the continent. We own South Africa's largest wind farms. When we talk about sustainability, similar to you, we are looking at how do we bring more jobs to the continent. Everyone likes to show off and say Africa has the youth advantage, but no one talks about how this youth is going to remain employed. Everyone talks about the just energy transition in Africa, when Africa only contributes less than 4% of global emissions, and yet we're expected to pay for this just energy transition, still based on...
And you're going to be 25% of world population.
Exactly that. And we are importing massively, right? So when you guys are sitting and talking about circular economy, we are a mass importer. South Africa alone imported over $4 billion worth of solar panels last year. Until Africa finds a way to bring local manufacturing produce some of the products and stop being a source of raw materials, we are going to find ourselves in this continued cycle of unemployment. And similar to you, our focus as a company strategically has been to say, how do we get more youth involved in the renewable energy sector? And we've started a skills initiative where we are using AI to teach skills that are relevant for the renewable energy sector. In order for us to be sustainable as a continent and for our sector, the power sector, to be sustainable, you're going to need to find a way to employ people, and we're going to need to find a way to build industry. And the only way to do that is to have policy that is reflective of that ideology.
Is it happening?
I think we've got beautifully written policies. We're the best writers. South Africa has the best constitution in the world. But are we great implementers? No, we're not. We heard Dangote yesterday speaking and complaining of the same things. So the implementation, so every single African country has a local content legislation, yet we're still failing to meet the targets. Why?
Right. Noel, former CEO of HSBC, now the chairman of Bank Julius Baer, you bring the viewpoint of finance and understanding the role of money in making it all happen. And I know that one of the things that you focus on is how do you use existing infrastructure to create new things. I'll ask you to elaborate on that.
Yeah, look, there's innovation taking place everywhere in the world. And as a banker to corporates for 38 years, I got very close visibility pretty much on every industry in the world and the entrepreneurs and large corporates in those industries. And what I find is the innovation is taking place in the world and it's taking place everywhere. Innovation isn't confined by geography. It is taking place all over. The challenge very often on bleeding edge innovation is how do you get the next stage funded? How do you go beyond funding the venture stage and the creation stage of innovation into the deployment stage? And that's where I think the real challenge is how do you then mobilize innovation into deployment? And historically, and when you've got bleeding edge technology, that's hard to fund because you've got high risk. You've got high execution risk, high financial risk. And where I think you see deployment now becoming a competitive advantage is the nations that harness innovation and facilitate deployment with good policy, good financing structures, collaboration between the large corporates who can deploy and take some of that risk and the smaller corporates who are innovators. And those nations that encourage the innovators of the world to come to their countries and create a policy framework for deployment are the ones that will succeed. And look, I'm going to quote an example. I was in Beijing recently. Beijing are experts at deployment and execution.
Yes, at scale.
Because they have over 1 billion people upon which to lower the cost curve. They have the ability to deploy at scale and at pace because the policy framework encourages it. There are other countries in the world, and I believe the Kingdom is one of those nation states that can facilitate the deployment through good policy, good framework, good financing packages, to help the innovators of the world come to the Kingdom and deploy and build capability, and then export that to the rest of the world after that.
But I think one of your concerns is that gap between innovation over here and deployment over there. And
look, there are about 15 venture capitalists and private equity just launched an initiative. Breakthrough Energy is one of them. They just launched it this week, where they're getting together because they've done great innovation, but they can't get it funded into first-scale production. Now, what they're doing is they're pooling their risk, and they're going to create a new fund for deployment.
Right.
That alone is not enough. Putting a financing package of pool risk for deployment is not enough. If you can couple that with government policy and government state-owned institutions or large corporates working with the innovators to create an environment of deployment, you've got it. Now, at the moment, I'm sad to say, parts of Europe and the UK, where I'm from, is not creating the government environment in order to facilitate deployment. Parts of the Middle East, and particularly here in the Kingdom, I think you have all of the attributes to encourage the innovation of the world to come to the Kingdom, facilitate deployment, and then export that capability once it's proven into full production.
It's a competitive advantage. of this region.
It's an absolute competitive advantage because you've got the policy capability to do it, the financial resources to do it, and you have the land to do it.
Right. Anna, Sigma Lithium is a net zero mining company, obviously in lithium in Brazil. Tell us how you're doing it.
Yeah, well, we built this company from scratch. It's 12 years in the making. Today, we're the 5th largest industrial mineral complex producing lithium materials, lithium oxide concentrate in the world. But I think taking a step back to your question, when you think about circularity and sustainability, it's all part of the bigger conversation where we need to do more with less. And it's nice to be on second day because you can amalgamate the conversations that happen.
So how do you do it?
Yeah, well, that's the point. I mean, the objective was to, what Robert said, do more, meaning become at that scale, that large, with less, meaning hyperscale, we're the 5th largest in the world. We are the 3rd lowest cost in the world. So we really we're on the left of the cost curve because everything in the materials universe should cost less so that we can be enablers of more, and I'll get to it. And we are quintuple zero, meaning zero carbon, zero dirty power, zero toxic chemicals, zero drinking water, and
you could do all that and still be low cost.
And still be low cost. So it's doing more with less, right? Quintuple zero, all of the zeros, right? What are you, tailing dams, exactly, Robert, tailing dams, water, and chemicals are the key issue of mining, which is where we get our feedstock for the industry. Then how do you process its power? Less power or clean power? And then you end up with a carbon balance that is almost zero.
Right. So, and how do you adjust to the volatility of lithium prices?
Well, ultimately, we're always long because we're producers of the material. So how do you manage volatility? Well, by being low cost. When you are at the very low end of the cost curve, the prices are relevant to the point of bringing excess returns, but you're always making operating profit because we are the floor. We have lower costs than Africa. So, and again, why? More with less. And fundamentally, the point of lithium, the volatility is classic for new materials of new industries. It's still quite new. It's over time being managed because when you think about demand, and that was the conversation yesterday, the world will need a lot of energy. Is your expertise that? A lot of energy and all kinds of energy. Energy for AI in the developed countries, for electricity and fridges in the developing world. So a lot of it. And to feed the world's energy needs, we need everything we can get our hands off, from the battery storage to stabilize the grids for renewables, to nuclear, to oil and gas, to just about any kinds of energy.
Right.
So if humanity needs that kind of energy to propel itself to a better future, we need to have the conversation about how do we do more, meaning enable more energy to be delivered with less, right?
Right. Well, in a sense, that theme runs through the entire discussion. I think what I'd like to do now is carry it to the other part of the discussion, how what you all are doing fits into national strategy, economic strategy, and certainly SABIC is a good place to begin on that subject.
Absolutely. I mean, our great vision for 2030 is asking for a lot of ambitions for our Saudi nationals and things, and we need a lot of enablers for this. And the enablement for this is SABIC is in the heart of it. And I just want to build what Anna has said about, I mean, the world need more energy. Saudi Arabia also need more energy. And what does that mean? Meaning the energy is going to be mixed as the whole world is towards the mixed energy, but for the very competitive energy that is required. So that electrons that is required to have more electrons in the world, and especially here in Saudi Arabia, where we are having a lot to modernize and to industrialize and to be also an energy exporter. So that electrons, it needs also a carbon. So it needs also the chemical industry. This is where I came from.
It all goes back to chemistry.
But this is one of the enablers that it will help, I mean, in building the batteries and building the windmills and building the solar panels. I mean, you need the carbons and you need the chemical industry to enable this. And also in the sustainability, I mean, we are one of the enablers for the Saudi Green Initiatives and making sure that, I mean, everything that we produce at this time is sustainable. Any solutions that you produce or products or material, it has to be sustainable. And this is what we adopted in the company to make sure the products that come back to the innovation that has to be innovated, it has to have two pillars. The first one has to be sustainable for long-term use. The second thing, it has to be economical. Because I think we need to shift our mindset into, this is not something that is mandatory from the governments and from the regulator. No, it is something makes sense, and it has to be economical. And also the scale, because the scale, I think, is also important. And I can see Saudi Arabia is really a great platform for scaling up any industry or any economical sustainable future.
And of course, SABIC very much fits into serving the national economic strategy. Bob, let me ask you about how does Madden fit into the overall economic strategy?
So I think we're one of the, we talk about being the third pillar of the economy. I think we're probably in one of 6 to 10 of the major thrusts in the kingdom. And that means the government has its full support for the company, but it's got to be commercially viable. So the government is not interested in propping up a massive company, but they're very interested in enabling its growth. And so I can give you lots of examples.
Well, a massive company as long as it's profitable.
Profitable, yeah. Absolutely. You fund your own growth. You're a standalone, independently, publicly traded company. You have to have a strong balance sheet. But if I need talent, I can go to His Excellency Madefer and say, let's partner with providing scholarships for Saudi kids to go international. I need research institutions set up in the kingdom for technology solutions. The ministry helps with that. If I need the port at Ras Al Khair expanded to accommodate our growth strategy, the Minister of Transportation helps with that. So the ecosystem is working in concert to develop that. At the same time, we're a portfolio company of the PIF. So we get a lot of exposure to the technology and the nascent industries that are growing, not only to help meet to be customers for ours, but also suppliers for technology innovations. So it's a really cool ecosystem that's working in harmony generally to expand the kingdom's vision.
So I guess it's just the opposite of what Noel described in Europe and the UK in terms of...
when he was talking about that, I was thinking, like, it is so refreshing to be in this ecosystem with a very common vision, and we're all working together to do it. Talking to my peers in the industry in London a couple of weeks ago, my government wants to say yes here and help me, as opposed to permitting restrictions and environmental restrictions. So it's really an exciting time to be in mining in Saudi.
Right. Noel, did you want to add something to that?
I will add. Look, I've been coming to Saudi Arabia for many years in my old job. Never forget the core strength. The amount of discipline that exists, that I see, that exists in the kingdom on running all of the different ministries towards a common vision, where there is collaboration amongst the ministries to make sure they're doing their bit for the overall vision and helping other industries out, is something I don't see in many markets in the world. Like, for many years, we've all held out Singapore as the government that has really joined up government and a long-term vision and has executed methodically and systematically over many, many years. I see all of those attributes taking place here in the kingdom. And I think you can do it not just for the benefit of the kingdom, but you can do that and take that, bring the rest of the world into the kingdom and take what you have here out.
I mean, that is very striking to see the difference between coordination and really obstruction in terms of being able to make things happen.
It's having a vision in the first place, but then, as ever, a vision is nothing until you execute.
Execution.
And it's then having the framework for execution and the discipline, and that is a powerful competitive advantage compared to other countries.
So I'd like to ask both of you, Linda and Anna, South Africa, Brazil, how you fit into the strategies of those countries and whether you're getting any of the kind of support you need.
So Africa is always a story where people are complaining. What I'd like to say is that the entrepreneurs are changing that. We haven't got the government support that you luxuriously have in other parts of the world, but what we are is resilient. What I've started to see is cross-border collaboration. So my company, as an example, is building for a low-carbon mine, Nigerian-owned in Zambia. We're building a power station for them. We're being funded potentially by the AFC. We're starting to see a lot of collaboration across the borders of Africa by the entrepreneurs. So the drive is coming from us as entrepreneurs more than it is coming from our governments. And what's tending to happen is that our governments are catching on. So now they want to know who DLO is, how they can lend their support to this story, because unfortunately for them, it is going to be one of the largest female-owned companies in energy in this continent. And it's better to get on board now. But it is unfortunate that that often comes after you have done the grind work and after you've had to navigate a very difficult system independently as an entrepreneur.
Right. Brazil.
Yes, no, it's interesting because we were able to make mining attractive, and we joke in Brazil, sexy again, because Sigma, as you asked me, how did we do that? By deploying innovation. I mean, we brought algorithms, software engineers, we have a plant that's automated, digitalized, the mine now that's automated, digitalized. However, it had an objective, which was to employ more people, which was to bring prosperity to that region. Again, another tie-up to this. The key there was to unlock prosperity. So how did we make mining interesting and attractive to young people? Because we showed that mining was cool. Mining was a sector where you could lift that, an entire region on the back of it if you couple that with cutting-edge industrial technology. So by actually taking the risk, we did it as private investors, permanent capital. 12 years later, then we got a lot of support because we were seen as kind of the trailblazers to a new era in that industry that had gone through a lot of hardships in the country because of the way the business was done in the past. So the new mining in the country and your partners, we call the new valley. You see younger people, you see younger leaders. And it goes back to what you said. At that moment, then...
Is your government helping you?
Oh, yes, but that's the point. At that point, when you de-risk, you have to take the risk. So we took risk as private capital for 10 years. Once we started to produce in that way, lifting people, deploying technology, and showing that this could be done, and at scale, meaning super high scale, low cost, very sustainable, the most sustainable company in materials in the world, and lifting a lot of people and creating a lot of jobs, then it became, wow, this is how it can be done. Because if the country has 20 sigmas in 20 metals, you could actually create hundreds of thousands of jobs.
Right.
So that's the key to harness government support, is lifting the people. So when you show it can be done with risk capital, with private investment, at that inflection point, you get the government support.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to thank the panel for bringing into focus for us the degree to which sustainability, circularity, the economic rationale for it, and of course how it fits into national strategies, economic strategies, and what a difference it makes when the government is coordinated as opposed to when the government is antagonistic. So please join me in thanking our panel for an excellent discussion.
All right. Probably end the
you please put your hands together one more time for Daniel and all his panelists? Thank you. So we're now going to move on to our next session. And in this session, we will be looking at what will be the prime infrastructure assets of 2030. We know that the world is going to be such a different place in less than 5 years' time. And with the speed of the AI revolution, the needs when it comes to infrastructure are going to be critical. And the kind of investment that is made will determine how we shape the future in relation to this digital revolution. If I can ask those of you that are leaving this session, if you can all leave now, and those of you that are staying for the next session, please take your seats because we will be beginning shortly. So a relocation of capital is reshaping infrastructure in terms of priorities and favoring the digital backbone, green energy systems, and modern logistics networks. They are indeed set to power the next generation economy. According to Roland Berger, 86% of surveyed investors expect growth infrastructure deals of them growing in 2025 with an increasing global reliance on private investment and private and public sector partnerships. If we can move out to the next section, please, everybody. Amid the growing uncertainty, which of these asset classes will deliver the most durable and valuable and define the future of resilient high-performance portfolios? We have a phenomenal panel set to discuss this issue in further detail. So, will you please put your hands together to moderate this session? CNN anchor and correspondent Eleni Giakos. Please welcome Eleni and her panel.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be with you today. My name is Eleni Giakos. I'm an anchor and correspondent for CNN. I'm the host of Marketplace Middle East and also the host of Connecting Africa. And today we're going to be discussing what the prime infrastructure assets of 2030 are going to be. And of course, 2030 is just a few years away. So we're either already in the process of building it or at least commissioning some of these major projects. I'd like to welcome my panelists, Mohammed Alibar, founder of Imar Properties and founder of Noon.com, Omar Al-Midani, president and CEO of Vision Invest, Hisham Ahmed Al-Rayez, group CEO and board member of GFH Financial Group, Barry Steinlicht, chairman and CEO of Starwood Capital Group, and Christian Ulbrich, Global CEO and President of JLL. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. So I'm going to get straight into it because we don't have a lot of time, but it's a huge topic. Very quickly, tell us what you believe the prime infrastructure assets of 2030 are going to be, and we're going to use this as a springboard to create a greater discussion. So, Mr. Alibar, let's start with you. You don't want to start? Omar, okay. Who do you want to go first?
Of course, I think the subject of discussion today is the correct one. I totally agree that, if it's technology and the rest of it, new renewables, and that's a must, But if you look at the largest contributor to global economic losses today, which is, I think that's hovering around $2 trillion now, $2 trillion, is shortage of housing. So I don't know how you guys, I'm sure, the FII, I love their title this year because it's close to my heart. But we all believe that infrastructure is AI and renewable, and I don't have a house. Like, what the hell are you talking about? like thank you for AI, but shortage of housing in the world. There are about 3 billion people still looking for houses.
Okay, so housing.
And loss, economic loss is
Economic
huge,
loss. And it's
huge.
so funny because I was preparing for this and really thinking about it. I was like, it's AI, it's data centers. I'm like, no, it's power, it's base load, it's creating.
No, it's fashion. It's very fashionable to speak about AI and renewable. And I think and we need it, by the way.
Okay, so Omar, what for you?
Give me a house.
Well, I think really what Abu Rashid said is very relevant. But I think at the same time, we have to look at the wider context.
Yeah.
We are in a digital era, so definitely digital infrastructure is needed. I would say at the same time, conventional logistics is something we shouldn't forget about. People need to get from point A to point B. And then if I look at another component is whether you're talking about digital infrastructure or you're talking about conventional infrastructure, I think at the end of the day, we need metals, we need minerals. So we shouldn't forget really, if I may say, the base of what's needed to build all of this future.
So digital infrastructure.
Digital, conventional logistics, mining.
All right. Fantastic.
What was the
third?
I couldn't hear it.
Yeah,
mining.
Mining.
So I think the future is, and the most impactful investments and infrastructure will no longer be what's on ground. So I'm not aligned with Abu Rashid. Yes, there is an essential infrastructure, but defining the future, as we see, it lies a lot around the AI. However, I would like to focus on three key essential elements that I think they will shape the future of the infrastructure, which I think one is the space and communication, two, the nuclear small modular reactors, and the private capital, because there are shapes and forms of essential infrastructure. And as we see, SpaceX and their programs, they are redefining the communications and access. This is a new form of infrastructure. You are seeing I think the power and the need of the power as I am for the nuclear, but a smaller modules that will power the new infrastructure, whether it's housing or whether it's data centers. And what's most important, where we focus on, is the private capital, where you will see those innovations. They will fund the new cities of the world, as well as
Okay, got it. So nuclear, modular reactors, and then telco. Then the telco.
Satellite and communication.
All right, fantastic. Barry.
Can you hear us okay? It's a little tricky to hear each other up here. So, data centers are the obvious answer, but we have all the gas, we'll have solar, we'll have the power supplies, oil, and even whether it's new technologies like fusion or some of the other interesting power technologies, it's getting the power to the data center. It's the grid, transmission. We have to build like 80 million miles of transmission lines. We can't get it to the right spot. And that's, we're going to have to streamline the approval processes to meet the needs of the data center. So I think transmission is probably, if you've seen the United States, we went, in the last 20 years, we went like that. We just stopped building transmission lines. We have $20 billion investing in data centers in the US and Europe today. And that's the issue. That's not, we can get the supply, the gas. We have it in Europe, we have renewables, we've got wind farms, but that's the hard part. And I think, going to my friend from EMAR, I mean, we're very large in the residential space, and the US is now, one of the funny things about Powell's interest rate policy is he's sowing the seeds, he's making the housing shortage worse. So construction of apartments is down 70%, single family is on it's probably the weakest part of the US economy, and that means that's a third of CPI. So in the future, when the supply is gone, people need houses, we're going to see rent increases, most likely in 27, significant, and that's future inflation. So
you're saying higher interest rates have caused
worldwide have caused a problem with the housing markets. The same thing is true in Europe and Sweden and Spain. You have a tremendous shortage of housing, especially affordable housing.
Yeah.
My friend builds very nice stuff. We need inexpensive stuff.
Yes.
And a lot of it.
All right.
lot of it.
Christian.
Well, I mean, there will be no surprises now coming from me. Everything is true, which has been said. But if we look into the absolute amount of investment, it will clearly be residential. We have this, over decades, that trend that people are moving into the large urban centers. They will continue to do that going forward. And so we just have to look at Riyadh, how big the demand is for residential, but also how big the demand is for office space in other areas. People want to live in the big urban centers. So every type of infrastructure which supports the growth of the large urban centers will be relevant, and just by the absolute amount of money, it will be residential.
Yes, okay, so let's...
I just want to say that, please don't misunderstand me. I come from a country where we have no housing shortage, so I'm not really talking about my part of the world, but my part of the world, I think technology, AI, autonomous machines is a must for us. So I am totally on the side of technology. I'm totally on the side of data centers and AI. And the reason is that we are deploying we're probably first in deploying all of that. And the reason is that we are a small country. We're short of people. So imagine small population. Imagine what AI is doing for people like us, where we're reducing dependence on imported labor. Imagine what autonomous is doing to us. You know, in my noon business, I have 70,000 bike drivers. Probably the three-wheelers are being tested on the road in about 2 months with exact delivery with another machine that delivers to your apartment. So I'm a total believer in that because I come from a country where technology is needed to make us more efficient, and we don't have to import so much labor. But at the same time, I think we're human beings that even though we don't have a shortage of infrastructure, if it's really data centers or investment into AI and technology, which is a must, by the way, but the pain that's coming to the world is approaching. And I like what you said about inflation. You know, we have a big business in the US. And you know, how we collect rent is crazy in the US. It's moving upward every single year. And I keep asking, hey, this income that we're getting, are people's salaries moving upward the same level? They say no. And I say, well, what's the problem? Why don't we get more infrastructure built? Talking about infrastructure. They said, no, you know, you've got 7 years to study, you know, there's some snails and snakes living there, do the study, it will take about 9 years. I said, yeah, okay, then take care of the snails and let the Americans live in the streets. That's okay. This is democracy, right? So I would say that it's, and the destruction to the economy, I hope we don't have civil war between Washington, D.C. and New York soon. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying, right?
Is that a prediction?
No, not a prediction, but this is the issue. The issue is not about
true.
AI in New York. No, really.
Sorry.
It's not about autonomous cars or technology or data centers in New York. It's about one thing that's dividing New York from Washington, D.C. that's happening in the news now. It's about housing.
Housing. And that's the truth.
Housing.
Yeah. And look, we are seeing rapid urbanization. It's happening in emerging markets. It's happening across the world. And, you know, in other parts of the world, you'll see a lot of people just building informal structures to be able to live closer to cities. And then when developers do come in, here's the reality. The cost per square meter, you know, it's inflated. And then the lower end of the spectrum, the lower brackets, cannot afford it. So, yes, I agree. It's an interesting one.
I mean,
Barry.
we operate globally. We're like a $120 billion asset manager. But in the United States, in the union cities, in the union states, it's actually the reason housing is so expensive is that complex. So we built a building in New York, a residential project. We bid the project union and non-union. The union bid was 90 million and the non-union bid was 54. But you have to use the union. And that's why housing is so expensive. Because if you don't use we own 17 restaurants in New York, they picketed the restaurants. And they shut down the restaurants because we weren't using union labor. And but if we could go non-union, and in the US, it's true in France too, where you have these trades, they think they're helping things, but they're not helping things.
Berlin coming to pieces also.
Okay, so I want to put residential buildings and housing aside for a second, because frankly, that's part one part of the greater story about the infrastructure of the future. As we know, you've got the two global powers against each other. There's no détente there. There's a confrontation of epic proportions. We don't know who's going to come out tops. And it's going to be about who's going to be the most competitive. What is going to make these economies competitive is obviously affordable housing is one element, but it's data centers, it's energy production, it's all of those things. So Omar, give me a sense of, diversified portfolio for countries when they're looking at infrastructure and how you're envisaging this in terms of spend and how the private sector is going to be involved in this.
Super important. I think diversification, anyways, from anybody who's building a portfolio, they know it more than I do. Diversification is part of risk mitigation. But the reality of the matter today, if I look at Vision Invest, we're invested directly, indirectly in 34 countries in 4 continents. We've recently made investments into Central Asia and into Africa. But I don't think that diversification is the only reason why we are looking at the geographic diversification. It's also opportunity. Alhamdulillah, today the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is offering us a global passport. Anywhere I go in the world, I am received with red carpet. People are welcoming investments from Saudi Arabia to come in. And I think we need to leverage that and leverage that G2G alignment and that enablement that's there. But let's look next door to our region, Africa. 2/3 of people born after 2010 are born in Africa. So if you just think of it and you sort of project forwards, China is reaching an issue with age. Japan, you can really actually look at population collapse starting to happen in Japan and China and Europe. So Africa is a bastion of hope. It's also a bastion of population growth. So I think we have a lot that we can do being based in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in the GCC, in terms of leveraging our positioning to really take a lot of the know-how that we have, transport it into Africa, and find that bridge between East and West. I don't think we should be in the position of deciding who is the global power and how things move. I think this is why we have governments, and our governments are the ones that take care of that. But I think we need to be conscious of the fact that opportunity is global today, and we do have that positioning to be able to go global, and we should.
Yeah, Hisham, I want you to jump in here. Tell me about your infrastructure investments, and importantly, funding for infrastructure projects. Where do we stand right now?
Yeah, so our investment philosophy focuses primarily onto what we call the life essential industries, infrastructure investments. And those are healthcare, education, and logistics. So they are essential for all economies and to support the living, the technology, and everything. Why we do that? Because our focus on clients, and the segments that we serve, they also like to receive their cash-on-cash yielding distribution, as well as they benefit from the growth. So we have invested a lot onto the education, where it starts from the nursery, K-12, to higher education, trying to provide quality, and especially now in the region, and Saudi in particular, the private education becoming more and more important, and a very big area of, and as well, the healthcare, when we focus on what's called secondary cities. Massive opportunity also in the region, where we serve, because everybody wants to go to Riyadh, wants to go to Dubai, but it's very challenging and very expensive. So we focus to build extensions in the secondary cities, as well as the logistics of food and last mile deliveries. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, Christian, I want you to jump in here. And I was looking at a McKinsey report that says the world is going to have to spend over $104 trillion on various infrastructure by 2040. I mean, some say that's perhaps an underestimation. Some say there's no way we're going to hit that. What is your assessment of what's going on? Because I have to say, throughout my career, I've seen a lot of talk about infrastructure gaps, particularly in Africa, but I've never seen this level of concern at a global scale.
Well, first of all, with all respect to McKinsey, I think it's a pretty bold prediction to go out to 2040. I would love to know what's happening over the next 2 to 3 years. But around all these topics, scale is super important. So I'm not convinced that it is necessarily immediately Africa. I see obviously the demography there, but at the moment, this is all very much related to the economic strengths of an urban area. And so I would guess that the vast majority of that investment over the near future, at least, will go into the traditional large urban areas. And it will need a very smart approach, an integrated approach. It doesn't help if you just invest into industrial buildings or just invest into data centers. You have to integrate it. So think about an industrial park where you also have the sources of energy attached to that industrial park, ideally green energy. And what you see in many Western cities, then this is also combined with EV charging for the delivery of the goods. I mean, any Amazon center is requesting that now, and those integration, and that brings AI into play because you need to understand how this is all used. You need to analyze the data and then run it in a very smart way, and that's where we're advising our clients on.
Okay, brilliant. Mr. Alaba, I want you to jump in here. You know, we're seeing a lot of regulations coming through for building. Whether it's sustainability, whether it's green buildings. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. We're talking about off-grid buildings where, you know, the energy sufficient and they don't need to be plugged into the grid. How are you viewing this as a trend? And are you investing in this when you're embarking on new infrastructure projects?
First, let me go back to your first question. Well, you know, I operate in about 20 countries. And for me, really, I believe that political stability and good leadership, from what I've seen, is the key to everything. I don't need roads, I don't need anything, just I need political stability, and then everything will be fine. That's really from my humble views. When it comes to that question, I think it's obvious. I think every city you work with, they have their own rules, regulations, but in general, it's pretty much the same, where I think there's good care for the environment, there's good care for sustainability. I think it's a subject of our time, and you know, many companies are reacting to it positively, government reacting positively, we ourselves reacting positively, and we have pressure from home. Our kids are asking for it, you know, it's before anything else, which is, I think, also that, you know, how we care about shortage of housing and people who can't afford housing and so forth. We should also care about Earth, and we should care about in the environment and implement all these rules and regulations. And nowadays with technology, it is so easy, especially we use a lot of advanced technology from China, where it makes the whole practice so much easier. So we totally support.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting when I see sort of the conversions of what we're seeing right now on the ESG front. Does it make it a lot more expensive, Omar, when you're looking at the sort of greener buildings? Is it something that's in mind for you?
I don't think greening is the issue. I don't think it adds cost. It doesn't. Sometimes it does in others.
Yeah.
I just want to come back to something really Abu Rashid said, which is very important regarding policy. And we were having this discussion with Barry earlier. If you look today, and we're talking about projections, demand for AI data centers is supposed to increase from 183 terawatts to around 480 terawatts by 2030. Great. 50 gigawatt IT load needed in the US alone. But then let's come back to what Abu Rashid was saying and the discussion we were having earlier. Can you actually make this happen in the US today with the current policy framework where you need to wait 7 years in order to be able to plug into transmission? The answer is no.
Yeah.
What does that mean? And then again, coming back to what Abu Rashid said, where you should be investing is where there is vision and there is policy to make it happen. So what I really think is going to be changing...
Is the US the place?
I'm not going to judge that, but what I will tell you is the GCC, Saudi Arabia, is the place. Because what you do need is vision, you need policy, you need enablement. You know, I just want to tell you something. 9 years ago, I remember when the FII started, everybody said Saudi Arabia is emulating Davos. Then this became Davos in the desert. This is Davos. And in my opinion, this is something we need to capitalize on and bank on.
Yeah.
And there is so much more that we can do on the infrastructure side. And if you want to talk ESG, let's talk about Saudi Arabia, where we have a target to achieve a 50% renewable energy mix, 50% in gas. And this is the kind of enablement that you need. And this is why the lowest cost of energy globally is in this region. We have demonstrated that renewable energy is not expensive. Renewable energy is accessible, is competitive, and if we take that renewable energy, we build data centers in Saudi Arabia, we will be able to offer the lowest cost of compute globally.
Barry.
He's right. I mean, we have an enormous competitive advantage. I see the Minister of Tourism sitting in the front row, so I'm going to do a plug for the hospitality industry. We're going to add 400 million people in the next 4 years, 5 years, 25 to 2030. And there's a huge problem for youth and labor. What are they going to do? And especially in the Asian continent and sub-Saharan Africa. So I think the hospitality, tourism, which employs 12% of workers, is going to be a major focus. And it has to be, because white-collar jobs are going to be assaulted by AI. So we're going to have to find jobs for all of us, especially the kids. And I think for the sake of stability of the world, the travel industry is probably one of the most important industries of all, because it breeds understanding, you learn about cultures, you're fascinated, and it breaks down barriers and allows international trade. So we should do everything we can do to support the travel industry. We'll have to build a lot of hotels, and the minister is going to do a great job. He's encouraging us to build a lot of hotels in the region, and we think this is probably the most exciting region of the world to invest in for infrastructure. You're
but
so
policy,
advantaged.
Is it easier
we need
here?
peace. We need peace. Peace would be nice.
Look, but is policy easier here than what it is? Is it easier to build here, policy-wise?
No, it's about capital flows and trust still.
Yeah.
For U.S. investors, speaking from our side, I mean, the capital is not yet comfortable in huge scale. Even the hyperscalers, it's sovereignty, the data.
So let me ask you
so
this.
there's a lot of political overlays to where the capital flows. It's coming your way. Just be patient, it'll be here soon.
You said we need peace.
You're not being patient, you're doing fine on your own.
Salva, I want you to jump in here. Tell me, I mean, because you're one of the developers, one of the most developers, frankly, in the GCC. Well, tell me about what your portfolio looks like now. What are you thinking about? What's the next thing? What is your...
I think expanding in India is the next big thing for me, because India is, we've been there 20 years. I think that's big for us. East Europe, we're doing extremely well in all East European countries. The Middle East is operating at incredible growth, stability for us, volume as well, margin in the right direction. But then, when I think about 1.6 billion that I speak their language, which is India, it's just, China, I'm quite keen, but it's a different world. Let's let them recover. Otherwise, I would say that East Europe, Middle East, India.
Very quickly, Christian, did you want to?
Well, I want to go back to policy. I mean, everybody's expecting from large corporates to be agile in this complex world. The same is true for states. And so it is easier here because you have political leadership, which is decisive and which is very agile in reacting on the necessary steps. And so I agree. It is not necessarily down whether it's a democracy or not a democracy, because India is more or less a democracy, and they are also showing a lot of agility in reacting on the needs of the future.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for your time. We've run out. The clock has gone to 0. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
العافية طال عمرك. نتعلم منك الكثير دائما والله.
We live in an age of seemingly limitless potential. Progress carries us to heights our ancestors could scarcely imagine. Yet, beneath this dazzling ascent of human achievement lies a deepening fault line of inequality. And our progress is consuming a finite planet. The global GDP has doubled since 2000, yet 700 million people still live on less than $2.15 a day. AI makes us more productive than ever, yet it also threatens to displace millions of jobs. We are mastering the science of longevity, but forgetting the art of vitality. Each new app makes our phones even more indispensable, yet 2.6 billion people remain offline. As affluent societies race for the latest gadgets, larger homes, and endless upgrades, it's no wonder that cost of living remains a top global concern. In chasing innovation, we've left affordability behind. The planet is paying the price, and the bill is coming due. The digital world is ever expanding and ever consuming, with a single data center needing millions of liters of water a day. The physical world is just as demanding, with cement production alone responsible for 8% of global CO2 emissions. The race for critical minerals, from lithium to cobalt, is reshaping economies, straining the planet, and too often harming vulnerable communities. Moving forward isn't a straight line, it zigs and zags. It's the paradox of progress. Let's harness our collective power to unlock this paradox together by charting a new definition of progress, one measured not just in what we build, but in what we mend before it's too late.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, so for those of you leaving, if you can leave the auditorium, we are about to begin the next session. So our next session looks at how can cities attract investment while prioritizing citizens in the tech-centric era. City leaders all around the world are tasked with simultaneously addressing the twin problems of securing private sector investment and improving the general quality of life for its citizens. Though these are sometimes seen as conflicting priorities, with the OECD reports suggesting that 6.3 trillion is needed to create sustainable and resilient urban infrastructure, a process that has the potential to unleash incredible economic activity. As the new urban ecosystem is created, who holds the power to define the cities of the future? The public leaders who govern it, the private developers who build it, or the citizens who give it life? To discuss this in further detail, we have Xenia Wickett, CEO of Wickett Advisory, who will be chairing the next session on this discussion. Please put your hands together for Xenia and her panel. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you, June. So as June said, the OECD estimates $6.3 trillion is needed annually to create sustainable and resilient urban infrastructure. Technology is driving that change, and it's both an opportunity, but also in some respects, a challenge. In this context, how can city leaders balance the needs of their citizens with those of business? How can they attract investment and innovation while also ensuring that citizens are part of that progress? As we reimagine cities in the tech-centric era, who gets to define the future? Is it public leaders? Is it private investment? Or is it the citizens themselves? We'll explore how investment, how technology and leadership models can align rather than collide, and what it means for cities competing for both capital and for talent. We have a phenomenal panel to talk to us about this. My immediate left, His Excellency Khaled Al-Salem, Abir Al-Akil, from the Royal Commission for Al Ula, sorry, His Excellency, I'm sure you all know from the Royal Commission of Dubai and Yanbu, apologies. Hani Enaya, the CIO of Sanabil Investments, and Laura Poloni, the president of AECOM. Thank you all for joining me. And if I may, Your Excellency, let me start with you. The Royal Commission has been around for around 50 years now, 5 decades. The world has changed an awful lot in that period. Can you briefly talk us through the mind shift that has taken place over that time?
Thank you, Zain. And I think, just to make it easy for you, we have a timeless model. Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu. Since 50 years, it was built upon a model that is still valid and sustainable. Mainly starting with the location of our cities that make it very competitive when it comes to logistics. All it's in the seaside, we have the ports, and the cities also very well planned. So we have a plan since 50 years until now, considering all what should come in the future. For example, for the railway network inside the cities was considered since that time, and 2 years back was executed. We kept respecting the master plan, and this is very, very important for building a new city. The other also element is looking at the human capital. The country invested a lot when it comes to education, elementary or colleges or even institutes. But we have all of that, and today our colleges and institutes considered one of the best in Saudi Arabia, and the highest when it comes to employment of graduates. So we are close by with the industry, and we can optimize our curriculum to their needs. The other one is the partnership with investors in the city. They are partners, and every investor doing business in the city, we are supporting, we are enabling. Then it comes about the humanity. If you go to Jubail or Yanbu and you see how the city is built, it's all considering about how we can take care of families there, how we can entertain their needs, and how we can really create even the jobs, the required jobs. That's maybe very important. Now, what we are looking for is to go beyond this when it comes to digitalization and other things that we can talk later.
And I hope we will, because I want to hear a little bit how you see the future and how you're managing some of those infrastructure and some of those humanity elements, those people elements in the future. But let me, for a moment, move on to you, Abir. We've been talking about Al Ula, which I have to say, if you have not seen the pictures, I can highly recommend you. It looks extraordinary. But you almost inherited it with a culture, with a community, with heritage. How are you integrating that heritage, that community, with the idea of a sustainable business? How are you bringing those ideas together?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Zaina. I mean, I would say that the foundations of Al Ula's growth is already in place, based on 200,000 years of shared human history and the vibrancy of our community, but also our incredible nature. Our vision is to comprehensively regenerate Al Ula, to become a living museum, to become a place, a remarkable place for people to live, visit, work, and invest. And as part of Vision 2030, we are advancing a new model for sustainable development that is rooted in our unique and rich culture and heritage. We're creating new opportunities, and we're creating ways for growth and creativity. And we're mindful of the importance of sustainability, given that we are the guardians of this rich culture and heritage. But we're also not only looking at the environmental aspect of it, but we're expanding this to look into the social, economic, as well as cultural sustainability factors. Those are components of what we try to achieve in Al-Ula.
Listening to the two of you, I think it would be easy to pay lots of attention to the incredible opportunity. But I know that there are challenges, and I know that there are difficulties, and there are tensions in what you're doing between what currently exists and the vision for the future. And I want to come back to the two of you, and I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about how do you manage some of those tensions between the what is now and the what should be. But before we go there, Hani, I want to come to you, if I may, because you have a different perspective on this. And I want you to bring in the role of technology. And how is technology helping in building the cities of tomorrow, today and tomorrow?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really a privilege and an honor to be here, and thank you for the great question. So actually, this is an amusing topic, because when you look at cities and how cities configure or grow, they don't just do that out of the blue. I mean, with every configuration and how urban life forms, there is always like a precedent technology breakthrough that resulted in this. This is true from the invention of aqueducts to electricity, and from steam engines all the way to the internet and AI. If you look what, for example, millennials ago, what aqueducts did to cities, they allowed, basically they removed the hard constraint, which is the availability of water. And this allowed cities to grow in density by an exponential matter, almost 10x, right? Think about Rome. Then centuries after, we invented the steam engine and the railroad. This removed the constraint of distance. And now cities did not need to depend on what's local. So all of a sudden, people, food sources, energy sources were able to move at scale. And this created basic industrial hubs for the first time in human history. The same happened with electricity. The same happened with the internet. And what excites us today the most in Sanaba and the kingdom, I think what's next is AI. I believe what AI will do to cities will be as equivalent to what electricity, internet, and the steam engines did. Because AI will remove two constraints, information and coordination. So I believe cities eventually will have a cognition. They will be able to sense, learn, and expect human needs. So think of like traffic being able to self-organize, energy to be able to self-balance, and even urban governance become like anticipatory rather than reactive. I believe this will be enabled very soon. And then the next question, like, how do you do this? How do you attract these tech investments into the kingdom, or in any city for that matter? Public policy is important, infra is important, everything is important, right? But I believe before everything comes talent, because you need talent to build these engines. And without talent, you have nothing, basically. Because when you look also at every technological breakthrough or every like innovation of city life, it's always preceded by one thing, a human concentration. You have like a group of builders and thinkers who want to push the frontier forward. And maybe the next round we discuss like, how do we attract this talent to these cities?
There are so many threads I want to make sure that we talk about talent. I want to make sure that we talk about how some of those technologies are going to affect both a 50-year-old urban environment, city, but also the cities that are just being created now. But before we do that, so we're going to come back to that, I promise. Lara, I want you to bring a different, we've focused very much on what's happening here, but you're spending a lot of time outside of looking at the rest of the world as well. So what are you seeing out there that might be applicable here in Saudi Arabia? And what are you seeing here that you would want to take out to the rest of the world? Can you give us the international perspective?
Sure, thank you, Zenia. And it's a great privilege to be here. And we have been in the kingdom for almost 5 decades now. So we have a long-standing understanding and many relationships. But as you alluded to, I am in a very privileged position in my role as the global president of ACOM to see many cities around the world and to also observe and be part of many plans, and I say plans that many of our government and private sector clients are putting together. And look, there are plans being produced every day for new cities, for the reinvigoration of many cities. And one thing, I mean, everyone has a very strong focus on technology. Abia, who we've had the privilege of working with her team at Alula, which is truly like nothing else in the world. The cultural identity is really important. So I guess I'm trying to say anyone can produce a plan on paper, but if you don't have the human element at the core of that, yes, you need a very strong infrastructure foundation. It needs to be functional. People need to move. They need to have access to education and jobs. But at the heart of it, the human element is so important. And when we compare many of these examples around the world to what is happening here in Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030 was obviously highly ambitious, but as a key partner here in Kingdom, and His Excellency mentioned this, the aspiration to have the next generation of Saudi people at the heart of that and to hold all of us as partners accountable for that, to make sure that every concept, every consideration that we made about the teams that we assembled to work on these elements of plans, regardless of which project we're talking about, that there was a very strong emphasis on what does this mean, what is the legacy for the next generation, regardless of what the sort of built outcome is. So I think that's one of the reasons, or one of the things that truly has differentiated what is happening here in Kingdom, that consideration of people and what does it mean for the next generation, and how do our partners really incorporate that in everything that they are producing.
So let's go there. For any and all of you, how do you do that? How do you put people at the center while also having some part of your brain also focused on this needs to be a sustainable business? And those two things aren't always directly in line with one another. So how do you do it? How is it that Saudi Arabia has been the kingdom has been so good, as Lara says, at putting people at the center? What is it you're doing differently?
Interesting. If you allow me just to, since we have already a reality of 450,000 inhabitants in our cities, and with this growth, we found ourselves really, we need to look about humanity differently. We were focusing into industry more at that time. And that's why we changed even our logo, our theme, and we started through our organization to start look at the youth. Very important that in our education system, we bring them, we support them to reach to their ambitions. For example, we created centers to help them shape their ideas, and we have many of startup companies within Jubail and Yambu. We also try to connect them with the companies that we have in order to see how they can contribute. And believe it or not, we found that there is a lot of innovative ideas that they can bring to the industry, because we are immersed in the industry and they are coming from outside and still they are energetic. They can really bring value. The other thing also, the female, having the female contributing to the industry. You know, it's a harsh environment, but starting now with companies, they actually also pushed us to bring our education system in order to bring them to contribute to the industrial sector. And we have a lot of successful females working now, and we are expanding this. We are bringing now even the engineering in Jubail and Yambu in our colleges. It's available in other Saudi colleges, but in Jubail and Yambu, because we are closer and we can bring them up to speed with also what industry looking for. The other thing is about tech. We talk about it, and this is very important. We are investing on in order to contribute how we can make the services inside the city and bring more life to Jubail and Yanbu.
And it's a beautiful segue, because I know Al-Ula sees technology a little bit differently from many others. Can you just say a word about how you're seeing technology play in that side?
I would like to answer the first question,
Please.
though. I mean, our phase one of our strategy was basically around creating a sustainable, inclusive, and diversified economy to ensure that we create opportunities for the local community to seize on those opportunities at a later stage. We worked on empowering our local community by the right skills, and that is through training programs and scholarship programs, international ones. We have around 720 students are basically enrolled in those programs. But we also have more than 5,200 local businesses established in Al-Ula, with revenues exceeding 21 million riyals. So many others, vocational program that supports the inclusivity of the local community within the ecosystem. Now, when it comes to technology, we do acknowledge the importance and we recognize the importance of the technology aspect in what we do and advancing our agenda. But we're all about striking a balance between preservation and progress. How do we ensure that we remove any conflict between cultural preservation and economic development? And we do that by embedding the importance of culture and heritage in all what we do.
So it's a lovely segue, if I may, people-centric, technology-centric.
Yes.
Those two things don't have to be in conflict with one another. So how do you see, you've talked about people, other panelists, and the central importance of humanity. What's the role for technology? How do you see those two threads intertwined, and how can technology enable some of the things that we're talking about here?
So, as we mentioned, technology enabled almost revolutions in urban lifestyle, right? But to circle back to talent, because you mentioned something interesting about how we do this in Saudi. I'll just share a simple stat, Saudi Arabia, right? Completely enabled by Vision 2030, in which human capital and nurturing density is core to it. A few years ago, perhaps 6 or 7 years, Saudi used to be number 4 when it comes to attracting tech investments in the region. We started 2 years ago to being number 1 by far. Which is thanks to policies that nurture density, because when you nurture density of talent and attracting talent to a region, even locally, capital will follow. Capital does not come before talent. It's always talent and capital. And then with capital and talent creating new technology, that injection of new capital will create a new wave of talent. So it becomes a flywheel effect. And what's interesting, to attract talent, I'm just going to go to a history tangent here. Technology investments are very concentrated. I mean, Silicon Valley alone attracts almost 30% of global investments, which is a lot, right? In the region, Saudi attracts the majority of tech investments. So you can count perhaps 5 cities that get the bulk of technology investments. But if you look at each city, there is always 1 or 2 people who created the whole movement. For example, the birth of Silicon Valley, you can attribute it to 2 persons who migrated to Silicon Valley or went back to Silicon Valley, Franklin Terman and William Shockley. Vision 2030 here, it was enabled and inspired by a single person, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So you need people who create movements and then allow talent to move at scale. And now to a more practical question, how do you attract talent? What do talent want to look for, or what do they look for? Why talent in the US go to Silicon Valley in the tech context? Talent wants to go to an area in which they can push the frontier. They want to work on the best new thing. And then they want to work with people who want to do the same thing. And also very important, which is very relevant to the city of Riyadh, talent want to live in a place that's getting better, than not worse, which is very crucial because this will reinforce their brand and identity.
So we're running out of time, and I want to give you all one moment. I asked the question at the beginning, which is, what is going to be different a decade from now from today, right? So as you look to the future, what are you, and we've heard the importance of strategy and planning. What is it that you're planning for that's playing out over the next decade? And maybe I will start with you.
Sure. Maybe I might start with the technology theme. But I mean, I think to answer your question, Xenia, it's about the best and most competitive cities or plans are going to be those that strike that very important balance. I mean, we're all talking about technology. We've talked about it here this week. But technology undoubtedly will provide that competitive advantage for cities. But we've got to see it as a bridge to the other very important success factors of talent attraction, talent retention, preservation of cultural identity, of course, the very functional objectives of a development or a city. I mean, you've got to meet those functional objectives. Again, technology is an enabler for making that happen. And then sustainability. And I know in certain parts, again, bringing a global perspective, the whole concept of sustainability or ESG is in vogue in some places, but sustainability and resilience are themes that are critically important, whether you're talking about coastal development or the preservation of a very unique community such as exists at Alula. So it is about sustainability will provide that competitive advantage as well. So I think a balance, those cities, those places that provide that balance and really lean into innovation and what the consumer wants as well. The customer focus is also very important.
So the list is getting very, very long here, but briefly, I'd like to just, what's going to be different a decade from now? Start with you, His Excellency.
I think we have a challenge. We have a challenge with the youth. They are with the technology. And I have been in Airbus, for example, in Europe. And they have trouble for getting the youth to work in the floor shop. They are saying if we give the salary, Amazon will give double salary and they work from home. I think from our role, we need to bring them out of their homes. We need them to do things by their hand. The knowledge, it's not all about just technology. And I think that's one. And the sustainability issue, that is very important, but also we need to strike balance. Sometimes we invest a lot in the sustainability, and then we find ourselves, we are not economic. We are trying to build in Jubail and Yanbu an economic city. And that's by Vision 2030, we have 2 economic cities just to enable, and it's already alive. We have investments in there, and it is the new drive to bring investments. But again, I think we need to bring the balance in our visions in green, in sustainability, and in technology, and make it really alive here.
Yeah. So I'm hearing humanity, capital, sustainability, planning, strategy, technology are all themes. Very briefly, anything that's going to be distinctly different a decade from now than today?
For Al-Ula, we laid down the foundation of its development. We have Al-Ula now on the global map. From a touristic perspective, we have a growing number of visitation. We have also a partnership that is soon to be announced for private aviation. But then we are now ready to embark phase 2, which is the announcement of our attraction investment attraction plan. So we're seeking out for investment opportunities, and this is really where we're heading.
So it's growth.
It's growth.
Growth.
Yeah, I'm not going to predict, but I just want to, maybe be provocative a bit. I think balance is overrated.
Okay.
When it comes to cities. If you look at the most interesting cities on earth, they are not balanced. Silicon Valley is awfully boring, at least for me. New York is hectic. Riyadh, we're bringing all the talent here, but the traffic is crazy. So I don't think balance might necessarily be like the best thing for a growing city.
So they say everything in moderation, including moderation. And so I'm going to paraphrase. Everything in balance, but not everything. Yeah. Lara, take us home. What's the one thing that's going to change in the next decade?
I think I bring it back to sustainability again.
Sustainability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything, every concept, every piece of infrastructure, it's got to stand the test of time to be sustainable.
Sustainability is resilience.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you. Lots and lots of things for people to think about. Thank you so much for joining me. Will you all join me in thanking our panel? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Please join me in thanking Xenia and her panel once again. Thank you, everybody. So we now move on to our next session. And this session looks at what does it take to build a nation's essential industries. And to moderate this panel, will you please put your hands together for Shannon K. O'Neill, Chair of the Council of Foreign Relations, and she will introduce her stellar panel. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all here, and it's a pleasure to be joined here by my panelists. We're here to talk about really the critical role that essential industries play. And, you know, they keep our shelves stocked, they keep our cities powered, they keep us able to move around our countries. And, you know, importantly, as we look at these, we see the intersection here of policy, of the private sector, and issues of sustainability as well. So we're going to dive into that. And to get us started, we're going to start with what is potentially the most essential industry of all, and that is agriculture and food. So I'm going to turn to you, Fernando, and tell us a bit about, you know, agriculture is obviously tied to infrastructure, it's tied to policy, it's tied to global trade, and it has been influenced, to put it mildly, by all of the shocks that we've seen in recent years. So talk a bit, if you would, about how you see sort of this interconnectedness, the vulnerabilities we've seen over the last year because of geopolitics, because of other shocks that have happened, and really the lessons that you've had to address and the challenges you've had to address at Minerva Foods.
Right. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Food is on the bottom of the pyramid of the needs of the people. If we look at Maslow pyramid, this is one of the most important and is on the basis. What is happening is that with all the volatility, this is selecting the countries that have the real vocation on doing the things. And the challenge that we have is to identify first what are the competitive advantages that each region of the world have. We are a global company. We are located into 7 countries in production, and we are trading with 100 countries all over the world. What we saw is that this connection is getting stronger and more important due to the competitiveness that we have. We are in South America, where we have abundance of natural resources. We have abundance of ways of transforming and making food more global. I'll start telling you a bit of how the importance represents in the family budgets. In a family budget in a developing country, 35% of the spending goes into food. It's different from the developed countries that is less than 10%. So 35 to 40% in a family budget really makes a difference. And when we have tariffs, when we have volatility, this interferes on the logic of the market. What our company did is to have a geographic diversification that allows us to mitigate the risk, that allows us to be present in different places, guaranteeing the supply, whatever is the country of destination. So I think that the main point for us is to identify where are the competitive advantages. The second point is that how we make the bridges with the countries that are the consuming countries. And as I said, beef became global. That's our main product now. Proteins became global. And the competitive advantages, they are tested on the day-to-day. So with that, we are seeing a future that is much more, that gives the privilege for the companies that are well-positioned in the right place, and more than that, have agility and speed to react to the challenges of the market.
Great, thank you. Stella, let me move on to you because you sit at the heart of another essential industry, both transportation and electrification. So at BYD as a country has undergone its own significant transformations, right? It's gone to be a leader in batteries and electric mobility. It's also gone from a domestic company to a global leader as well in these areas. So talk a bit about, if you would, sort of BYD's role and journey there, and in particular, sort of the issues you faced in scaling for, moving from in those industries, moving up both domestically, but then also internationally. What have you faced?
Yeah, so actually scale up is always our strength. We can add in 1.2 million capacity per year. So it's building a new brand per year. So this is always our strength because BYD is an engineer company. So we have a lot of patents. Then we also very strong integration capability. 70% of the components for the car we produce in-house. Then we even design the machinery. So then this benefits us. Each time we want to expand to the new market, we can run very fast. So as you said, now BYD, from now on, in next 3 to 5 years, then we focus localization. So we are now building up our facility in Thailand, a store operating now. And then just 3 weeks ago, we are together with President Lula in Brazil to officially celebrate our production, like operation in Brazil. That's a huge facility. It's almost like we did not finish the ramp up yet, but we already decided to double down the investment there. And by end of this year, our facility in Hungary will start operating. And then the Turkey facility, our target is by end of next year or beginning of 2027, we can start operating. So BYD is putting a lot of manufacturing place in overseas, but at the same time, we are building the R&D center outside China. So for example, we are thinking about put another like autonomous driving center in the Saudi, in Dubai to be our Gulf area as the R&D center. And then we are thinking about maybe build up a distribution center for the like a Gulf area in Saudi. So a lot of stuff is happening now. So BYD is now our first initial step is really to focus on building the dealer networking. In next year, we want 100% coverage. And then second, we need to focus on after-sales service. Make sure we give customer is not only the cutting-edge, cool technology here, but also take care of them in the like a long term. So we have a kind of a long-term sustainable view for the future. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Let me turn now to Jerry Todd, and I'm just reminded from Stella's comment about Lula inaugurating the plant in Brazil that governments are always involved in this, whether setting policy or providing capital and the like. So let's talk a little bit, if you would, about PIF and the role it plays. And here, how do you see the balance between being kind of an enabler of private investment in these kinds of essential industries or others, and where do you see a role for really active involvement from the public sector to make sure that these things happen and grow in the ways that we've just heard here?
Thank you, Shannon. It's a pleasure to be here. An economy that is strong today and relevant and future-proof is in the national interest. So there's a very important role for governments to play. They can create those outcomes by enabling in 3 ways. The first is showing the way. What's the strategy? What's the plan? What are the priority sectors? What's the delivery roadmap? Second, by clearing the way, removing policy and regulatory blocks that are preventing fixed capital formation. And then the third is paving the way. So putting in place the infrastructure required, and addressing talent gaps in order to enable industry to grow. So that's on the enabling side. That's necessary. It's not always sufficient. There are cases where government needs to lead the way. That happens when the disconnect or the leap between where we are and the economy we're trying to build exceeds the capacity of the existing private sector, either in terms of financial capacity or delivery capacity. Sometimes there are capability gaps that need to be addressed. And in some cases, there's also a belief gap. So if you're asking people to go to a new level, sometimes they're not sure it's possible. So in those cases, there's a role for governments to try to lead. And governments that have a vehicle like a sovereign wealth fund, which has the ability to put CapEx into new sectors and has the ability to partner with global industry, can play an important role in that.
Great. Anuj, let me bring you in because you're on the private side of capital there. And so from that private equity side of view, when you're looking at essential industries, when you're looking at other industries, where do you see yourself coming in? How do you see the role of government funding, as we just heard, and your own? And what are the kinds of incentives or what are the kinds of environments that you're looking for in order to invest?
Sure, thank you. It's interesting. I think private capital more broadly has always had a bit of a reputation, whether it's private credit or whether it's private equity, often thought of as buyout, maybe vulture orientation a long time ago, or private credit used to be a tool of sort of last resort. And I think times have changed dramatically. What private capital has more broadly become is a partner of choice for governments, corporates, institutions to help them meet their CapEx needs, help them invest in certain critical industries, or just refocus on what they want to do best and let us as an industry help them grow in other areas that are still important. And some examples, actually just last night, we signed an $80 billion deal with the US government to invest in and build nuclear reactors across the US, which is something that we can provide capital for, and our Westinghouse portfolio company can provide the nuclear technology for, that would have been a challenge probably for the US government to do on its own. We've formed partnerships with the governments of France and Sweden to invest in AI infrastructure as they build out a key area that they want to grow in, but they have maybe constrained balance sheets as a government and don't have that kind of funding. In 60 countries, we've invested in the payments infrastructure to modernize the technology stacks that are held by banks who today don't see investing in payments as a good use of their capital. And of course, more locally here in the kingdom, we've partnered with the PIF on investing to help them meet some of their initiatives here in Saudi Arabia. So I think broadly, we're just trying to be now a partner of choice to all of the world's governments, corporates, and institutions.
Great. Raj, let me turn to you. And obviously, FedEx connects all of the world here, right? And some of these are your clients in many ways. And it's sort of a vital part, not just of moving things around individual countries, but engaging and connecting to the rest of the world. And there's lots going on here in Saudi Arabia to be connected. But talk a little bit about, you would, as you've watched, the bumps, let's say, over the last number of years. How has FedEx responded? What have you learned? And particularly, how does technology play in, right? We're seeing a lot of the conversation has been about all these new technologies that are coming in the different, areas today and yesterday. How is FedEx addressing that issue and thinking about adapting in that sense?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. If you think about what the role FedEx plays, we move about $2 trillion worth of commerce every single year. We are the referendum on global supply chains and really the heartbeat of the industrial economy. So that's, and we see things happen real time. We see it from the bottom up. And as you can see, the last 5-7 years have been extraordinarily dynamic, let's call it that, the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, the word supply chain didn't mean much to a lot of people. Now it's become central in a boardroom conversation. So we have essentially evolved our mission to make supply chains smarter for everyone. And we do it through technology. So essentially, we also created a digital twin of FedEx. And as you can think about today, with extraordinarily complex trade changes and the trade pattern changes and the friction for trade increasing, the role for our physical and digital network now becomes even more paramount. Supply chain patterns are changing every day. I mean, global trade as a percentage of GDP after the Second World War was at 4%. It peaked at 25%, and now it's kind of stabilizing, maybe on the way down. But those internally, within those countries, things are changing dramatically, and we can see it firsthand. We also think about customs, and you can see for every commodity, for every country to every other country, we have the data. So we have using the latest and greatest in AI to make sure that we predict the right kind of seamless transformation of that. Make one last point on Saudi, because logistics and supply chains are very, very critical to Vision 2030. And we play a big part in that. In fact, I was here a few weeks ago to launch our first wide-body aircraft coming into Riyadh, which connects the world to Saudi and Saudi to the world. So, we are here and we are here to stay.
Excellent. Let me take this question. We talked a bit about these public-private partnerships and the role of government in influencing and growing the private sector. Let me ask, Fernando, Estela, and Raj, if you'd like to chime in, as private companies, where does policy play a role? How do you work with policy? What encourages you and helps you expand, or what, as you look at markets around the world, can make it challenging?
Geopolitics, it's a very big, geopolitics plays a very important role in our business. We serve different countries with different ideologies in different parts of the world. So the government agreements, the governments, they end up shaping where the trade goes. So tariffs, they interfere on the competitiveness. Tariffs opens market or close markets. So tariffs are more and more important on it. But besides tariffs, I think that the private sector has a role to make the bridges where there is no alignment between the ideology of the countries. So private sector, they can go in a much more pragmatic way on building the connections between the countries. And having the governments working together with the private sector, when they are aligned, they extract the best of it, because the private sector can say things and do things that the public sector cannot, and vice versa. So when we are aligned, we end up building stronger bridges and favoring the trade between the countries.
Great. Stella?
So I think the Kingdom 2030 vision is a very strong policy. It will encourage a lot of industry. Even yesterday, His Excellency, a Minister of the Energy, spoke about his vision to make a solar panel here, and then the solar panel electricity cost even cheaper than in China, the lowest one in global. He challenged the audience. You bring your data, I will approve. Then to produce electricity here is cheaper. Then also he committed, I was amazed, he committed to put a 32 gigawatts hour battery storage. He even gave the date, it's not in 5 years, it's 2027. So all this action, you feel like it really is important, because to build the country, to build the policy, 2030 vision is so important. Then this encourages the company like us. Like BYD, we're not just a car company, we're a technology company. We have solar, we have battery storage. Then it's open our eyes. Then the same, I'm the second time to visit Saudi within 6 months, 6 weeks, less than 2 months. And then we already decided we're going to invest heavily for the battery storage here. And then another thing, yesterday he just mentioned the flash charging. BYD together with our partner, Alforton here, going to invest heavily for the flash charging, which is the game changer. You can charge the electric car in 5 minutes, 400 kilometers. So recharging is as faster as the refueling. So we will bring this kind of technology together with the solar, with battery storage. Then we even can put this charging infrastructure in the desert, no electricity. Then this is the kind of revolution, innovation. I think with 2030 vision, guided by the kingdom, this will lead the country to another milestone. Also, you can feel the energy here. It's my first trip, my first attending for FII, but you hear, you can smell the energy. It's not only the industry, but a lot of innovation company, high-tech company. They're talking about Silicon Valley, and then a lot of AI company here, a lot of chipset company. So this is a very important policy to really guide, encourage all the people, industry to invest heavily here. So I would say last time our team encouraged saying, 2030 vision, I did a deep study. I said, wow, my gosh, this is our wonderland, homeland here, dreamland, yeah.
So I'm hearing the echoes of what Jerry said of, sometimes you need the government for that vision, for that belief, and you're feeling it. So
yes.
that's good. Raj, let me turn to you.
Well, I'll give you two concrete examples. One is, hard infrastructure. Obviously, for a business like FedEx to succeed here, the airport infrastructure is very important. And I was just delighted to find out that, first of all, we got a superb infrastructure here, but also the expansion plans that are being undertaken as we speak. And the beauty of it is that they're thinking about fast trade and cargo as part of the design. It's not an afterthought. And I think that's a very important consideration because passengers are important, but also seamless movement of goods, especially high-value cargo, is very important. So again, having that partnership is very critical. The other one is on soft infrastructure. We talked about tariffs, but also non-tariff barriers. So we had a great meeting with the customs authorities here, and we're bringing best-in-class technology. And we can work hand in hand to provide, to make sure that we have that best-in-class system and infrastructure to make sure that the things move across the borders as seamlessly as possible. Those are two examples. There are many more, but we are primarily in the infrastructure business. We are providing the infrastructure for trade, and there is a requirement for us to work closely with the government to make sure that happens.
I'll add one more sentence. You have a vision there, 2030. Then you have the money, you have the to-do attitude, and the very short timeline. To do next year is not to do 5 years later. That will make a big difference.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, let me pick up on that and go to the money, but also talk about sort of the biggest investment opportunities. And Jerry and Noosh, let me turn to you. And as you look, what are sort of the most attractive or biggest sort of investment opportunities that you see over the next 5 to 10 years as you look forward?
Well, I think a lot of things need to be built. And one of the things you learn when you are trying to get things built is that most capital isn't interested in building. Most capital wants to buy things. And the type of capital that is looking to build and the type of people that are looking to build, they don't have portfolio effect. They can't sell when things go bad. And so they actively look to partner with government. They see government as a mechanism to de-risk. And when that happens well, there's a shared vision on what to do, who does what. They work together to de-risk, not just transfer risk between the public and the private realm. And then they have agile governance. So I think if you're in the building business, you would look to domicile, to do activity in places where you see that, where you see a government that is leaning forward, not backwards, is doing things in an integrated way, is not just showing the way, but also clearing and paving the way, and is ready to partner to lead the way.
Great. Anush?
We see a tremendous opportunity in AI infrastructure. To enable the technology the way we see it over just the next coming decade, you need about $7 trillion of new infrastructure to be built. And everyone talks about data centers, but data centers are about $2 trillion of that. $5 trillion investment is required in the rest of the supply chain. The real bottleneck is power and being able to power all of this. Our partnership on nuclear in the United States is interesting and it gets it going, but you need governments like that that are sort of embracing the opportunity and working with us so we can bring things like new nuclear technology or other forms of renewable technology to be able to power all of this infrastructure that we need and power it cleanly. We're also really interested in the backbone financial infrastructure of the world. I mean, how, the movement of currency and the movement of money is changing dramatically, and we see a lot of opportunities around stable coins and the on-ramps and the off-ramps of these digital currencies. But that back-end infrastructure to allow that around the world, which involves partnerships with government, regulators, corporations, banks, that requires a significant investment where the capital could likely be provided by private capital.
Great. So in this conversation, we've talked a lot about capital. We've talked about infrastructure. But one other element of this that I want to bring in is human capital, right? Is labor and is sort of the skills that are needed. And in our last sort of round here, I would love to ask each of you, talk a little bit about how you're thinking about the people that you need in your businesses, in your countries in order to make these realities happen. So Fernando, let me start with you.
Minerva is a company that are in multiple places. We have more than 45 nationalities working with us. We have more than 45,000 people spread around the world. And what we have with these people is the development of leadership, but most important is the empowerment to take decisions when they are on the ground. Agility is a vital item today, especially when you are making connections from places where you have abundant natural resources to places that you have the consumption. So agility, speed, and be ready to move and to react is absolutely vital. How you train these people, you put it then on the ground, you give the right indicators, you give the guidelines on where you want them to be, what you want from them. And definitely, this is one of the strengths that by being a based company in South America allows us to have this kind of labor, this kind of working force that reacts fast.
Excellent, thank you. Stella.
So I don't think this is a challenge because here you have big population, 30 million people. Then you can have 80% from local. Then first, like a company like us, we offer a lot of training. So we make young people, especially in our dealer store, we encourage our dealer partner to hire the young generation. Then they are very good like a talent for the high tech. So we're training them. So some people, they have no experience for the car, but we train them for 2 weeks. They become expert. In 6 months, they become super good with the young generation. Also, we encourage a lot of female employees. So I think we have big population. At least in next 5 years, you don't need to worry. Even long term, thinking about expat, here is 20%. In Dubai, it's 80%. So you still, if the economy going to boost, and then a lot of industry will happen: hotel, hospitality, restaurant, and logistics, and the AI, tech, and the industry. So then you're going to attract a lot of people here. So just like other country neighbor to improve the expert, then you can get the labor.
Thank you. Give the last words to each of you. Go ahead, Anush.
Human capital is our most important asset. Beyond the 2,000 people we have at Brookfield, we have about almost 300,000 people that work in the 300 companies we own. And I'd say the biggest, most important thing to them and to us is investing in the upskilling of our people around the world, especially as we embrace AI as a technology that we're implementing across the industry. So that's probably the main area for us.
Great. Raj.
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. We are very, very proud of our 500,000 FedEx team members around the world, and it's a very important asset for FedEx. Culture is central to what we do. It's something I'm extremely proud of, and it's consistent around the world, and it translates into outstanding experiences, which we call the Purple Promise, that we deliver for our customers. We have 2,000 of them right here in Saudi, and we look forward to having many, many more as we grow here.
Right, as you get to that new airport. And Jerry, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you. Well, I think governments and private sector have a shared interest in a growing economy and a changing economy to both increase supply of talent, but also unleash potential. And there's a role for each. At PIF, we've been very active working with our partners across the ministry and private sector We've launched 3 different skilling programs in the past 2 years to address talent requirements in the automotive sector, in hospitality, construction, and just yesterday we announced a partnership with the Ministry of Industry, anchored by ALAT, which is our consumer and industrial electronics national champion, to upskill 10,000 technical workers over the next 10 years.
Excellent. Well, we've heard a lot of dynamism here in essential industries and others, and I want you to join me in thanking our panelists for this.
Our panel one more time. Please thank Shannon, Jerry, Faisal, Stella, Fernando, and Anuj. Give them another round of applause, everybody. Thank you. So, our next session looks at what is the key to real macroeconomic stability. To chair this session, we have Sarah Eisen, and she will be joined by His Excellency Faisal F. Al-Ibrahim, His Excellency Senator John Owen Eno, His Excellency Sakari Pusto, and Ken Mollis. Will you please join me in introducing and welcoming our next session? Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we'll let everybody get situated here for our high-level panel. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited to have this conversation. One of the things I love best about FII is the chance to hear from world leaders and business leaders from around the globe. So thank you all for being here. You know, we're here to talk about what makes good macroeconomic policy, which is a great topic because it means I can pretty much go wherever I want. On monetary policy, on fiscal policy, on structural reform, on AI. I mean, we could cover a lot here. But maybe I'll just start broadly with the growth picture. Yeah. So Ken, you're in the private sector, but for everybody else, I wanted to start with who's growing fastest, you know, in the race for GDP. And so actually, Nigeria and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were close. I mean, both of you are projected to grow pretty strongly this year from the IMF, 3 to 4%. But I think Saudi has edged out Nigeria for this year. So, Your Excellency, maybe you could just give us an overview of what is driving the, 4% growth or so that you're seeing right now?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. It's great to be here. I think the competition is not mainly between countries, more so between what we're doing today and what we ought to be doing. We're competing with ourselves. We want to be or unlock the potential for a better version of the Saudi economy. Our latest numbers are going to come out in the next few days, somewhere between 4.5 and 5 for non-oil and total GDP. That's going to be the flash estimates for the third quarter. We forecast to close the year in totality in terms of total real GDP growth at around 5.1 and for non-oil GDP around 3.8. For 2026, our forecast is 7.7 for the whole year for total real GDP and 3.6 for non-oil activities. But we need to acknowledge that we're on a long-term restructuring journey. We're prioritizing diversifying our economy away from having to rely on oil to become a more resilient economy that witnesses sustainable growth that's driven by productivity, not just by natural resources. In that direction, we have made some achievements. The level at which the economy or economic activity relies on oil activities or the oil sector has gone down from plus 90% in 2015 to 68% in 2024. Non-oil activities in the kingdom today represent for the first time 56% of total real GDP. Nothing to over-celebrate or to drive us to say the job is over. No, on the contrary, what we need to do over the next 4 or 5 years before the clock ticks 2030 is much more than what was achieved already. And it will be driven not just by spend, but will be by wiser, smarter spend, a policy-first approach that prioritizes structural reform. We have a slew of structural reform agenda that will make the private sector more dynamic, that will help the private sector get connected more to international markets, that will unlock more innovation-driven entrepreneurship and help us really make more progress that not only helps us achieve the GDP levels we target, but achieve it in the quality growth we want to see. So not just from construction and brick and mortar, but from actual private sector response, private sector dynamism. But also, what we're targeting to see is a spillover or a pass-through that's relatively high towards household income. We want to create higher value jobs, not just more jobs, that help us grow household income and help people in Saudi Arabia have better lifestyles, better outcomes, and help us kick off more momentum to the drive to a productivity-led growth story.
I just want to get the numbers right. So you said 56% of the economy is oil now?
No, 56% of the economy today is non-oil activities.
Non-oil.
Meaning our non-oil, anything that's categorized as non-oil is larger than oil on its own and government on its own, and larger than both combined.
And where does that go? How high do you want to get that number?
Oh, we want it to increase. I mean, we have our targets to grow, for example, private sector contribution to GDP. The levels were in the high 30s before Vision 2030. Today, we reached 50%. We're not only looking at private sector as a whole, we're also looking at non-government influenced private sector as well.
Okay, we'll get into some of the ways to do that. But, Mr. Minister, oil has been a big story of the Nigerian and big driver of the Nigerian economy as well. But you are also diversifying. So tell us a little bit about the growth picture and what you're trying to do there.
Oh, I mean, it's very quickly, I can mention to you that the last 2.5 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration have been marked by very radical transformation. I mean, it's like you mentioned in the example of the IMF projections. I'm happy to report that the second quarter GDP, for Nigeria 2025 was 4.3%. I mean, that is way above what the, projections are, of about 3%. And I think that this has been significantly driven by quite some decisions that government has taken. I mean, when the president assumed office, I mean, he tackled head-on a lot of the challenges that had confronted and bedeviled the Nigerian economy, namely the harmonization of exchange rates, which was actually very distorting, and the fact, for example, that fuel subsidy was withdrawn to free up resources for other more productive aspects of the economy. I mean, the result of this has been tremendous, and I think that we can see that indicated in terms of the stability of our economy, and a lot of this is going on. In the second quarter GDP, the drivers of that growth were mentioned to be oil and industry. I mean, it is not at all times that industry is usually regarded or mentioned as a driver of economic growth. I mean, Nigeria has recorded that. And this is related to the kinds of decisions and the kinds of policies that have happened. For the first time in decades, Nigeria is at the verge of having a Nigerian industrial policy. It's been lacking for several decades. That policy has been validated. And that policy's vision is to build, a diversified economy that is export, oriented, and that, talks about growth in terms of, how much exports we're able to record, in terms of how much we're able to diversify, in terms of what kinds of partnerships and arrangements are in place between government and the private sector, all that is going on. And, our institutions are adapting, as much as possible. The growth that we have, the pillars of our industrial policy have to do with infrastructure and energy security, have to do with incentives, have to do with affordable finance, have to do with manpower training, have to do with MSME adaptation, and then access to markets and trading. A lot of that are coming in totality to give Nigeria the kind of direction positively that it is going. And this is also reflective in terms of, at some point, some years back, the net foreign reserves of our country wasn't up to $1 billion. I can report to you that not only has the net foreign reserves of our country risen to close to 30 billion, but the totality of Nigeria's foreign reserves is about 43 billion. I mean, this, it's adequate relatively to be able to support whatever constraints or challenges, that the global economy offers. All of that is going on. And what I can say is that Nigeria's economy is headed the right direction, and it's able to deliver the kind of growth that we expect. Interest rates, at some point, they were on a high of about 30-something%. I can report to you that that has been tampered, and that is about 18.1% at the moment. Now, prices of goods are not reducing similarly, but what we can say is that the inflation rate that Nigeria is experiencing has reduced to 18.1% from we have about 33%, and that in itself, it's also being reflected in terms of the cost of goods, which may not have reduced, in similar manner, but prices are no longer rising in the way they were rising before. This is significant because no matter how much our economy is stable, if it's not reflected in terms of what jobs are available, in terms of what factories are producing, in terms of what exports that we earn, and in terms of what kinds of income that people earn, then that will not be growth in itself, that will not be stability in itself. So the growth that Nigeria is pursuing at the moment is also growth that is inclusive. It's also the kind of growth and stability that is enough to encourage investments to come. And the kind of dynamism that that growth is also experiencing is also such that it's able to assure and to get everyone together into one trajectory in terms of moving forward.
Finland doesn't have the kind of growth rates that we're talking about here, but did emerge from recession recently. Yeah. So what are we looking at, like 1% to 2%? Yeah. Sort of growth, and doesn't have the oil and the gas and the access to gas from Russia, and that's been a problem. So what are some of the challenges that you're looking at when it comes to growth?
Yeah, so we are great to be here at Riyadh and at the Future Investment Initiative. We have in Finland we have had a couple of quite difficult years. So since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, and we have essentially closed the border to Russia, and that has affected, for instance, tourism, trade, especially in the eastern region, but also overall. And the growth rate, the outlook is more positive, so we expect nothing like 4% or 3%, but about 1.5%, which is kind of reasonable after a few difficult years. I think that the fundamentals are there. So we have one of the best education systems. We have a great electric grid that is suited for investments in the energy sectors, data centers, AI boom, and so on. And we still have good, strong traditional industries such as timber industry, but also some of the leading companies in the critical technologies. For instance, 5G, 6G, space technology. We have some of the most interesting scale-up companies there. One company with 35 mini satellites, the fleet there, and able to do the remote sensing, almost not in real time, but at a short interval. We have a strong defense sector, dual-use technology. So I think like renewing the traditional industries and bringing the new technologies to the market, I think the outlook looks quite good. Yeah.
We'll get more into the technology, but Ken is one of the most famous and biggest bankers in the U.S., does all sorts of M&A, and is always traveling around the world. I know you've been working in the kingdom for many, many years. Ken, when you evaluate, a country's prospects on the macro economy, what do you look for? What says to you this is a long-term sustainable growth story that I want to be in and I want to do more business?
I think it's a lot like any other evaluation we make of companies. It's the leadership and the talent. And I do think when you look around the world, countries that are willing to make decisions, challenge assumptions, and fail quickly. I think this idea that, look, we're all talking, I've heard lots of discussions about Europe being trapped into a regime that's just not going to work. And it's because of a failure to challenge the assumptions and make changes and accept the risk reward. Saudi, again, being here for many years, you have to say, 9 years ago when we sat at 2017 FII, and they came out with Vision 30 a year earlier, I believe, or two. What an incredible statement, leadership, challenge to the country to challenge the assumptions of years, decades. And by the way, be controversial here. I'm not sure they got everything right every day, but then they adjusted. The ability to make a mistake and adjust and not get married to your mistake is an incredible sign of success. What's going on in the United States right now is an incredible challenge to every assumption we've ever made. Look, what happened on Liberation Day was a statement that we're going to change the way we do business around the world with tariffs. Now, the market plummeted. The system then adjusted, and the market's up 40%. So, made an attempt, challenged some assumptions, adjusted. We went from 100% tariffs around the world, whatever we did. But countries, regions, have to be willing to take the risk of the challenge, and then they must be willing to adjust and not get married to their mistakes. The region right now that is married to their mistakes is Europe, and they will fail. And the region that is dynamic is this region. They have phenomenal leadership who's willing to take risks, adjust in real time, and what you're seeing is the phenomenal result.
What sort of mistakes? What are the biggest mistakes? And then I'll let you, I'll let our European friend.
Everybody makes mistakes. The best businessmen in the world make mistakes. The key isn't that they're always right. The key is that they reevaluate the mistake rapidly. So I'm not going to go into, again, didn't catalog the mistakes. All I know is nobody's infallible. But the best businessmen you've ever seen in the world, the best leaders, recognize it quickly. I think the key to business isn't being successful more than other people. It's recognizing your mistakes quicker and adjusting. Because if you recognize, if you're right even 55% of the time and wrong 45%, all you have to do is make another decision very rapidly on the 45 and fix it. But so many political systems are not able to do that. What I've been amazed, I've been involved in the region now for 20 years, I guess, is just how rapidly you show up and there's a new idea attempted. And it's phenomenal. And you keep the good and you change the stuff that didn't work perfectly. And I give the leadership in this region amazing credit for challenging decades-long assumptions on what the world could look like, should look like, and will look like. And my sense is they're not stopping. Everything's on the table.
Yeah. So, Minister, I'll let you respond to some of the mistakes in Europe because you have heard this lately, and maybe it's doubling down on climate change at a time where we still need hydrocarbons, or maybe it's doubling down on regulation at a time where we need tech and innovation. Yeah. How is Europe going to deal with all this?
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with you, and I have to say that I met many Saudi ministers already, and I meet today again a few more, and I admire a kind of meritocracy, and we should have meritocratic system in Europe, and we have gone far too. We have far too much regulation, and the whole attitude towards the regulation, I think, is wrong. Because it's not tech savvy, so I think we just need to revamp the system. That's not easy, but that's about leadership. But yeah, also we need to adjust, and that's something that we have done actually we have been adjusting our trade flows. For instance, we have the trade to the USA. It has been actually increasing quite substantially. We got just recently from the White House a purchase order of 11 icebreakers, 4 being built in Finland, 7 together with the USA. So there's a great adjustment, but we need to do more. And one critical element of that is the research, development, and innovation. We are actually increasing that up to 4% of the GDP, so we will be at the top of the world. But also we need to renew how the innovation is done at the grassroots level. We need to increase the role of venture capital and private equity and bring more investments there. And to navigate in a world that it's much faster, it's more complicated, and it's also more politicized. So that's not easy, but that's about leadership, like Ken said.
Yeah, I mean, trade is a big one these days, and trying to rethink what the global trading system is going to look like, how to rebalance it, what sort of policies to put in place to protect your own industry, but also to open up and drive growth. And I'm curious how you're thinking about it here in the Kingdom, especially when it comes to resilience of supply chain, what that looks like.
Sure. So maybe I'll just comment on what Ken said. I think one of the most important things, if not the most important thing that we're talking about today is how with Vision 2030, the culture changed. It's very hard to change a culture. We're not talking about the culture of the people of Saudi Arabia. The culture of getting things done has shifted dramatically, and that's what we need to protect. I'm not going to dwell on Europe. I think His Excellency told us about some of the challenges, but recently we've been asked by the private sector here in Saudi to talk to our European counterparts in the EU and other countries, in the EU and specific countries, about some of the directives that are being put forward that can hurt business. The Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, CS3D they call it, and then we learned in Germany, some people against it call it the CS Trouble D instead of Triple D. And then the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This will hurt bilateral relations between the Gulf, between Saudi and Europe. It'll hurt Europe as well and Europe's competitiveness, and it could have the potential to create a drag on the global economy. So we're talking very openly about that. But what really opened our eyes from this exercise, got our eyes opened, and specifically to one topic, is how over 15 years, and we're not here to preach, but over 15 years there was a culture that did not allow for other voices, even the ones that were based in science and evidence, to be part of the conversation, which led Europe to be in many sectors that they were leaders in, today struggling to compete. And I think today what Europe will do with the CS3D and CSRD will be not only a policy that could be reversed or tweaked, but it could be the true test of how serious Europe is about competitiveness. And we want Europe to be more competitive. It means more trade, it means more global dynamism and economic activity. But on Saudi, we're very proud of how the culture changed and how it's been consistent. There's discipline around how we look at our performance. Plans are put in place to create an outcome. Variables change, plans can change with it. And that's something we embrace, like Ken said, and we continue to build it. We don't talk, our meetings are not about numbers. Yes, we look at the details and we try to see what our targets should be and where are we vis-a-vis these targets. That's become day-to-day work. What we really discuss and debate is principles. Today, for us to create the right kind of economic dynamism, we need to connect to international markets better. We need to spur up more innovation-driven entrepreneurship and many other structural reforms that we're working on. But back to your question, today resilience has become less about redundancy and more about intelligence. Today, countries that have the ability to create the systems whereby you can understand through visibility, data, and through flexibility what you could be exposed to and how you can respond to it quickly, whether it's policymakers, private sector, regulators, very quickly, makes a difference. Today, it's not only about kind of being on the defensive, it's more an economic advantage if you get resilience right. resilience and countries that embed resilience in how they operate and how they push out policies is going to be important for becoming a magnet for investment, for capital, for know-how, for talent. And this could be something that countries adopt as a differentiating factor. And what would help as well is technology. Technology can help stabilize the global economy if used properly. You can foresee challenges. You can quickly react to it. You can minimize the time between disruption and response, and so on and so forth. You can use technology with guidance, with purpose, to make sure that whatever you're working on leads to the right outcomes of inclusion, innovation, and long-lasting economic growth.
So how do you, Minister, make sure that Nigeria and Africa doesn't get left behind, that technology and this generative AI revolution doesn't become a have and the have-nots? How do you draw investment and innovation to your country?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get to that, but let me just respond to a few of the issues that have been raised.
Quickly, we're running out of time.
First, it's had to do with some of the mistakes and some of the missteps of the past and all of that. I think that the greatest challenge that our administration faced when it came in was the fact that we seem to have lost out in a lot of the opportunities of the past. Decisions that needed to be taken were not taken, and so we got a leadership at the moment that is courageous enough to take those decisions and to make sure, for example, that we don't get back to that past. You spoke about the international trade and how we're protecting, the local, traders, local industries, and all of that. Some months back, the president of our country, issued what he called the Nigerian First Policy. Nigerian First Policy is a policy that is driven by the need to patronize, made in Nigeria goods and services. The need to make sure, because, a study also showed that if Nigerians by themselves patronize made in Nigeria goods and services, that in the near term, about 3 trillion naira was going to be added, to the coffers of government. And that within the next 2-3 years, the growth of manufacturing was going to be about 30%, and about 200,000 more jobs are going to be available. So all of these policies are being pursued, and which is what is responsible for the kind of stability and growth that we have. Talking about technology, talking about how to protect, we got, what we call the African Continental Free Trade Area, and, Nigeria is a main champion of that. The goal of our country is that Nigeria becomes the trading and manufacturing hub of the sub-region and of the continent, and that our goods are competitive enough. So because of that, we're also concerned about the quality of goods and services that we're able to deliver, because we're going to be able to compete. So the idea is that, as more and more technology, is adopted, as the new wave about AI and all of that is being implemented, it's also part of what we have in terms of even the Nigerian industrial policy. The fact, for example, that you're looking at trading and market access. And market access, you're talking about having to compete with the rest of the world. So the idea is to get ourselves as competitive as we can, and which is why partnerships with the private sector are very key. Very early in the administration, I put in place what I call the Industrial Revolution Work Group. This work group is a partnership between the public sector and the private sector to be able to drive growth, to be able to implement what decisions that need to be implemented to give them effect, to make sure, for example, that all the bottlenecks and all the regulatory challenges, to trading and to competitive trading are sorted and are being solved. So all of these are being pursued to get Nigeria to align with what the international developments and tendencies are. And I believe, for example, that part of Mr. President's agenda is diversification of our economy through technology, through digitization. We got what we refer to as investments in digital and creative enterprises. And all of that are intended to upskill the skills of Nigerians. In a country of about 220 million people, about 70% of that is a youthful population. Nigerians have shown themselves to be versatile and to be quite dynamic. And so government is working accordingly to upskill the skill set of Nigerians as technology and as innovation is driving and is determining.
Okay, we have under a minute, so I want to hear from everybody very briefly. So I'm curious, as policymakers and leaders, how you grade yourself. You know, because I don't necessarily think it's about GDP. Like for me, it's how many great newsmakers I can speak to, like all of you, or how many headlines I can get. But maybe, Minister, you could kick us off. Sorry, how you grade yourself as a financial and economic policymaker.
Oh, that's a tough question, actually. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the added value, but how to measure it, it's another question, of course. Yeah.
Added value. Yeah. What about you, Minister Enna?
Well, I think for me, I think it's about productivity.
Productivity.
It's about productivity. I think it's about not necessarily in terms of, you know, whether we have deficits, whether we have, not about the market. It's about how much of our factories are operational and how much productivity there is. It's about how much, you know, exports that we witness and experience in our economy. It's about the earnings of Nigerians, about all of that. I think that this in totality is what will come.
That's a long list for you to go through every day. Your Excellency.
Two things. So maybe on the one hand, outcomes, not outlays. Sticking to the long-term view, even if you're the only person in the room who's thinking long-term and thinking big picture, you and your team, I mean, among other, let's say, policymakers, cabinet members, etc. And reinforcing the culture that makes sure you commit, but you still have the agility, like Ken said. But I think more importantly, it's the institutions you build. And the institutions you build is all about the people you work with. And I'm just going to say, I mean, right in front of me right now, half of the audience is my team. I paid them to be here to fill the seats, or ex-team members. But it's truly, this team is what makes an institution, drive impact, drive outcome, and what creates long-lasting institutional capabilities that make a difference when it comes to the future.
Ken, what about you?
I have the benefit of the negative of being a public company. My stock price tells me every day whether people are appreciative or they hate me, and it speaks very loudly. So,
how often do you check it?
Well, I've been here for a half hour, so I'd say every half hour.
Okay. Thank you all very much. We just scratched the surface, but I think an important conversation on what some of the key priorities and goals are for all of your economies. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, everybody. We are now ready for our next session. As you just saw from the video there, our global priority report. If you go into your app, you can download that. So the next session is looking at, is a nation's greatest asset now its most volatile? And before I welcome the panel, we have a short poll for you. So can we get the poll questions up on the screen, please? And our QR code, that should shortly be up on the screen. Yes. So if you scan the QR code, you will see the questions. Yep, and they are here now. And the questions are, who should bear the most responsibility for reskilling workers in the age of AI? A, governments, B, corporations, C, education institutions, or D, individuals. We will reveal the results of that poll during the next session. So, to moderate the next session, which is a nation's greatest asset, now its most volatile, we have Thorold Barker. And Thorold will be joined by Omar Abosh, Derek Wang Lee, and Amit Savat. Can you please put your hands together for our panel? Hi, everybody. Welcome up. Hello. Hi.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this really important session on the skills of the future. So we've got 25 minutes, so we're going to kick straight off. Omar, I want to start with you. We're living through this very radical transformation of society and the economy. Are schools and other learning institutions creating the lifelong learners that can really succeed in this world? What are you seeing at the moment?
Well, good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. We publish research looking at different countries called Lost in Transition. And what we've been looking at is when you look at little children getting on the conveyor belt at school, going through school into higher education and then into a job, you'll find many breakpoints on that conveyor belt. People don't complete school, they don't complete college, people have involuntary redundancies at work, and then you have automation disrupting jobs. The cost of that each year in the US is over $1 trillion. And we just published today the results for Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is a very young country, and even in Saudi Arabia, the cost per annum is 62 billion riyal, so 1.3% of GDP. If you include the foreign workers in Saudi Arabia, it goes up to 196 billion riyal each year as a cost to the GDP. So formal education systems, in combination with apprenticeship systems in employment and government programs in general, are not as effective as they should be for the future. And this is really before the AI thing has really kicked in. So we think there's a lot more that can be done to address those challenges.
So there's two elements to that. Just to follow up, and I'm going to go to Amit. There's what is being taught, and then there is keeping that going through transitions in life. Let's start with what's being taught. In my experience, we're still in a slightly Victorian model of accumulating knowledge in silos rather than building the human skills that are going to be more required for the AI era. Can you give a sense of sort of, in your view, and then I'm going to go to how you measure it, what are the skills that we should be building for tomorrow rather than the ones we are building for the past?
I mean, let me give you a school problem and a university problem. So at schools today, every teacher knows that a lot of kids get assigned homework. So the old Victorian model is you come to class, the teacher stands on an altar and bequeaths this knowledge and insight, and then the kids get sent off to do the homework. And then they log into ChatGPT and they get the answer, and they come back to class, and actually they do more poorly in exams, because you don't learn when you grab the answer. So that's problem number one. The schools need help with how to manage that. Yeah. In higher ed, it's more nuanced. But so, for example, in talking to Derek tells me that Chinese universities are pushing AI everywhere, and every student needs to learn it. I would say until about a year and a half ago in the US, universities were discouraging kids from learning and using AI. And then they leave university and they go to a job, and the company says, "What do you know about AI?" And so you have this giant disconnect between the jobs you need, the skills you need for a job, and actually what you're being taught in school and university. So I think that's going to have to evolve a lot and quickly, in the very short term.
Okay, so we'll go to AI. If we've gone there, I was going to wait, but such things. You run Squirrel AI. That is about sort of individual learning and making sure that you adapt to the student and the speed and the way that they learn so that they perfect their skills. Can you talk a little bit about this question of, if you rely on AI too much, you don't build the learning muscles that you need for the future, but you also need to be fluent in AI. So how do you think about that with your company?
I think
if the kids now in our world using too much of AI like ChatGPT to finish their homework, actually in decades the human brain will shrink. It's like in the past 100 years, the machine take our muscle work and our muscle shrink. That's the same.
Right, exactly.
But we have to use AI, but in the right way. It's like in the sport class, you should not use motorcycle to run, right? You have to build your brain inside, and then you know how to build AI or manipulate AI, right? Not be the slave of AI.
So if you have systems that help students learn mathematics better or physics or something like that, do you have AI that helps students learn the more human skills that are going to be valuable in the future? Do you have that technology?
Yeah. I can compare Scholar AI with ChatGPT. In the launch of 4.0, the ChatGPT teach Khan's son about one question, but for us, we see that very stupid approach because for millions of students, we give them millions of solutions by asking one question. Because some students cannot understand the question. We have to go to very below and solve the weakness before and then to this question. But some others may lack some learning skills and model thinking to solve that question. So different students need different personalized approach, not just something answer the student question.
Okay. I mean, do you want to just talk a little bit about this transition from, in the past, measuring sort of outcomes with students, which were very much based on knowledge and mastery of certain subjects? What are the skills that you see as being important going forward? And then I'll follow up with how you measure it. But just start with sort of laying out, what are those skills that you think should be measured?
What skills should be measured? Well, we're in a tremendous transition right now. Still, I believe foundational skills matter. So math, literacy, those foundational skills still form the bedrock of how people engage. The critical thinking you learn in literacy, basic math for managing financials. So foundation skills are still relevant, right? This is not a world where you completely abandon decades of work on teaching math and teaching literacy. But at the same time, as your prior question to Derek illustrated, these so-called soft skills are really what employers are asking for. Communication skills, collaboration, creativity, even some more advanced soft skills around entrepreneurialism, right? The ability to think out of the box, have more agency. These kinds of things can now be measured. And what's exciting to me is that more and more forward-looking companies are saying, let's try to find different interesting ways to measure these kinds of skills for people entering, particularly for leaders, managers becoming leaders in companies. But then the AI piece comes in. We brought it up, we got to continue that discussion. Because that AI literacy piece, how do you measure AI literacy? What are the foundational skills? How do you apply AI? How do you measure bias or have some critical thinking around the use of AI? And so as I think about it, what do we want to measure in the educational world? First, math and literacy, foundational skills. Second, starting to measure more of these soft skills in a more structured way. And then measuring AI literacy. And whether it's in China or Singapore or Finland, I mean, country after country. I just saw a big announcement here in the kingdom of a big push for AI literacy. Central Asian countries are now pushing it in K-12 schools. But defining what it is, what actually is the breakdown of AI literacy, that's what we're at. We spent decades defining what math literacy means. We're just in the early days of measuring what AI literacy means, and it's constantly changing
That's fascinating. as we go. So there's a thing called PISA, however you pronounce it, which is this international measure of sort of math and English, or maths and language, I think.
That's right.
You know more than me. And that's measuring sort of skills of the past in a way. If you were to design that for the future, what would you measure? If you wanted to look across countries, what would be the thing that you would want to measure to actually kind of take a barometer of how different systems are performing?
That's Thorold, a great question, because PISA has become the gold standard for measuring math and literacy. It's now available across 90+ countries. More and more countries are adopting it. And it's still traditionally anchored on math and literacy for 15-year-olds throughout the world. Even PISA is starting to look at other areas to measure. So AI literacy, creativity, the entrepreneurial piece, specifically measuring innovation skills. Those domains are starting to become increasingly a part of what they're measuring. We've been working with the OECD on many of these measurements as a partner with them around PISA, looking at also technical vocational skills. So we signed, ETS just recently signed with PISA a global partnership to try to figure out how do you measure technical vocational skills more systematically, because many of these jobs are getting disrupted, but the new and emerging job areas, clean energy, some of the areas around tech, you can actually break these down, because any job is a bundle of skills. And if you break down those skills, you can start to say, okay, here are the ways to measure those.
I'm going to come to you again, Omar, in 1 second, but I just want to stay with this for 10 seconds, which is, you know, when you leave college or you leave university or you leave a vocational training, you have a certificate that says, I can do X, or I've spent a certain amount of time doing Y. When you look at these softer skills, how will that get credentialed? How will you have something that says, you know, I'm an out-of-the-box thinker because I've spent a year thinking out of the box? How's that going to work?
So forward-looking university leaders are starting to develop skills transcripts. So we're all familiar with an academic transcript, which has all the courses you took and the grades you received and your attendance, a classic academic transcript for your college work. Now, universities that are looking forward are saying we need to complement the academic transcript with a skills transcript. And so measuring some of these exit skills are becoming increasingly important. In some countries, these are foundational skills like English, because English is still the lingua franca for so much of business. But increasingly measuring some of these collaboration skills, technical skills, and certainly AI literacy. You know, it all comes down to what the employers want. LinkedIn just did a report showing a 300% increase in requests for AI skills in college exit or first-time jobs out of college, 300% in just 1 year. And so if the companies are asking for it, university leaders are saying, look, we got to figure out how to measure this and then demonstrate to the corporate world we actually can deliver on those. We just signed a deal with California State University, which is the largest public higher education institution by the number of students, about 500,000 students. And this is one of the things they want to deliver, because it's California, the center in the United States of so many of the AI technical skills. And so they're realizing they need to demonstrate AI literacy for all of their thousands of students in a much more scalable way. So I think more and more we're going to see universities jumping onto this bandwagon of measuring systematically and then demonstrating it through a credential. It's still early days, but Cal State, Brandeis, American University, many universities are looking to complement their traditional academic transcript with a skills transcript that employers can see as a credential.
That's fascinating. Omar, I just want to come back to you. One of the things that struck me just listening to that is you started off with this lost in transition problem. Is one of the questions how you go from people pursuing a standardized set of outcomes to trying earlier to individualize directions based on the capabilities and the interests of people. So you're not jamming everyone through the same system, but you're creating pathways where people can succeed in the way that makes sense for them from an earlier stage, which requires a change in the way you teach, but also the way you measure and the way you kind of attribute value to different certificates and things. I mean, how do you think about that issue? Because in a way, part of the transition problem is that people are trying to do the same thing and they fall off and they don't reskill. So just...
I mean, so thank you, Thorol. I mean, so to get to the bottom of the lost in transition problem, actually there are two solutions.
Yeah.
One is alternative skilling pathways, exactly what you said. We know, and there's tons of evidence from countries like Germany, Singapore, Switzerland, that apprenticeships, mentorships, internships, the ships work really well. And they're part of formal government policy.
Yeah.
In many other countries, like actually in the US, it's less than a tenth of the equivalent per capita to those countries. And yet
partly
we know
because the way it's seen by society, it's not seen as
the society as parents, particularly in developing nations, parents want their kids to go to college, and oftentimes that's not necessarily the best answer.
So I interrupted you. So finish.
Yeah, I mean, so no, you're 100% right. Yeah. And so it's like actually, I think Amit was going there, like vocational skills. I mean, we know, like I can't tell you in 50 years, but in the next 10 years, construction work, energy work, building data centers, they require electricians, plumbers, concrete, welders. Those are skills that are very hard to automate. And we absolutely going to need a ton of that in the next era as we build out AI across the world. And so I think having alternative skilling pathways that make it easier for kids to identify what skills they like, areas they enjoy, whether it's at middle school, high school, or at university, that sort of unpacking of certification from just the love of the all-encompassing degree, but saying actually you can have a whole load of different skills along the way is going to be a part. To your point on reskilling, of course in the workplace the same applies. Like what we know working with enterprises is most companies do not know what skills they have.
No.
Except sometimes at the moment they hire you. But in 10 years' time, they have no idea what skills you have, even though you've been in the company for 10 years. I've had COOs of companies say to me they know more about their employees' skills from LinkedIn than they can from their HR systems. So that has got to change. And so you're going to see a lot more of people capturing their skills in digital wallets, and the skills will range from hard skills like math and literacy to the soft skills that you talked about, and that will be a big drive. The second big thing that I would push on, in addition to like measuring AI skills, is we know that learning to learn is the key thing. Most people think about learning to acquire a skill, but in the future, the skill is learning. Because the technology is moving so quickly that the half-life of skills are declining. So actually being good at learning is a key thing. And again, we're lucky that we have decades of learning science to tell us how to do that, and it's actually not expensive. So we can help people with the behavioral and the metacognitive techniques to learn. And we need to build that into the schooling system and in the university system to help people succeed in life.
And presumably, you've got to learn, but you've also got to learn to be resilient and to be resourceful and to be energetic when you need to relearn. So, if you do lose your job as a lawyer who's got outsourced to AI or whatever it is, it's quite a big shift to say, I'm going to reskill, I'm going to retrain. So it's learning to learn, but it's also giving people the energy and the desire to do that. I mean, how do you...
I mean,
that's a cultural thing rather than a learning thing, isn't it?
In all past technology transitions, there's always some dislocative effect on jobs.
Yeah.
Like the most obvious one is when farming became mechanized. So in a country like the US in about 1900, more than 80% of the population would work on farms. Today it's less than 2%. Now what happened is that transition happened, but it was gradual. So when the transition happens more quickly, it's more dislocative. And that's why you need public-private partnerships to come together to create these alternative skilling pathways, to create the incentives, to create the funding models, and the skilling approaches so that more and more people can make the transition. I mean, I think when you've heard a lot about what happened to America's middle in the 2000s with global trade, and a lot of people saying, like, all these steel workers in Pittsburgh, they should go into nursing. It doesn't work. Sure. You're not going to tell these folks, like, hey, you had this kind of a job, now you're going to go and do this kind of a job. And so managing the transitions needs very careful thought.
Which is why, when we had that question, the answer I think most of you, or all of you gave was all of those need to work together.
They all need to come together.
Derek, one of the things, we chatted briefly before, and one of the things you talked about was how in China you're thinking about how the nature of a teacher needs to change quite a lot. So instead of teaching things, the teacher becomes more of a coach around human skills. Can you talk a little bit about that? And to Omar's point, whether that transition works or whether people who went into the teaching industry to teach won't want to be life coaches and they'll leave and you'll need a different set of people. So how does that work?
The government want to change the core of the teaching and the evaluation, but it's very hard to make that change. And as Amit said, it's very hard for everybody to evaluate the soft skill, how to evaluate. But we find a way, try to do it better. We devoted the soft skill like leadership, critical thinking, creative thinking, into 300 very small elements so that we could define it, we could test it, and we could train it. For example, to how to evaluate the level of love, right? It's like a mystery, right? But if you devoted love for money, love for sex, love for spirit, right? Different, very small, so we can understand more
so you can break
about
it down.
real the mystery is.
Can you teach with AI love? Is that it?
We could do that. Yeah, that's
You
a
could
good
love your AI.
suggestion.
Nice. But so seriously though, so do you think the nature of a teacher, and I'd like, I mean as well maybe to talk about this, is the nature of a teacher going to change? I mean, do you want to weigh on?
Fundamentally, I mean, there's so much happening already. You know, in the United States, the ETS has Praxis. Praxis is a teacher license that about 350 potential teachers take every year to demonstrate their teaching skills. And in the past, our focus had been on content knowledge and some pedagogy, meaning can you manage a classroom, can you do an assessment, can you do a lesson plan, the basics. But increasingly, what we're finding is because of some of the things that Omar and Derek mentioned earlier, there's so many different types of technology tools that the students are using. So figuring out how does a teacher manage the digital environment is a whole new skill set. On top of that, teaching assistants or instructional assistants are such a huge part historically. Many teachers have a teaching assistant, particularly for large classrooms. Increasingly, because of shortages, not being able to fund enough teaching assistants, AI tools play a great role. It's not available, and this is a whole question of what's possible because of resources. Some institutions don't have the resources to be able to provide laptops and phones and so forth.
And if AI is creating the opportunities that Derek is doing with Squirrel AI, do you end up in a situation where, you know, there's the capability to learn through your life with all of these tools, but almost the most important thing is having a mentor that helps push you and guide you through that process? I mean, is that become a very different lifelong...
I think humans, on average, are getting older and living longer.
Yeah.
So the theory of you're going to have a single slingshot approach to your education that's going to last you for your entire lifetime, when industries are being reshaped so quickly, that clearly doesn't work. So I think we think that higher education institutions, schools, will start to evolve from being one-time places of education to being lifelong learning institutions where you might come in, do your 2-year degree, your 4-year degree, go out into the workforce, come back in 10 years, reskill, and come back again. And then you'll have digital tools that accompany you through that journey. And you'll, of course, need different learning and education mentors throughout that process. Most humans don't learn purely through digital data on a screen. That works for very self-motivated people, which is about 5% of the population. 95% of the people thrive on human interaction with the tools. And so that's the shift that you're going to see more. And it's exactly as Amit said, is that teachers will have to become much more adept at deploying a range of tool sets and changing the model from, I just need to know the content and I impart my knowledge, when that knowledge is now going to be given to the kid by AI.
Which is one of the reasons why having employees in an office rather than sitting on a screen is quite helpful.
So,
can you...
you know, I'm reminded of, in the 1970s, there was a Zen Buddhist master.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're ending on a high. I like that.
And Suzuki, he wrote this book called The Beginner's Mind.
Okay.
And the whole philosophy of the beginner's mind is this ability to constantly be learning. You're in the mindset of a beginner. And as an adult, you have that humility, that mindset that says, look, there's something new to learn. And his famous quote was, in the expert's mind, there are few possibilities, but in the beginner's mind, they're infinite. And to the point around the way AI is just shaping and just impacting so many aspects of our economy, our government, our politics, having a little bit of that mindset, which is a key part of this theme here, which is we can teach skills, how do you do something? We can teach knowledge, what's the fundamental content, but we can also teach mindset. And I think to what Omar's saying and Derek mentioned earlier, increasingly we ought to be focused more on the mindset shift, where governments and institutions can really say, you know what, let's have that beginner's mindset. Let's have that constant adaptability, not just for students, but also for adults.
So that's kind of the answer to my last question I was going to pose to all of you. So I'm not going to pose it to you, which is basically, if you were to give one piece of advice to parents raising children right now, what would it be? And I'm going to take your answer as mindset of beginner rather than expert. Derek, what's your answer to that?
I couldn't agree more, because I think millions of teachers will lose their job because of AI education. It will take their job. They have to change into another form of care about the personality and the humanity of the kids. But I see most of the teachers, they do not want to change. It's like Jackie Chan. If you give him machine gun and a drone, he will throw it away and use Chinese kung fu. So it's very dangerous. How to have a beginner's mind?
Yeah, interesting. Just a final thought. If you were to give one piece of advice to somebody raising a kid right now from a learning perspective, what is it?
So we know that when people learn, they get happier, and they get healthier, and they get wealthier. We have tons of data on that. You know, when each of you learn something, you literally get a dopamine hit. Right. You know, every extra year of education correlates with 2% lower mortality risk. Every extra year of education. That compounds over time. So I'm going to focus with my kids, and I've tried very hard, to focus on the skills for learning to learn. Yeah. You need to be great at learning.
Brilliant. Fascinating. Thank you. I've learned a lot, so I'm going to try and keep doing that as well. So thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff, Jared.
Thank you.
Everybody, I'm back to introduce the next session. And this session is all on how to build a world-class expo. And it's going to be a fireside chat with two men who know exactly how to do that. This conversation will be chaired by His Excellency Matteo Renzi, and he'll be in conversation with Talal H. Almari. But before they enter the stage, we have a short video to show you. So enjoy.
It did not happen overnight. It took a century of foresight.
We have booster ignition and liftoff.
Your Majesty, you have ambitious plans for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Our visionaries looked ahead and imagined what could be. A promise of unity. A future of prosperity. Treasures were discovered, true, but beyond them, a deeper will. A will to transform. We brought light to the land, built cities that proudly stand. We planted the seed early for futures once thought impossible. Vision 2030 lit our skies, a beacon of progress in our eyes. Of an unprecedented expo, we dreamed.
نهدف لاستضافة معرض إكسبو 2030 في الرياض وتقديم نسخة استثنائية غير مسبوقة في تاريخ هذا المعرض.
And when we stepped forward, the world believed.
Saudi Arabia's capital will host the 2030 World Expo.
As we accept this honor, we take on a promise to carry forward the light and shape tomorrow. With every thinker, every maker, every visionary, every dreamer. Because what shines this bright belongs to all. We're not just making history. We're shaping the next century of human foresight. Expo 2030 Riyadh. Foresight for tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. In Italy, it's always good morning at this time. Ciao, everyone. I'm Matteo Renzi. I'm a former Prime Minister of Italy, and I'm here as a member of a Future Investment Initiative. But I have a very challenging problem here with this great gentleman, because as Prime Minister 10 years ago, Italy hosted the most successful expo in the recent history, in the last 50 years, for sure. And if you look the video, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, used this expression, unprecedented edition of Expo will be in Riyadh 2030. It's a very big challenge. So I'm here with the man who, under supervision of the Crown Prince, will try, and I think will be able to surpass the great success of Milano 2030. Talal Al-Mari, please a round of applause for the CEO of Expo 2030. Talal is a great friend of mine, is a former manager of Saudi Aramco, and now a very difficult and ambitious and great challenge. So, Talal, we discussed a lot here in Future Investment Initiative about innovation. The first question could be strange. Do you think really in the time of connectivity, of artificial intelligence, of social media, we need today, in 2025, in 2030, an Expo? Why Expo is still important?
Thank you, Your Excellency. And we are committed to deliver on the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, me and all my team. Also, it's a real pleasure to be here at the FII. This forum has become a global space where ideas meet actions. And this resonates very well with us at Expo 2030. Going back to your question, the replaceable, our world become more digital. The replaceable, the human connection becomes. The recent FII studies shows that 30% of populations worldwide complain that the social cohesion is bad, means that they feel isolated. This points out a paradox. We live in a world more connected than ever, yet more fragmented than ever. We share one digital space, yet we miss human connection. Therefore, Expo is needed to gather people in one place and also to provide them the opportunities for a real human connection.
And that is very interesting. But why, Talal, Riyadh, do you think Riyadh is really well positioned in this great challenge to try to rebuild a new connection against fragmentation?
Thank you. For thousands of years, this land has been a place of convention, gathering people from different backgrounds and culture together. In 2030, we will give convention a new meaning, a real and deep human connection. Riyadh is well positioned to receive an event of the scale of Expo. First, Riyadh is the fastest transforming capitals. For sure. Matteo, you come to Riyadh from time to time. Every time you come, you see something impress you, something new, be it at all fronts.
Absolutely.
Second, geographically, we are accessible to more than 50% of the populations worldwide within 5 hours. Third, Riyadh is gearing up its infrastructure with a 6-line metro system connect Expo site to the city and to the airport. Also, we are building a new international airport, King Salman International Airport. Third, all the mega projects you see now, they will be ready before 2030. The like of Diriyah, Qiddiya, King Salman Park, and the Sport Boulevard. So, Riyadh is ready, and no doubt we are the right host for Expo 2030.
And I think everyone who come from abroad could absolutely approve this message from Talal, because if you visited Riyadh some years ago and you arrive here now, you understand how big is and how deep is the change. But you decide, Crown Prince decide, and everyone welcome this decision. The Riyadh team is foresight for tomorrow. Really, this vision, what means foresight for tomorrow?
Foresight is our human ability to read the signal of today, anticipate tomorrow's challenges, and jointly shape a better future. For us here in Saudi Arabia, we know that foresight is not theory, it is a reality. Vision 2030, launched by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is foresight in action. It shows that when inspiration and determination meet, a nation can redefine its future. Our overarching theme rests on 3 pillars: transformational technology, sustainable solution, and prosperous people, which is advancing humanity through education, inclusion, and well-being. So we invite the world to join us to redefine our future through our themes.
And now I have a little problem because the team prepared this question, very difficult for me to read, but I have to read. What makes Expo 2030 Riyadh unique compared to the previous Expo? So you understand, as Italian now, that is the question. But it's very interesting to listen to the answer of Talal, because really, as you listen to the speech of Crown Prince, this is unprecedented edition. Why?
Matteo, fact is facts.
Oh,
and we will be showing you and sharing with you why Riyadh Expo has unique feature. First, it's a scale.
For sure.
Our expo spans over 6 million square meters. We are planning to invite 197 countries. And this is the biggest number we are talking about. We are also expecting 42 million visits. That's the scale. Second, the purpose. Matteo, in a world where we face division, complex challenges, the purpose of Expo has changed. For 170 years, Expos has been a reflection of their times. From the Industrial Revolution of the 19th centuries to the space ambitions of the 20th centuries. Our century is different. Information is instant. Innovation is constant. So the World Expo can no longer reflect progress. It has to be to inspire it. That's why we designed Expo 2030 from day one to be a strategic platform for foresight and future advancement.
Not display the future, but inspire the future, inspire progress. That is the great challenge of Riyadh 2030. But you know, my friend, Milano, you know very well Italy, Milano was an edition with an incredible legacy. How many of you visit Milano in the last years? A lot, a lot. And if you, someone live in Milano, so that is not a good, but someone visited Milano.
Including me.
You know, I know. This gentleman knows Italy better than me, by the way, but that is a different thing. Milano changed after Expo, changed a lot. Changed because they lived a very new vibes and new emotions, but also for the legacy, fiscal laws, real estate investment, cultural change, design, and fashion initiatives. My question for you, my friend, is what kind of impact and what kind of legacy you'll Expo 2030 leave for Saudi Arabia, also for the world, but for Saudi Arabia first?
Expo 2030 Riyadh legacy will go far beyond its duration, and it will be felt at 3 levels: economic, social, and culture.
Very good.
30 billion contribution to Saudi Arabia GDP during construction and once operational. 171,000 jobs, direct and indirect, will be created. Also, we will be creating B2B, B2G, and a global partnership with all enterprises, be it startup or a global enterprise. Second, social. We will have a young generation ready to lead the future. Also, 52,000 volunteers will be trained and will welcome the world in 2030. Lastly, at the cultural side, Expo will have a long-lasting legacy. At the ceremony, closing ceremony of Expo 2030 will mark the beginning of a permanent ecosystem, the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, that by the end of Expo, the Expo site will be transformed into a global village, a vibrant, multicultural hub that embodies the spirit of a World Expo of a global connection.
We finish our time, just two very brief questions. My only point is extraordinarily important to have a legacy. And it's very interesting what Talal explained us today. This closing ceremony will be not the end of Expo, but will be the new beginning. Two very brief questions. The first, what is the point of situation? What is the job, work in progress? What is the situation of projects?
Thank you. Expo is not a dream. It's a tangible progress on ground as we move into the delivery mode. We have the registration dossier approved earlier this year. Our site preparation is advancing. Before the end of the year, the infrastructure construction activities will start as we now finalizing the technical bids for our contractors. Also, we have multiple and various categories and business opportunities. We have in operation, construction, design, hospitality, F&B, visitor experience, and also IT, cybersecurity. So we invite you all to be part of it. We invite the world to be part and Power Expos. And all information is available on Expo 2030 company website.
Last point, it's a commitment for Talal and for everyone, the final message, but also an idea. 2026 FII will be in Europe. We don't know because we haven't decided for the moment if we'll be in Paris or in Milano. Maybe we will decide, okay, but you don't decide, my friend. Decide the board. I will push for this decision. That will happen exactly 11 years after the ceremony of inauguration of Expo 2015. My purpose for Talal is that in Milano, May 2026, you will show to the international audience and, of course, Italian audience in FII European edition, what is the real great challenge of Expo in a pact of friendship between the history of Milano and the future of Riyadh. And if you agree, of course, that is a deal we have to do now, but also what is the final message from your side to the very great and distinguished hosts we have here.
Thank you, Matteo. First of all, I have to go back to my board and then the higher Expo committees who will, I'm sure, will consider this. And also the final message, when the world visits Expo 2030 in 2030, they will not only see the future, they will build it together. So we extend our invitation to the world. Come and join us, not as guests, but as partners and co-creators. Lend your imaginations, your visions, and your actions together. The future belongs to those who dare to create it. Foresight for tomorrow begins here in Riyadh. Thank you all.
Foresight for tomorrow, Riyadh Expo 2030, Talal Al-Marri. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Matteo. Your Excellency. Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you. Bye.
Another round of applause for His Excellency and, of course, Talal. Give them both another round of applause for that conversation. So, we now move to the next session. And the next session is a debate. Now, what we're going to be looking at is, will credit or equity dominate the modern portfolio? The fundamental allocation between credit and equity is critical for achieving resilient risk-adjusted returns in today's high-cost capital environment. Credit strategies offer consistent income and downside protection, with private credit yields pushed into the high single and low double digits. At the same time, equity remains the primary engine for long-term growth, offering uncapped potential for capital appreciation despite greater volatility. As the private credit market continues its rapid expansion and public equities test new highs, how should investors balance the contractual income of credit with the potent growth of equity to achieve optimal risk-adjusted returns? So we should have a QR code appearing on the screen right now. And the poll question is the title of this panel, which is, will credit or equity dominate the modern portfolio? So answer and let us know which you think it is. But to debate this issue, we have two titans from the industry, Katie Koch and Kathy Wood, and chairing the session, welcoming her back, Xenia Wickett, of course, the CEO of Wickett Advisory. Welcome them back. Welcome Xenia and her panel to the stage, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everybody. We've got a slightly different format for you now. We've got a truncated Oxford-style debate, for those who know it, know that style, on will credit or equity dominate the modern portfolio. The world of capital allocation is changing fast. Private credit has exploded, as June was saying, forecast to reach nearly 2.6 trillion globally by 2029, offering consistent income and downside protection. At the same time, equities remain in the main engine for long-term growth. And I was looking last night, the S&P 500 is up 18%, something like that this year, driven almost entirely by the Tech 7 titans, but nevertheless. So in this new era where growth is uncertain, where the context is uncertain, capital is expensive, volatility high, and technology transformative, should investors prioritize credit or equity? Arguing their cases, we have Katie Koch, President and CEO of TCW Group, and Kathy Wood, Founder and CEO of ARK Investment. You have a poll for you to answer that question. And we're going to begin with short opening statements from each speaker, followed by a bit of a discussion by closed statements, and then we will see the results. So I think we agreed, Kathy, that you were going to start?
Sure.
So you have 2 minutes. Why does equity dominate?
Well, we believe that we are in a technological revolution. The world really, as we know it, has not changed in 125 years since the last technology revolution: telephone, electricity, internal combustion engine. The world has grown 3%. The real GDP has grown 3% at an annual rate over the last 25 years. We believe this technology revolution, robotics, energy storage, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, multi-omic sequencing, those 5 major innovation platforms involving 15 different technologies that are converging. They are converging and will accelerate real GDP growth to levels most people don't believe. We believe 7 to 8% in the next 5 years, driven by productivity. This is a wonderful world for equities, And when you say modern portfolio, I think we're talking about the modern world. The world we're about have entered with AI, the biggest catalyst, is going to transform completely. And we think that the other side of that is a disruption of the traditional world order, which we believe, from a private credit point of view, is more exposed. Equities to the upside, private credit to a disruption in the traditional world order.
Absolutely perfect place to end. Thank you, and on time. And over to you. It's like being in the school again, isn't it? Katie.
Great. Okay, so I'll hit on 3 attributes that I think are going to persist in terms of being attractive for credit as an asset class. The first one is that we think it will continue to provide ballast in portfolios. That didn't happen in 2022, but that was unusual because we had an equity sell-off during a very aggressive rate hike cycle. We don't see that in the next couple of years. We think likely the opposite. And so what you should get is, if there is a drawdown in equity markets, you should get support from your fixed income exposure. The second reason that credit's going to continue to play a very important role in portfolios all over the world is it has a high utility function. And what I mean by that is it is a great matching asset. For example, in insurance companies, it is a great matching asset for pension funds that are fully invested or on their way to being fully funded. And so credit performs an important function across a lot of institutional pools of capital as a matching asset. And then third and final, and where I'll spend most of the time of my 2 minutes, is in the fact that it is a increasingly very diverse bucket of assets with credit. So just remember, as credit people, all we're trying to do is get our money back. Equities upside, we can talk more about the differences of that, but in credit land, we loan people money and we get it back. Which means that we have to work a lot with the borrowers, which are, think about that as CFOs of companies all over the world. And what's happening is that the CFOs of those companies want much more flexible forms of financing. And because of this desire for more flexible forms of financing, some of which is to finance the projects that Kathy referred to in technology space, because they want these more flexible forms of financing, credit as an asset class is diversifying rapidly. So CFOs now, as borrowers, they want to be able to borrow against assets, that's securitized investing. They want to be able to borrow against cash flows, that's corporate credit investing. They want to be able to borrow in public markets. They want to be able to borrow in private markets. The same company can actually lend and have it rated both as IG and as high yield within the same company, based on how it's being, in this case, the one I'm thinking of, how it's being securitized against IG assets. And so I'll just end that part by saying it's an enormously diverse sector. The CFOs want that flexible forms of capital, and that's a real advantage to those of you implementing that in your portfolio, because you get a range of options from securitized to corporate, from IG to high yield. And then finally, if you don't underwrite it well in the private space, you're going to end up as an equity owner anyway, when the credit doesn't work out, which is rescue finance, which we think is very attractive too.
Okay. Fantastic. Short statements. Very grateful. 2 different arguments. I have a whole host of questions, but rather than come to me, what would you say to one another to push back on the other?
Well, we actually, Katie and I know each other pretty well, and we compare notes, have done so recently, not even before this, the planning for this panel. And I guess from our point of view, given that all ARK Invest does is truly disruptive, technologically enabled innovation, we're looking at the deflationary effects of technology. And we know that the enemy of fixed income is deflation, especially if it's the bad kind, meaning not on the right side of change, but being disrupted by these new technologies. That does put assets at risk. They can become stranded. And it does put cash flows at risk. Katie, maybe you want we can go back and forth on
you're
that
saying
a bit.
deflationary?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think that's, by the way, I think if people were coming here looking for a big fight between us, you're not going to get that today.
Someone wished me good luck. And I was saying, what?
I actually agree with a lot of that. I mean, I don't know how severe, I guess our outlook isn't that we're going to have a severe amount of near-term deflation. I just want to pick up on the innovation part because I do think that credit is part of the solution to how we're going to innovate. So just to give people a context on that, just to take AI for a second, I think we're both big believers in AI. Kathy could talk about it much more eloquently than I can, but we believe it's going to change the world as we manage both credit and equity, but our credit investors too also believe it's going to change the world a lot over the next 10 years. And we're going to have to make massive investments to fund AI. And to put that into numbers for people, the companies most likely to make these investments are the hyperscalers we all know in the US, the largest companies. They have not historically been really attractive companies from a debt perspective because they didn't issue debt. They didn't need to issue debt. They have an enormous amount of free cash flow. But now they're on the precipice of having to make these massive investments. And we should find out from Kathy if she thinks all of them are going to win. We don't. But they are forced to spend on AI because it's an existential threat to them. And they cannot fund all of it through their own free cash flow. So if there's $3 trillion going to be spent on data centers, you'll correct me on the numbers, but let's just say that's the number over the next 3 to 5 years, they're going to fund half of it through free cash flow. The other half they're going to have to come to the debt markets for. And we are stepping up and helping finance those projects. And just to take a data center, there's many ways that you can do the financing, but let's stick with data centers for a second. If we go and finance a data center, and the tenant is Meta, Google, Apple, Facebook, on a 10-year view, that's going to be an IG credit, I think. Now, whether or not the equity performs, because we don't think all these companies are going to be winners, but on a 10-year view, that you're taking IG credit risk in lending to this, and you can get a couple of excess points over IG. So that's an example of where the debt markets are going to need to step up and be part of the solution for facilitating AI.
And we agree. Those are cash fortresses. We would be more concerned about the companies that are going to be disrupted. So I think this is a case both of us would be making for active management on the debt side, active management on the equity side as well. Our concern is the disruption is going to be across sectors.
Yeah.
And so even in the case of transportation, autonomous mobility, Warren Buffett is a big railroad fan. And those assets have been sterling assets for a couple of hundred years. We would be concerned about them because autonomous trucking is going to take the cost per ton mile down below rail. Rail right now is about 4 cents per ton mile, and autonomous trucking, according to our analysis, will be 3 cents per ton mile. What is going to happen to railroads as a credit, right?
Yeah.
Their fixed assets are going to be stranded if and we see this not only in transportation, but healthcare, manufacturing, retail. If you thought the internet disrupted retail, just wait until agentic assistants take us around the world shopping, especially here in Saudi.
So can I want to challenge both of you because, Kathy, there's an argument that, you talked about innovation and you kind of challenged Kathy a little bit on, but it doesn't always translate into profits, right? I mean, at the moment, the growth of the equity market in the S&P 500, I said, that's driven by 7 tech stocks, right? And you talk about there being some significant failures, some are going to get disruptive. What happens if the tech stocks get disrupted? And then on your side, we've also seen some challenging credit situations, should we put it that way? First Brands being the obvious one that's been in the news. So what about the downside risk for both of you?
So I'll start and just say, the answer is back to active management.
Okay.
Having the right kind of research to point investors in the right direction and away. So pointing them to the right side of change, certainly on the equity. Now, just on the MAG 7 being the primary driver, in the last few years that was right. This year it is not. This year the market is broadening out as time horizons and risk appetite increase. And so it is benefiting more innovation sectors, even if they are not spewing cash flow. So it's been a very interesting year that way.
I want to ask you a question before I'll answer mine on risks. There are a lot. I'm happy to talk about them. But when you were talking about disruption, I'm just thinking about this from an investment thesis we have. Can you reflect for us a little bit on software and like what you think could happen in that space? Because that has a lot of exposure in the private credit markets that we're nervous about, but I wanted to get you to reflect on that.
Yeah, it's so interesting seeing private equity and private credit move towards software, which again, very stable cash flow, high margins, very predictable, except it's going to be disrupted.
Yeah.
And so what we believe is happening, and this is an AI question, is everyone knows about chips, data centers, infrastructure. We think that is, that is real spending and is going to deliver returns. What is going to happen to the other two parts of the tech stack, the platform as a service, so think Palantir. Palantir is the premier platform as a service company today. It is going to usurp the role of software as a service over time. What Palantir does is lay its software on top of all existing software.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit like a Trojan horse, right? It then goes in and usurps the role of all of that other software. So we've been watching SaaS very carefully. The growth rates have not really accelerated. Many people thought they were going to be the prime beneficiary.
Yeah.
We think they have been losing share in the last 5 years in terms of incremental growth. We think they're going to lose a lot more share in the years going forward.
Yeah. And so on credit, you asked about a couple of high-profile challenges in the credit market. Yeah, and I think there'll be more. So like we believe that we're relatively late cycle, and on a credit perspective, spreads are at record tight. So you're actually not getting a huge amount of compensation for taking credit risk. The way that, I just want to pick up on the active management point, and I'm going to come back to software, but the way that we implement that at TCW is that we're 15% underweight credit in our public portfolios, and we're sitting on a lot of undeployed cash in our private portfolios. And on Liberation Day, when things sold off, we bought $6 billion of credit because spreads widened to their normal averages. We've since sold all of it because they've narrowed back. We think either the economy or governments around the world are going to give us another opportunity for volatility, and that eventually will close our credit exposure. We're offsetting it with deeply structured securitized positioning because obviously we're carrying a lot under index and peers by being underweight credit. But I do think that is my answer to you. We do think there are risks out there. To Kathy's pick up on her point, active management helps you avoid those by underwriting the risks and ideally being with the right securities. So we didn't have a large impact from those. And then in the private credit side, you obviously have covenants as a way to try and get your money back in those situations. So you want to lend to the right company and then have the right things in place to get your money back. I'm going to end with the risk on private credit. What has happened, we believe in private credit. We manage a lot of it. There has been a lot of optimistic lending. Kathy is allowed to be optimistic because the upside is infinite in equities. We don't get to be optimistic in debt lands because, again, we're just trying to get our money back. Lending the money is the easy part. Getting it back is the hard part. And when you do optimistic lending, that becomes challenging. And when you don't have covenants, which the asset class has given away, that is also challenging. And so if the interest rates stay higher, we don't think they're going to zero, these companies are suffering from an interest burden problem. If you get any hiccup in the economy, that's another challenge. And just to come back to software, in the private credit space, 30% of large sponsor private credit is to these software companies. And those loans, if you look up these BDCs, they've already started to be written down. That is an area of potential real risk in that asset class, that you have a combination of late cycle, relatively optimistic lending, and we've lent to a sector which Kathy so eloquently explained is going through massive disruption. And if I were you, that's an area like I would watch for concern in private credit.
I'm going to give you both 30 seconds, no more than 30 seconds, to conclude your argument. Because at the moment, you're 50-50 in terms of what the polling is. So if you haven't poll, go on. Why should equity dominate the modern portfolio in 30 seconds?
If you believe we're in a technology revolution, with AI the biggest catalyst, what you need in a modern portfolio is exposure to this asset class, disruptive innovation, which we think is going to deliver over the next 5 years a compound annual rate of return of 50%. It's doing that this year, and we think it will continue. Credit, as Katie has so eloquently said, the returns there are linear and capped. The returns in equities are exponential.
Yeah. I think if you have an infinite time horizon for investing, you should put all your money with Kathy. That's a great idea, and ride the innovation up. I think the reality is that most people are judged on shorter time horizons. You have stakeholders that care about other time horizons. You may have liabilities that you need to match. So I continue to think that credit performs a very important function in portfolios, but I would never own it on its own. So I know that's not what we were supposed to do, but I actually think the answer is you really do need both of them in meaningful amounts of the portfolio.
And clearly everybody agrees with you because it's still 50-50. So you've both argued brilliantly, but neither of you won the battle. So thank you all very much for joining me and thanking the
That's what makes a market.
Matt. Served in the FII cafe, so please make your way over to lunch. And for those of you that want to join the session after lunch, which is a biggie, that is the session that will have Cecilia Atias in conversation with His Excellency Manuel Marrero Cruz, who is the Prime Minister of Cuba. And His Excellency Manuel Marrero Cruz will be in conversation with His Excellency Teodora Obiang Nguema Mabasugo, who is the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Cecilia Atias will be leading that conversation, which will be taking place in Spanish. So please be back here at 1:45 for lunch. This is going to be an oversubscribed session, so make sure you're here on time to be able to join. Thank you, everyone.
is artificial superintelligence, which is 10,000 times smarter than mankind. And that's coming in 10 years. And that is going to change the medication, the financing, the manufacturing, logistics, everything. Technology is now really evolving. And that's going to change the future of mankind forever.
As an entrepreneur that from time to time I build things that don't work, I'm very familiar with what happens when you make something that nobody wants. So I think folks should feel a bit more comfortable than they do when you understand that no business is going to make a thing that doesn't serve people well.
The shock to the internal market cannot be underestimated. If significant tariffs go through, it's bad news for our economy.
Europe has all piece of the puzzle. It has adopted the bureaucratic system. It has to spread the money, invest the money.
We don't want to sell a lot of tickets. We don't want to win division championships. We don't even just want to win a Stanley Cup or an NBA championship. The higher calling is to bring the community together.
I was part of the whole transition. And it's something unique in the history of a nation to be part of.
People don't just wake up knowing everything. You always have somebody else that you need to learn from.
Any leader doesn't have the right team, I don't think that he gonna achieve the success. For me, success is a 24/7. Success is, passion. Success is, I don't believe in failure.
I started a company in a country that never had an automotive industry with the small goal of building the most powerful car in the world. We always had big dreams and somehow we make it happen.
everybody, and welcome back. I hope you're all able to grab yourself some lunch. So you are in for a special treat with this next session. This next session will be conducted in Spanish, so you should have your headsets. For those of you that do not speak Spanish, just to let you know, in terms of the channels, Arabic will be on channel 2, English on channel 3, and Mandarin on channel 4. So this next session, we are going to look at what is the path to a thriving frontier market. And this session will be chaired by Cecilia Atias, and we have in conversation two phenomenal men doing extraordinary work in their home countries. We have His Excellency Manuel Marrero Cruz, the Prime Minister of Cuba. Yes, please. And His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Masobogo, who is the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Will you please put your hands to Cecilia and her panel? Thank you.
Hello to everyone. I want to thank you for being here despite the time. It's a lunch break, so it's quite empty. I hope people will arrive. And then I wanted to tell you that I will speak in Spanish because my two guests are from Cuba and Equatorial Guinea, so I think it's better if we speak in Spanish. So first of all, muchas gracias a los dos.
Thank you very much for being here today with me. Thank you. We are here today with two leaders of countries that are going through a great transformation. We are here with Teodoro Obiang Nguema Masongo, President of Equatorial Guinea, and Manuel Marrero Cruz, President of Cuba. Welcome here to the FII. Thank you very much, Cecilia. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to Saudi. Just a brief presentation. He's been a president since 1982. Following his career in the army, the country became one of the most important oil country in Africa and carried out many important projects. Thank you to diversification and clean energy within the country. Thank you to the Vision Horizonte 35. El Prime Minister of Cuba has been in charge since 2019. Well, he was born in Albin. He's an architect. He dedicated his career to the politics for over 10 years, and he's focusing on diversification, connecting to the global economy. Before starting, let's have a quick talk about Melissa. Thank you very much, Cecilia, for this question. It's a pleasure to be here today. And of course, Cuba is going through a very strong hurricane, category 4, in the eastern part of the country, this hurricane called Melissa. And we are experiencing extreme winds, and of course they're going to have a strong impact on our economy, on people, and on our agriculture. It arrived this morning, yes, 3 a.m. this morning. It hit the country. And of course, our first priority is protect life. We evacuated 800,000 people and in the areas which will be affected by the hurricane. And we made sure that our people will be safe. And thankfully, we are receiving support by our neighboring countries. And again, thank you very much to those that showed us solidarity and those that helped us. Let us know if we can help in any way. His Excellency, your country is starting a diversification path. So what's the message you would like to share with the international investors? First of all, I must say that I am very pleased and very grateful to Saudi Arabia for inviting me here today. It's a great pleasure for me to participate here amongst great colleagues, experts, and visionaries, which will help us in the future, because we are all working towards a world prosperity for our humanity. And thank you very much to you as well as a moderator. I think you have a very important role in this conversation and to help us navigate through these topics today. And I believe that we are here to discuss our country. So Equatorial Guinea is one of the most established countries in Central Africa. Yes, correct, in Central Africa. And I think we can invite investors and businessmen in our country because we do need investments, and of course we are a very stable country. Therefore, we think it's the time for companies and businessmen to come and invest in our countries, in our main sectors. And that's exactly why we're here today. Prime Minister, reforms are very important to drive growth. And so what are the main reforms that your government is bringing forward in Cuba? Thank you very much, Cecilia. We are going through a transformation process. We have been working towards a Vision 2040, and we are in the process to transform our country from an economic point of view. And we are trying to recover our economic position, trying to gain prosperity for our population. And we are doing so thanks to a clear plan, a clear vision, and we are trying to improve our efficiency, improving our infrastructures, and of course, improving our electric and energy sector as well, to make sure that we are really following through with a transformation. We are trying to improve the presence of clean energies as well. And therefore, this transformation is very important because we keep diversifying our economy, and we have tried to see how we can include more players. We have included more and more companies and applied measures to give more incentives to the investors, making sure that they do come to us and making their job a bit easier, reducing the red tape and reducing the fiscal burdens. And these will really help us to develop our country in a prosperous way. And also the human capital, it's a very important element in Cuba. Thank you. Your Excellency, we are in Saudi Arabia, which is a great country in terms of diversification and transformation. And so what is happening in Equatorial Guinea in terms of energy transformation? In Equatorial Guinea, I must say that it used to be one of the poorest countries in the continent. However, we have really transformed our country, and it has become a beacon for Central Africa and perhaps for the entire continent, because we are really focusing on our development. Thanks through the African Union, we I'm sure that those of you who are familiar with the African infrastructure knows the important role that our country is having in this transformation, and we are trying to improve our energy infrastructure, including, of course, clean energies with hydro plants, which will help the entire country. And of course, we also have turbo gas plants, which are part of our commitment to clean energies. And we are also now working on solar energy. So I think that the solar energy will be also an important project in our country. And I think it shows our commitment, because of course we can improve the infrastructure, and that's exactly why we're here, to invite businessmen and companies to come and visit Equatorial Guinea and see what we have done so far. And perhaps they can invest in our country, because I am sure that they will find a very stable and country for investments. I would like to talk about the embargo. Of course, the relationship between Cuba and the rest of the world is being marked by a important embargo. So, in your opinion, what can we do in the future to lift this embargo and improve the trade relationships? Of course, the embargo that was forced on us by the US had an impact on our sustainability plan and on our development. And of course, this means that we need to face some challenges, and this is a real problem. But of course, we haven't just been sitting around. We have been proactive, and we are working to make sure that we find solutions that can help us despite of the situation. And we are sure that we can get out of this situation. And there are more than 350 investments that can still happen, because you've changed your legislation. Yes, we had to change our legislation to make sure we could favor and enable these investments. So every year we are improving our legislation to make sure that we can receive a better investments from the rest of the world. And of course, this embargo hit us. It's been going on for many years. It's really sad for me whenever I visit Cuba, because I see people would like to be part of the international context. And of course, we need to change, and we are not afraid to change. We are ready. And we are happy and ready to talk with the US government, because Cuba is not a threat towards the US. Of course, geographically as well, it's very close to the US. Thank you. Let's talk about La Paz. La Paz City, it's a project to create a new capital, and it's one of the mega projects. So thanks to the support of local communities, tell us about it. Well, of course, we are here to present our program, and we are trying to invest even more in diversification in our economies. For example, one of our priorities is the food industry, because we want to make sure our country will be self-sufficient and independent, because this is one of the top priorities of each country, be self-sufficient. And this way, we would be able to also export towards other countries, mainly in Africa, those countries that are having issues in terms of food supply. So I really think that Equatorial Guinea could become a country that can provide food products to other African countries. We are also developing the tourism sector. We have a very beautiful country. We have hotels, and we have an area with beautiful forests where tourists can really enjoy and connect with nature. So despite Equatorial Guinea being a small country, we have a very large sea area. We are neighboring Cameroon, Nigeria, and Central Africa, and part of Congo. So we have a very large area. Therefore, we are trying to transform our fishing industry. These are all projects carried out by our government, but again, we would like to invite companies to come and work with us, because this is a great opportunity we are offering. Therefore, there are many projects we would like to bring forward, which can really give a great opportunity to our economy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Cuba. Everybody in the world is looking at Cuba for their healthcare system. So what is about the Cuban model? Of course, in Cuba, after the revolution, we needed to be a resilient country, and therefore we developed our healthcare service. We have great doctors in the country. And the problem, Cecilia, is that to create an efficient healthcare system, we need a political commitment, which means give priority to the sector. And Cuba did the same with culture and education. These are our pillars. Over the years, Cuba really managed to showcase its healthcare system towards the rest of the world. For example, while we're here talking, 25,000 doctors and healthcare professionals are saving lives in 54 countries around the world. And of course, despite the issues that we are facing, we still have some of the greatest doctors and nurses that are working all around the world using the latest technologies, state-of-the-art technologies to develop diagnosis and new vaccines. And we showed us during the COVID pandemic, not just with the vaccine, which of course were very effective and helped the whole country to get out of COVID, but we were able to export to the rest of the world our vaccines. And the same happened during the Ebola outbreak in Africa. So our country can really help other countries and really work together. Yes, I had the pleasure to experience the excellency of the healthcare system. So in Africa, why is Equatorial Guinea a strategic partner in the world? Just a few words about it, please. I think that Equatorial Guinea has been implementing a very important strategy, that is investing in our human resources and human capital. it's important for us to have a well-educated country. We produce fuels, of course, but for us, one of the priorities is train our youngsters and make sure that the next generation is ready to face the world challenges. Therefore, our country is investing a lot in education and training of the youngest generations. And I really think that UNESCO has marked us as one of the countries that managed to overcome the challenges and difficulties. Therefore, we think that we have done a lot so far, but of course, we really hope that our friends will help us with new technologies, because of course technology is an important element here, and we are ready to train our youngsters with the new technologies to make sure that they learn how to use them, especially AI, because of course this is one of the most important topics around the world today. And of course, we do not want to be left behind. Therefore, we want to make sure we invest in training. And talking about youngsters, we know there are many talents in Cuba. So how can we make sure that the talents in Cuba are fully expressed? Of course, we see a big commitment from our youngsters. They want to be part of the life of our country, and we support and make sure that they can complete their studies and they can be part of the economies. So, of course, we're doing everything we can to make sure that they can really work in their country. Just a few final words. What is your hope, your message to the youngsters? What do you wish for them? We really wish prosperity for our country. We are working hard with an open mind, making sure that the youngster will have the opportunities that they deserve. And we hope that together with investors, we can improve our country even more and making Cuba a wonderful country full of opportunities. And for you, a wish for the youngster of your country, well, the message I would like to give here is that I really hope businessmen and companies will look at us, because Africa is really changing. It's undergoing a deep transformation. It's not the long-gone colonial continent. We have grown, and despite everything that is happening, all the challenges, because of course Africa still is facing important challenges in terms of turmoils and terrorism, which unfortunately is still a plague in our continent. But in reality, these are small groups that are really trying to create issues. But Africa really should keep focusing into their prosperity and making sure it keeps being a stable continent. And especially in my country, we are experiencing a transformation, and therefore we want to make sure that our country keeps on this track and keeps on improving, because I think that this is what will allow us to be a stable country in the future, because our country has been living in peace for decades. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
What a truly brilliant previous session. Extraordinary to have these two leaders of such frontier markets in conversation with each other. So now we move on to looking at, can purpose-driven capital unlock the trillions needed for inclusive growth? I'm going to welcome back onto the stage to chair this session Eleni Gliagos, and she is joined by His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, Yazid Saleh Al Yaha Makta, and of course Makta Diop, Ildon Gufan Nikolai, and Nikolai Poduzov. Can you please put your hands together for our panel? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to be with you. My name is Eleni Gliagos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN, and our conversation is really important. We're going to be focusing on purpose-driven capital, unlocking the trillions that we need for inclusive growth. A huge welcome to my fantastic panel, His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, President of the African Development Bank. We've got Yazid bin Saleh Al Yahya, CEO, Saudi Exab for International Investments Company. Makta Diop, the Managing Director of the International Finance Corporation, the IFC. Ilan Goldfein, President, Inter-American Development Bank. And Nikolai Podguzov, Chairman of the Management Board, Eurasian Development Bank. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. And it's such an important conversation because we're so close to missing the Sustainable Development Goals. For me, it really worries me because I've been covering the SDGs for so many years, and it feels like 2030 is after tomorrow. We've run out of time. So Yazid, I want to start off with you. The world has around $22 trillion in private assets, and yet we talk about this $4 trillion annual gap to fund the SDGs. What is the single biggest barrier, would you say, to stopping capital from reaching some of these very important projects?
Thank you, Eleni. So I believe one of the major barriers for the capital to be reaching to the global south or to those frontier and emerging economies is the financial exclusion. And for far too long, those markets have been overflooded with debt. And I think the missing element to overcome that challenge is mobilizing catalytic capital. I'm sure almost every market from those frontier and emerging economies, they do have great talents, great ideas. If brought to life or mobilized with that strategic capital, there are great outcomes of opportunities to be capitalized on that would create jobs or grow skills or also contribute to the GDP. So I think mobilizing that equity capital besides the debt is one of the major things that can overcome that barrier.
So Sidi, it's great to have you with us. I mean, I've been covering the incredible work that the African Development Bank has been doing over the years. And with you now at the helm, you've got a new vision to unlock some of this capital that exists specifically on the African continent. Take me through what the plan is, because when we look at the deficit for Africa itself, whether it's the infrastructure deficit, I mean, whatever we're looking at, there's a huge deficit, and we need to increase our industrial base overall.
Well, thank you very much. So, as you know, my 4 cardinal points for the African Development Bank Group start with the point 1, which is about scaling up the financing for Africa, making each dollar works like 10. The second cardinal point is about reforming African financial architecture. If we don't take only the 2, so we have already what we need to bring capital at scale to Africa and to fund the development of the continent and to bridge the gap in terms of infrastructure, but also the gap in terms of achieving SDGs. So if we think about Africa as a whole, if we take African pension fund, African sovereign fund, African central bank's reserves, African insurance and reinsurance industry, we talk about almost 1 trillion.
Wow.
of saving or asset under management. So we need really to bring all the African financial institutions to work together.
Do they want to work together?
And this is the meaning of the reforming African financial architecture. We have already started. We had meeting with African Sovereign Fund. We had the meeting also with the African Guarantee Funds. And we are very soon meeting African Pension Fund, African Capital Markets, and the African Central Banks.
Okay, what is the response been?
So far, there is a great enthusiasm among all the players to work together. And I think it's big time for Africa to work together to develop its own resources. And then we also can bring FDIs.
I'm almost certain that one of the biggest conversations is how risky the projects are, how risky it is to invest in these projects. So I'm so glad I've got Maktar with me. You know, you and I have been talking over the years and the incredible work, again, that the IFC does. I want you to tell me about what it's like for you guys to de-risk projects on the African continent and why the perception is still skewed as there's still too much risk, specifically with projects that seem unbankable, and what you guys do to ensure that they are.
So let me bring it a little bit to what we're doing generally, along with Ilan, with CD and other colleagues here. So what we realize is that the capital market needs to have simple, clear information. The information that was available for the capital market to invest in Africa on the emerging market was not really usable and available. So we have built something called the GEMS, which is a database which shows the default rating of credit rate, default credit in a different part of the world and in part of our portfolio. We have gathered information from IDB, from African Development Bank, from the World Bank Group, and now it's available, it's on Bloomberg. So investors can really know the risk which is attached to a particular country. Not speculate on it, but see the real data and make decisions. Secondly, the financial instruments, the size of the investments that are required and the type of a project are too small for the capital market. When you talk to institutional investors, they tell us, below $1 billion, we are not interested. It's too small. We don't want to waste our time underwriting
$1 billion, it's
$1 billion is something that they put as a target. They can go below, but you know, this is an order of magnitude. So what are we doing now? We have developed what we call securitization of our loans, so that we have packed it and put it to the market. And we just had the first issuance a month ago of $500 million. And we will be repeating it. And once again, it's a joint effort between MDBs. We will be taking the assets that are interested for the market, we package it, we securitize them, and we put it on the market, and we can therefore better use our balance sheet. The third thing that we are doing is to say that we need to de-risk investment. Once we have provided all this information to the market, now after we have presented asset classes which are starting to be interesting, how to de-risk investment. So we are doing two things, bringing more guarantees. That's why the unified guarantee platform was created in the World Bank Group by our president, Ajay Banga. And the second thing that we are doing is that we are using money from the philanthropy to be able to de-risk and grant money. For instance, in my conversation with the Saudi authorities, Saudi is providing a lot of grant to countries, and they're more and more thinking about how to use part of this grant money to de-risk private sector investment that will be made in this country so that we can have the impact that we want. So we are moving on different fronts, and all this is done collectively because we realize that we need to be together. We are simplifying our procedure. We are having mutual reliance processes, whereby I can use the process that Ilan is using in IDB Invest, the same with African Development Bank. So when we go to the market, it's much simpler, much faster, much more agile, and we have something that the market can recognize and say, okay, I'm ready to underwrite and put $1 billion. So this is what we are doing, and in our reform, we need to continue increasing our ability to generate projects, as you say, bankable projects, and this was half of my conversation at FII was to talk about a portfolio that you can build together to be able to originate and distribute.
So actually, before I move on, because I'm hoping we can unlock some money that's maybe sitting in this room, or perhaps the people that are watching the live streaming of this, what are your NPLs, Sidi, at African Development Bank?
non-performing loans?
So they are
The percentage?
very low, around 2.3.
2%? Okay, and your returns?
So the bank is a development bank by definition.
Yeah.
So we are not supposed to make a profit, but we are really providing financing to the continent and supporting regional bank and supporting the private sector in the continent and achieving the SDGs in the continent.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something about the risk perception of the African continent. So Africa is perceived as a high-risk continent, but in fact, data shows that the risk-adjusted return in Africa on infrastructure is one of the highest in the world, if not the highest. Second, the default rate in Africa is the lowest, one of the lowest in the world. So there is a risk perception. What we are doing now, what we are doing with the African Guarantee Fund, which I met last week, is to put together an African continental de-risking mechanism, which will provide risk mitigation for foreign direct investment.
Brilliant. Okay, Magtag, what are your NPLs?
It's the same order of magnitude. We
Same.
are around the 2%. And we have returns which are good because, in fact, what we're doing, we're co-financing with the capital market. So if we don't have the rate of return which is interesting for the market, people are not co-financing with us.
So it makes sense.
Sorry?
Take all my money. This makes sense.
Yeah, please, bring it to...
I'll focus on the small projects. Ilan, what are your NPLs?
We are all, this data that Magda mentioned, the GEMS, is crucial because it shows that multilateral development banks and other public banks have preferred credit status. What does it mean? That you get the money back much more often and you get less defaults, more performing loans. And this 2% and 2% is the same. That means that the ratings could be higher for us, and it means that we can lend even more. So independent if it's 2, 2.5, 1.5, the preferred credit status is very important. The GEMS that was just published a week ago is crucial for investors.
So let me ask you this, because what we see in terms of investors here in Riyadh, I mean, they manage trillions of dollars in assets. I mean, we had some of the richest people in the world here. And I wonder how we get to unlock some of that. And listen, what's happening behind the scenes, guys? Are you signing any deals? Ilan? I see your smile.
I think we need to change our mentality here. We want to bring the money where the projects are. And we kept saying we're going to de-risk. We just don't have enough money to de-risk everything. We need to change the mentality. We need to bring the projects where the money is. What does it mean? We have projects, they are risky. They are in areas that demand some time. What we need to do is to use loans that were originated already, diversify them, and then package them to the trillions that exist that want safe asset, high ratings, with stability for their pensions, for the insurance. We need to do that. We need to bring the projects that are risky to the investors that want unrisk. And we can do it because we can diversify, we can distribute, we can put guarantees, we can verify, and then we can unlock more money because the local banks are already lending some of the projects. We just need to take them out of there.
Okay, Nikolai, I want you to jump in here and tell me about your experience. I mean, are investors just chasing returns, even with what we now dub as purpose-driven capital?
Yeah, thank you very much. Eurasian Development Bank operates mainly in Central Asia. Central Asia is a fast developing economy in general with a rate of above 6%. And definitely it's very important to attract capital into the region. The Eurasian Development Bank NPLs is close to zero. Why? Probably because we start jumping into the project at a very early stage, and we have an opportunity to structure it in the way to make comfortable for everybody, to attract private investors, to attract other MDBs. And that is why I think it's very important to cooperate not only horizontality, but only on vertical level. Because smaller banks know the region better, they can manage local risk, and probably it is better to make collaboration between global banks and regional banks, and it will help to attract more private capital and to attract more investments into the concrete regions.
Okay, brilliant. Yazid, I want to come to you, and I want to talk about the trust elements, and it keeps coming up. You know, apart from the perception of risk, we see this report, we've got some data in our hands, and I know that you're sort of in the tech space, so I want you to give me a sense of whether we can adopt, for example, AI models that will track each dollar spent, or a way to sort of track these investments. Because, you know, as Sidi was saying, if you're going to be tapping into savings on the African continent, each country, each bank wants to make sure whatever they've put in is 100% safe and secure.
So I believe it's more about international collaboration. So AI sounds very promising and encouraging, but I think whether it's Sidi, Mukhtar, or Elin highlighted about the gems. Now, this is a very powerful tool. So when we talk about deploying money in those markets, you need to understand that it requires two major things. First of all, your long-term commitment to that investment. The second is a very high risk tolerance. So with this international collaboration, these type of tools where they provide data and the accessibility of this data, this collaboration should help in creating greater impact to those markets, because those markets are scattered everywhere. And for some parts of the world, they need to understand what are the opportunities that are available there. Who can I partner up with from the international players for me to be able to deploy money in those markets? And the condition of that, I understand I'm exposing my portfolio to a high risk, but it also requires a longer commitment. So we shouldn't call up the money or consider it like deploying money in more developed markets where we want returns and quick money back.
Okay. Mukhtar, I want you to,
The word that you just mentioned, which is important, is being here in the long run. And what it means for the private sector investment is to take equity, and not only debt, land, and go. So what we are doing now is that we will be increasing significantly our amount of equity. It means that we're taking more risk because it's a long-term, building a company. But even we're doing more, we'll be taking now junior tranches. In technical terms, it means that we will be the one at the bottom of the pyramid if you have to be paid back. People have a senior share, will be paid first. So we are taking more risk on our balance sheet. And that will help us strengthen the governance of companies, brings them strategic direction, and therefore be able to generate more of this bankable project. So a big shift is that now equity is becoming much more central in what we're doing, and we show the long-term commitment that we have and the willingness to build those asset classes. A second thing that also is happening is that when we are going now in the process, and I think Ilan has been really a big leader in this, and Sidi now as leader of African Development Bank, is that now we are not thinking anymore as World Bank, as IFC, as IBRD, as IDB Invest. We are coming to countries and try to develop our capacity to generate projects and together to go to the market and offload it together, which makes it much more powerful, because if we don't do that, we will not be able to get the trillion. Last point, which is a more complicated question, is what are the regulations in Basel? The Basel regulation imposes some restriction in terms of investment that I think people have been discussing with. Prime Minister Mark Cartney was involved in this conversation before, and we want also to start bringing that confidence to the regulators that the assets in which we are investing are assets which are profitable, which are managed, and sound assets.
Let me ask you this. I really want to focus on this perception of risk, and it just keeps coming up again. You know, not too long ago, a few months back, we had a downgrade on one of the developmental agencies in the Global South. And if you dig through the numbers, if you look at experts that understand the continent, would have a very different perception of what Moody's, Fitch, and S&P think and feel about things. Sidi, I want you to give me an understanding of what's happening behind the scenes, because many years ago, I remember we were saying, we need to create a global South credit rating agency that understands the perception of risk or the risk dynamics on the African continent in particular. How are you navigating this?
No, this is a very important question because it has also a direct relationship with the cost of borrowing in Africa.
Yeah, because it's still very expensive.
It's too expensive. Yeah. And at the African Development Bank, we are working now with to bring all the African DFIs to work together, and also to support our countries in the rating process, to get our countries better prepared for rating, but also to engage with rating agency to let them understand what is the reality of risk in Africa, what is risk perception, and what is risk reality.
Do you think it's mispriced, the risk in Africa?
Definitely, the African risk is mispriced, and the rating agencies have to understand the risk, the reality of the risk in Africa. And we intend at the African Development Bank to engage a dialogue with the rating agency, bringing all the African DFIs, but also supporting our African member countries in their rating process, supporting our African DFIs in the rating process, and installing a dialogue with the rating agency to let them understand the reality of risk in Africa. And based on data like the GEMS, we will really be able to convince them to have a different view of the risk in Africa.
All right, we only have a few minutes left, and I have one important question, because there's a $4 trillion gap every year that we're seeing, and it's just compounded. I mean, we're going to miss the SDGs. We're not hitting them. So we've got to be honest with ourselves. So Nikolai, let's start with you. Very quickly, what do you think needs to happen to close the $4 trillion gap?
First of all, I think we need to elaborate instruments to raise MDB's capital at least 2 times, to double it. I think World Bank Group has proposals here, and I think we need to follow them. And second, cooperation to attract private capital to the project activity. I think it is all possible.
Ilan.
As you mentioned, the money is there, trillions.
Yeah.
You need to be able to attract this money to the projects. We have limited public sector money, so we need to use it very smart. Put equity when you need it. When you want to de-risk, you actually re-risk. We shift the money so that we can attract more private capital. And that is very important. You originate, you distribute. You put equity where you need. You don't have enough money to scale from public sector, from taxpayer money. So private sector, get the risk correct, and then you can scale.
If I see the balance sheet of the world, we have enough money.
I am totally in agreement with what Ivan said. We need really to shift the conversation.
Yeah.
There is country are indebted, country has a lot of challenge at the public side. This is the private sector, we will create growth and create jobs which are decent in countries. So today, we need to do everything to bring the project, the condition, and look at the conditions that are needed for the private sector to come and invest. And it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Let me take 2 minutes to say it's not impossible. 25 years ago, I was on the side of the table. We were the first one to have a sovereign rating in Africa besides South Africa. When I did it for my country, people were saying it's impossible, it's crazy. You see today, it has been done, people have been issuing. That's the same that we want to do with the private sector. People are telling the private sector in these countries, it's too risky, you cannot use the same instrument. We need to take the instrument of the market and use them to attract money and bring it in emerging markets. There is no other solution. The market understands certain things we need to bring to go to the market and not expect that the market will work to countries.
Yazid.
Well, I think, to be honest, I re-emphasize on the word, and I would like to quote Ilan when he said, there are opportunities, but the money element is the missing one. And I think this linkage or this gap between the private sector or the opportunities out there is crucial to do that linkage. It's also very important with the title of this session. It is important to consider having purpose a major driver in your investment decision making as well, for you to be able to achieve your returns and that socioeconomic impact that you want to generate in that community.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. The purpose is not just for returns, but also impacts. And I think sometimes we forget that. At least the investors do, right?
So African Development Bank is about impact.
Yes.
And our convening role and convening power will enable us to help our countries to attract more foreign direct investment and more capital to the continent. And we have to work on many fronts. So we're working on the balance sheet optimization of AFDB, like other MDBs, but also de-risking of private investment and supporting our member countries to develop their legal, institutional, and regulatory framework to give the confidence for the investor that their investment in Africa are safe, and they will be safe. Africa is the best place to invest in.
I agree with that. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for my fantastic panel.
Thank you.
Africa is the best and safest place to invest. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We also have a very exciting framework agreement that is going to be signed right now, and we're going to be the witnesses. So we've still got Yazid with us, as well as Makta Jab from the IFC. Do you have a few words that you're going to say? Am I putting you on the spot?
Sure. So we launched Saudi XAB this morning.
Yeah.
So
congratulations.
Officially, we are out there 5 hours ago. And this is to tell the international markets that this collaboration agreement with the largest multilateral out there, which is the IFC, is one of many, as we want to ensure greater causes and common goals and objectives are achieved together with many other collaborations down the road.
Now, for us, it's a big honor to work with Saudi XAB, and I think that you have already paved the way. As we were talking about, you need to have patient capital, long-term capital, in private investment, and what you are doing is to put equity in companies, which is something that people don't do easily, and we need a lot of people like you and companies like you, and we are extremely honored to be doing that. Hopefully, it will help us also to help Saudi companies, which are taking risk in investing in emerging market, to be able also to invest, and we'll be happy to work with you on joint venture and investment in all these sectors that you have identified. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Huge congratulations, gentlemen.
Please.
We'll be interviewing you next year about everything that you do. all the outcomes, yes? I'll be holding you to it. Yazid, thank you so much. Thank you, Magda.
Thank you.
I'll come down. It's okay. I'll come down.
Hello, everybody. So if you can take your seats, we are ready for our next panel discussion, where we will be looking at if Europe will lead its own defense renaissance. And to chair this discussion, we have Manus Cranny, geoeconomics editor for The National, and he will be joined by His Excellency Jean-Yves Le Drian, former minister, personal rep of the President of the French Republic for Lebanon, and also the chairman of the French Agency for Alula Development. We also have Ahmet Akoyo, who's the president and CEO of Aselsan. And then we have Borge Brend, president and CEO of the World Economic Forum. We have Max Bakken, founder and CEO of Valerian. Pier Roberto Volgerio, CEO and Managing Director of Financiera SPA. And last but by no means least, Eric Martel, President and CEO of Bombardier. Will you please put your hands together for this discussion?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, wonderful to be here. We have a stellar lineup for you to discuss all things defense. I don't need to tell anybody in this audience that we are in a difficult period of time in the world. I think that could be the understatement of 2025. The title of this panel is, Will Europe Lead Its Own Defense Renaissance? Europe, the world has been jolted by President Trump in multiple fronts. We've had, I would say, short, sharp shock in regards to many industries, but the defense industry especially so, the pressure on NATO to up their budgets and up their game. So let's go to Monsieur Le Drian, first of all. Monsieur Le Drian, great to see you. You have a long tenure in defense and European foreign affairs. You think we've not just had a short, sharp shock, but we should prepare for something perhaps a little bit more extreme. Good afternoon, sir.
Bonjour, si je peux revenir sur...
If I can come back to your introductory remarks, I think the European world has first been shocked by the aggression of the Russian armed forces before it was shocked by arrival of Trump too. If you speak about the mobilization, financial mobilization, which is necessary for the defense of Europeans, the increase in the spendings, significant ones decided in the summit of The Hague, they have two origins. First one is necessity, and second is doubt. Necessity because Europe is threatened, because its eastern flank is fragile, vulnerable, because Russia is equipping itself militarily. There's a lot of hybrid warfare, also incursions by planes, airplanes, including the airspace of members of the alliance in Europe. So a necessity to defend itself and perhaps forget about the dividend of peace. But also doubt, not only necessity but doubt. Doubt on the way the United States are going to assess the implementation of Article 5 of the Atlantic Alliance Treaty. A question which is not new. It has started already, and I can see my British friend, my former British friend in the room. He may remember too. It did start under Trump 1. We had a memorable meeting of NATO with Trump asking questions to leaders in Europe. And also you didn't do sufficient efforts. So there is a doubt. How will President Trump interpret the concept of the alliance. It seems he thinks like more a sort of an insurance. So that the guy in charge of the insurance is asking questions and challenging those who are insured. But the only time it was triggered, Article 5, it was for the guy who was insuring, United States in Afghanistan. So now Europe has to strengthen its military capabilities.
The word doubt. Doubt on multiple fronts. It's not just doubt on the American commitment to Article 5, but doubts all the way around. Amit, good afternoon. Picking up on Monsieur Drian's comments, we have doubt. We're grappling with massive changes and demands in defence. How do you see the world? Have you been jolted? Have you been vaulted into a new series of actions as a result of not just the doubt, but perhaps the demands that have been made of the world in this new Trump era? Good afternoon.
Thank you so much again. First of all, I would like to define defense industry in three periods. One is the Cold War period, and then after Cold War and today. There are three periods. During the Cold War, there was a huge investment to the defense industry, and also it affects innovation, it drives the civilian technologies also. Then after Cold War, we see a very huge change in the mindset of the governments not to invest for the defense industry, especially in European region, and they gave up many different activities. And then now we face a new challenge. The challenge change everything, and today governments trying to provide peace and security to their nations, to increase their budgets, to increase their investments on the defense industry. But the critical question for the European Renaissance is this a fluctuated temporary situation due to the Ukraine-Russia war, or this is a permanent transformation? If this is permanent, if this is long-term policy, we will see at the results. What about the results? We must see the long-term orders, new policies about investments, new policies about the regulations. So the result will face in the future to us. We will see what's going on in the future. If after the Russia-Ukraine war, and we will see the main result, if there is a real change, or if this is a long-term policy or a short-term policy. This is the critical issue from my side, from the European Union. As an example, from two countries, Turkey and South Korea, both started defense industry investments in 1970s as intentionally prepared government policies to have self-sufficient defense industries. They invest for about 50 years, Turkey and South Korea, and at the end, the result, one of the largest defense importers, Turkey, is now one of the largest defense exporters. Again, South Korea,
well, that's what you
one of the largest defense exporter. What is the driving point? Was the clear long-term government policies supporting these activities.
And that's what you call, preparation and turning everything around. Borgbrand, President and CEO of the World Economic Forum, I want you to wear your former, you can wear whatever hat you want, but I'd like you to dig deep into your political past and contextualize for us here. Is it a short-term? Is this a short-term rundown, as one guest said to me last week, run down the clock on this Trump administration? Things will shift a little bit, or should we hunker in and prepare for something much more substantial and almost a quasi-permanent war-like footing for Europe and maybe even the world?
So the world order that we got used to post-Cold War is not there anymore. We don't exactly know what the new order is like, But I would say that in a time of tariffs, I would say that the highest tariff we're faced with is the uncertainty.
Yeah.
And the uncertainty we're seeing now, of course, leads to Europe having to rethink also defense politics and how we are prepared. Mr. Trump pushed Europe at the Wales summit, as my friend and former colleague Ladrian mentioned. And that thing has worked in the sense that now 23 of NATO's 32 members have reached 2% of its GDP spending on defense. A few years ago, it was 6 NATO countries that had 2%. If you now look at NATO average, is around 3% of GDP is spent on defense. And it's a lot of money. In Europe now, annually, we already spent $400 billion US dollars or euros. Maybe it's more politically correct to say euros in that context, and I think the numbers I have also is in euros. And 100 billion euros are in investment. So this is going to lead to also a lot of industrial development in Europe. We know that the Americans have benefited all the way from SDI initiative during Reagan, and later on also that it had big impact on non-defense industry. You know,
is it a galvanizing moment for Europe? I mean, many people can sit in the media and criticize and multiple criticisms, but is this a galvanizing moment for Europe and the NATO nations?
I hope so. I hope that Europe now will rise to the occasion, and I think this strategic autonomy, as France has been talking about for a long time, I think now is more out there. But I also think that transatlantic cooperation is still very important. But I think what we have to admit in Europe, and including my own country, Norway, we did a cardinal mistake after the Cold War to say that, oh, everything looks so nice now, so we don't need to spend as much on defense. I think, you know, if it starts raining, you don't call your insurance company and say, I'm not having my house anymore insured for a fire. You know, I see defense as a permanent thing that every country has to look after its sovereignty. And maybe, you know, de Gaulle had a point when he in the 60s said that Europe will always have to also be able to defend itself. The ecosystem of friends is important, but we should not underestimate, and I think this is my main point, not underestimate when Europe now uses 400 billion euros every year on defense. Europe will also be in the situation where it can defend itself much more. And, you know, Norway's neighbor, Russia, that, of course, is sometimes the elephant in the room, their economy is the size of Italy. So when Europe, largest market in the world, is investing 3-4% and going up to 5% of GDP on defense, it will in the future be an incredible, strong military force.
Okay, well, let's see where the end destination is. It takes time to scale up. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Max Buchan. If you want to understand the new paradigm shift in defense technology, then this young gentleman, if I may say that, gentleman on this panel, everybody's younger than me these days. Max, take it away. Just tell this audience what you do and how the world of defense has shifted at a speed that's pretty hard to explain. Make the 400 billion that Borg is referring to come alive in terms of your world, what you're doing, and how it is progressing.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for having me. So my name is Max. I run a digital infrastructure company called Valerian. We didn't start in defense. We got kind of pulled into this world. We built this virtual kind of infrastructure to secure really sensitive systems, and for obvious reasons got pulled into defense. But before I kind of talk about the data point, because I think it's quite important, I want to kind of start with what you were saying, Bolga, which is really interesting around what the catalyst has been for this increase in spending, right? Because we thought it was going to be Ukraine. We thought it was going to be 3 years ago there was going to be this massive move. The reality is we've really started moving properly from the beginning of this year, right? So the relationship with the Trump administration has really changed how we're viewing things. But I think the first point I'd like to make, being a little bit at the tip of the spear when it comes to building frontier technologies like this, I think budgets aren't always the answer. I think one of the big problems we have in Europe isn't necessarily the raw dollar amount to spend. It's really the regulatory burden. And I was talking to someone very senior in the defense space in the UK, and we were talking about the fact that traditionally it's taken up to 6 years to get some of these technologies to market, right? Valerian's not even 6 years old as a company. So it's just we don't have the bandwidth, the resources as a nation as Europe, let alone the time to wait around on the bureaucratic angle. So that's the first thing I'd say. But I think the second point, as it pertains to technology, is the future of war is autonomous. I think that's quite clear. There's a really interesting new unit set up in Ukraine called the Unmanned Systems Force, and that's all about autonomy in drones. And obviously that tells you something about where we're going, let alone the consumer market that we're seeing in Palo Alto and humanoid robots. You can kind of see where this is going. Obviously, what we think about a lot is how do you secure the systems and the data lakes that underpin building that autonomous system? Because obviously, you have to keep that infrastructure sovereign, and obviously that's what we work on a lot in our day-to-day jobs, is how do you keep the sovereign systems sovereign to the states that are creating the data and using the data? Because what we don't want is that incredibly valuable data exfiltrating, going to train other systems, and we can see where it could go very, very wrong. So I would say we come at this from a place of the future of war is autonomous. How do we secure the substrate that underpins that?
Pierroberto from Fincantieri, join the conversation. You come at it from a different perspective, political from Turkey, but here you are at the heart of Italian industry and European industry. Give us your perspective just in terms of the jolt that we've had and what it has meant. It's interesting that Max sort of says, well, the world thought that 3 years ago when the Ukraine-Russia conflict began that we would be vaulted into spending significant sums. It didn't start really, according to Max, until the start of this year. Can you square this away for us from your world?
Sure. But let me take the perspective of heavy industry people, because, shipbuilding, naval shipbuilding is, first of all, heavy industry. And we take the perspective that if we have to increase expenditure in defense, it is very important to understand which is the impact on the economy. So in order for taxpayers to understand the situation, it's helpful to tell them which are the positive impacts in terms of GDP. So this is the perspective of someone that is building combatanship, that we are in the business of labor, we are in the business of steel, we are in the business of engineering. Let me say we are hardware people, first of all. And this is very important. From European perspective, this is particularly important because at the moment of spending more, we should spend better. And let me introduce the topic of defragmentation, which is one of the issues of European defense. Mm-hmm. So if you have to increase the expenditure, and if you have to be, let me say, responsible in front of your public opinion, you have to guarantee that you pursue economy of scale and economy of scope. And what's the point in having the German Corvette, the English Frigate, the French Corvette, the Spanish Corvette, the Greek Corvette, and the Italian Corvette? Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, a platform is a platform. So admirals can greatly take advantage of the payloads, so you can customize the radar, you can customize the payload as much as you want, all the way to the combat system, but the platform is a platform. So from a heavy industry perspective, let me introduce the topic of defragmentation. If you compare the budget of US and the budget of Europe, you will see that it's a fraction, by the way. But if you compare the number of platforms of US and the number of platforms of Europe, you will be astonished. So this is a change in the mindset, which means that the decision maker has to go beyond, the short-minded national interest and get into a European economy of scale and economy of scope.
And has Europe been jolted into that mindset? You talk about defragmentation, put your house in order, combine, united we stand. But is Europe ready to do that from a defense point of view?
Let me say, Europe is issuing this program called SAFE, which is 150 billion that every nation can draw down. The conditions to have access to this facility are three. One, that you have to spend the money between 2030. i.e. European Union want nations to increase the spending in the short term. Two, you have to involve at least two nations. So this is an incentive to defragmentation. So in order to have access to this facility, you have to join forces with another nation. Three, you have to comply with the 65% of European content. So European Union wants nations to buy more, but also to create a larger industrial base and progressively to fill the gap between what you produce internally and what you buy from the outside. So I think that there are consistent steps in the direction of defragmentation, but it's a political exercise, it's not an industrial exercise only.
Okay, it's interesting because I haven't lived at home in Europe for nearly 10 years, so I'm not quite sure whether that zeitgeist of communicating what we're doing, why we're doing it, why we're spending it, and what you're all going to get from it has been delivered. Let's go to Canada. They've got a few issues at the moment, but we won't talk about those because it's all going to be fine. I have it on good authority. Eric Martel is the president and CEO of Bombardier. I just want to go in the private jet, really. But I do know that you have a broad church from mission aircraft to private jets. Can you give me your perspective? You're in a different geography. You're listening to Europe, Politico, businessmen from Britain, etc., talk about what needs to happen. And it's very interesting, Pierberto's perspective. What is yours from the vantage point of Bombardier and from Canada?
Yeah. So let me start, first of all, to say thank you for everybody for being here. I think, being Canadian, first of all, we feel that our values are very well aligned with Europe in general. That's number one point. At the same time, if we look at it at the current context, in terms of economy, if you put Europe together with including the UK and Canada, we have about the same size of economy of the US altogether. So to me, working together makes us probably more powerful in terms of being more sizable. But at the same time, I have to admit that President Trump was absolutely right when he started to say that, we've probably been all collectively, especially in Canada, dragging our feet about our spending in defense.
Yeah.
So I think it was a bit of a wake-up call for all of us, and he was right doing so. We all felt that, the big brother was going to be there for us, but I think the context have changed. But I think it's creating an opportunity for us. Today, I think our industrial footprint of defense, there's one, but it could be much more significant if we all work together. But I think when I say all work together, it's very important. We all have our strength. We can all contribute in a certain way. I can build an airplane in Canada and do other stuff, and some other country. I think France is probably an example in terms of sovereignty of being able to buy their own equipment, do their own equipment. If you look at Europe in general, and Canada is about the same, we buy 64% of our equipment from the US altogether, which is a lot. We could produce a lot more, but the industrial footprint needs to exist, and if we work together, I think the possibilities are there. So, and I was giving France as an example, but it's a long journey. It's not going to happen over a year and a half, over 2 years. President de Gaulle in the early 60s, probably even I've seen quotes in the late 50s, declared that he wanted to have France as a sovereign nation as much as possible to build their own military equipment and defense equipment, which today, they're probably at 85, 90%, depending on where you get the information. So there is a possibility to do it if we work together, putting all our strength around and building capability. And as an example, I'll give you an example. So Bombardier, we produce business jet. Our airplane are the ones that are flying at 51,000 feet, longest range distance, you can fly 8,000 nautical miles. So today, you don't anymore need the big Boeing or Airbus airplane, that is costly to operate, that fly at 30,000 feet. You can use a jet because the equipment you put on it, like surveillance equipment, radar, communication equipment, has become smaller and smaller. And you don't need the big plane, so you can put it on a business jet. You're going to fly higher, you're going to fly faster, you're going to fly further, and get much more performance actually out of the product and do it cheaper.
I think this comes back to the evolution of technology. All industries commoditize it in different ways. Borg.
No, I think one thing is the amount of money you spend on defense. But I think it's also an opportunity for Europe to spend this money wisely. I think closer collaboration is one thing, but you know that also the way of warfare is changing every day. So we used to say that you had to have good soldiers and equipment, then you could win a war. But then we saw during the First and Second War that you had to have great logistics. So it was great equipment, great soldiers, then it was the logistics, and we saw that also in the Ukraine war when the logistic didn't work, it didn't work. And now we see in Ukraine that it's all about the technology piece. So if you're not at the forefront on technology with drones, autonomous weapons and all this, you will not be able to really defend yourself in the future. And here, I think Europe has to be wise now in their spendings, and in all humbleness, I think the Nordic countries are also showing the way now with the collaboration between Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, with very close collaboration also inside NATO. And when you work together, you get so much more out of it, and you can also do better bargains.
So there's one word which is very clear, and I know, Max, you made the point that we're in a live war situation, and so defense technology is in live testing, real time. I want to bring in just time is short, so Monsieur Jean-Yves, if we can be short, sir. This is about alignment, cooperation between defense companies like Bombardier with government. Are they now aligning more? Is that where we are? Does that need to improve further, sir?
There's really a new set of data for both industries and governments, and the governments are sharing. First, they share the analysis of the threat and the necessity to increase considerably the effort. It's a long-term effort, it's a long-term work to answer my neighbor, and also increase the spending in a long term. And for the firms, for the industrial firms, I think that three challenges to face at the same time. First, the challenge of massive capabilities. It's not anymore a system, a warfare, in which we have just some samples. We have the best example for the best plane, but we have 3, 4, 15 planes. So the massive capabilities, number of capabilities are necessary, including, armored vehicles. It can be also very simple systems, not systems that are sophisticated. Well, we are back to 1914 in some ways. Second, we need to be up to the challenge of innovation. Innovation is everywhere. Innovation is everywhere, and there are lots of areas in which the European firms are late. And third, we need to really be up to the challenge of articulating massive capabilities and the innovative technologies.
European defense being late, jolted, I would say, into reality, late at the gate.
Innovation.
No problem. Pier Roberto, come in on this point of innovation, because if we are jolted into the reality of having to spend a great deal more, 400 billion, will it push Europe to innovate? You've got young entrepreneurs like Max sitting beside you. So is this an innovation moment for Europe where they can lead the charge?
This is absolutely the point. So this is a moment in which the traditional doctrine is being somehow challenged by the new technologies. There is a lot of debate, in particular in naval warfare. Was the balance between a combatant ship, a traditional combatant ship, and a drone, judging also upon what we saw in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Let me say there are two lessons learned. One lesson learned is that the European prime contractor, that's the technical name for big companies, need to rethink the innovation processes. Innovation used to be another way to gain money. Sorry to be blunt in such an extended audience. While innovation today is a different exercise. You need to cut corners, you need to put skin in the game, you need to be anti-bureaucratic, and you need to go at sea with new solutions at your cost.
As a man with an Irish passport, I can say that's not what springs to mind when it comes to European institutions, but I don't want to offend the Italians. We have 3 minutes left. I think it's important, Max, I want you to come into the conversation and talk about the speed of talk about whatever is in your mind in response to the team here on the panel. But it's the speed of innovation. Do you think that governments are doing enough to align with industry leaders like you?
Absolutely. And I think one piece as well, to Eric's point, is about we don't need the British equivalent of X, the French one, the German one, but I do think we need some kind of European sovereignty, because we are at this point, and I don't think it's protectionist or nationalist to say that Europe does need its own sovereign resilient systems. Europe writ large, I don't mean this like the UK needs its own, but at the end of the day are obviously dependent on only having American software infrastructure. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but in this time, I think maybe 10 years ago we couldn't build these kind of cutting edge capabilities. I do think that's changing. And I'm not obviously just about ourselves, but I mean, we meet some incredible entrepreneurs across Europe, across the continent.
Ahmed, if we can come to you and then briefly to Eric at the end. Time is a thief in this. Collaboration is a theme for you between government.
If we consider defense industry not a cost center, but a innovation, source of innovation and the future, the investment to the society's future, all the things will be better. This is my final point. The mindset change in defense industry, inside the citizens, inside the government, and all the companies.
Well, let's give the closing comment to the Canadian on the panel.
Maybe one thing that my colleague said earlier, mass production, and volume, and being able to do that is important in technology. And I think I would say, I will give you a Canadian example. During World War II, Canada alone produced 16,000 plane fighters, 16,000. So the war lasts 5-6 years. So people got together, It was mass production because there was the urgency that, we needed to do that all together. We were working with the British, with the French, with everybody, but we built 16,000. And the speed of innovation and technology was outstanding. So I'm sure that in today's world, with the tools we have, we can do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, your panel today on defense, a galvanizing moment for Europe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Okay. For those of you that are leaving, can you make your way out of the auditorium? And those of you that are staying for our final session, can you please take your seats? Okay, so the next and final session, can we all move along, please, as we begin the next one? So our next and final session is, can industrial intelligence create alpha amid geopolitical uncertainty and supply chain challenges? And to chair this session, I am welcoming back to the stage a woman who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give her one anyway. Will you please put your hands together for Shannon K. O'Neill, Chair of the Council of Foreign Relations. Can you please put your hand to Shannon and her panel? Thank you, everyone.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final session that will be held here in this plenary. It's my privilege to oversee this panel talking about industrial intelligence and profits and alpha. And so I'm going to jump right into the questions, and I'm going to start here with CU. And you are perhaps in one of the highest tech aspects of this, right? Factorial energy, you are looking at lithium batteries. Tell me a bit about how you use technology and where technology gives you an advantage in the aspects of your product development, your manufacturing, and your whole supply chain.
Thank you, Shannon. Great to see everyone here, and we're a leading technology leader for next generation battery and solid state battery space. We're backed by Mercedes, Stellantis, Hyundai, and Kia. As a leader in the space, we see it's fundamental to use AI in our technology development. As of earlier this year, we actually launched with Stellantis a digital-based AI platform called Gammatron, and we're using that to wrangle the data and also put the development data in a more accelerated mode. What we usually did is that we are using, instead of 6 months of the testing of the data, we're using only 1 month of the testing or even 1 week of testing to be able to predict the data towards the end of the life. And that shortened our testing process substantially compared with traditional testing and in lab or in the real world situation. And what we did is that earlier this year in February, we announced this program with Mercedes on the first solid-state battery vehicle. And we were planning to take a long time to do the testing and operating window and mission profile study, but it actually only takes us 6 months from then to actually deliver the vehicle and did the real road drive. And as of last month, we announced in the Munich Auto Show that we delivered 1,205 kilometer range drive as a record drive for Mercedes for their solid-state battery vehicle. And not only were we able to deliver that range, we were able to do it in a much more accelerated mode than what we have done with the traditional road testing for traditional batteries. And in addition to that, we not only use battery for development, we're using that to scale as well. In a manufacturing mode, we're actually taking all of the manufacturing data and putting them together to predict the battery end of life. What it does is that typically, for battery integration, you have to put that into the module, into a pack, into a vehicle, and the vehicle runs for 10 years, and you realize, oh, there's an issue, you have to recall. And that can cost billions of dollars. Each recall can cost usually $1 to $2 billion. But what we're doing is that from the second you build a battery, within 1 or 2 weeks, you're trying to predict end of life safety for the battery. And you will be able to avoid a recall before even the battery getting to the vehicle. So that can substantially reduce the cost for our automotive OEMs and for our consumers in the future. Mm-hmm. And not only for the manufacturing, but there's another big part of operations day to day, from legal to finance, from HR operations. We have utilized AI in all fronts for our technology as well. So this is really amazing technology, and we're using it not only just for the HR and the supporting function, but it's in the day-to-day operations already.
Excellent. So when we think about AI or even sort of green manufacturing and the like, we often think about it in your types of company, right? Battery technology is right there out in the front, and you know, some of the innovations coming out of universities. I know you're in Boston and some of the areas you are. But Miguel, let me turn to you, because you are in a much more traditional industry that's been around for decades, right? You do heavy industry. How are you thinking about and doing this sort of integration of technology? What's mattered most for your industries?
Well, thank you very much. The industries are quite different in which we are in. So we have steel, we have material services, we have marine systems, which is about submarines and frigates. We have automotive supplier, and we have everything around renewable and chemical plants, or what we call the carbon technologies. So you can imagine the technologies everywhere. So if I start with the more typical aspect in automotive, so all this, what you can see here on screen, this is exactly how we today manufacture the precise products for our customers. You know, there's no reason to have any kind of quality problem. Everything is automated, and by the way, it's also important to understand the most advanced factories in automotive are in China. So the most automation is in China, the most robotization is in China. Of course, in the automotive sector, it's very important that you have a database that is used globally. You know, you cannot have isolated databases in each and every country. You need to have one global database where you can extract data from, because you are producing in several locations the same product. You also need digital twins of the factory in order to anticipate factory changes, and this is very important when constantly adapting to customer needs. And the digital twin, I switch now the industry, is also something in the chemical plant environment, which we are using also there. You have, of course, everywhere sensors. This is important for service applications, for preventive maintenance. This is already in place since many, many years. And of course, also exchange of data, of engineering data, is a daily process. If we come now to the most traditional piece of our business, which is steel, of course, we know exactly which part of material is on which chip, at which location in the ocean or on the river Rhine, because we need to anticipate every kind of impact on our supply chain. This is also something that is within a steel plant. You have immediate information about what is going on in every part of the steel plant in order to coordinate and optimize the material flow overall. And being with material flow, I switched to material services, where we organize supply chain for our customers. You know, this is a trading business on one hand, but on the other hand also where we organize complete supply chains for customers like Boeing or Airbus, or some of the automotive customers like Tesla. So there everywhere is big data, automation, big digitalization. I'm not sure whether we should already call it AI, because of course there's a lot of intelligence in it, but is it already self-induced? I don't know. This is what we are working on. And of course, in all the service parts, we are also introducing digital agents, where you have already people taking care of customers. So digital versions of agents taking care of customers. And ultimately, sorry for the long answer, but we have 5 areas, and this is
you have a lot of businesses.
Submarines and frigates. And of course, in submarines, you can imagine everything is beside the product. It's about software, electronics, GPS, modern type of drones, and technology is on top of the list, of course, for the development of the product as such. So a broad implementation of technology is securing us that that business is flowing and that we have a good quality.
Excellent. Amit, let me turn to you and sort of, your vision and sort of your role here in Saudi Arabia. And as you look at the investments you're making, the industries you're going into, what role is technology playing in this?
So, first of all, thanks for having me. Can you guys hear me? Okay, good. So, Alat is the Saudi Arabia's national champion in electronics, industrial, semiconductor, and other categories. And what we intend to do, since we're coming from behind, we need to leapfrog. We need to be technology first. We need to be doing things both from policy, investment perspective that gives us the...
You are not on yet. Probably you take the mic.
Oops. We might need a mic up here.
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency. Excellency.
So, okay, so since we are coming from behind, we want to leapfrog and make sure we can take full advantage of technology. First thing starts with a partner that has the global technology and know-how. That's the starting point. Then we want to make sure that we're not repeating and copying from other places here. We're extending and evolving and thinking about how can we build a best-in-class industry here. Because that's the only way we can be here for next 5 decades, next century and beyond. We have to build an industry that is resilient. And what better time than now to do it? Supply chain is in disarray, and a lot of things, a lot of companies, a lot of CEOs I talk about, they talk about how to get the supply chain resilience, how can they move from the existing scenarios. How many things have we thrown at them where they are concerned about planning business, managing business, and really thinking about how to invest, where to invest. And that's where the kingdom comes in and be the solution. We're stable, we're friends with everyone, we have tremendous amount of natural resources, we're training and developing our human resources, we can put the capital appropriately. We have the best-in-class energy, same or better than China. So if you're thinking in that context, we have the right ingredient to build a long-term, sustainable, resilient industry, but it starts with partnering with someone who has the know-how, making sure we are leapfrogging, we're not just copying, and we want to make sure technology comes first so we can be world-class right here for the challenges that every company is facing.
Excellent, thank you. Your Excellency, thank you for joining us. It's wonderful to have you on the panel. And we've been talking here, we've had, Su Yi has talked about her industry, which is very high tech and lithium batteries and others. We're talking about, Miguel, about more traditional industries, steel and automotive and submarines and others. You obviously, your colleague. And so I would love to turn to you about how, from a government perspective here, you're thinking about for the ambitions of Saudi Arabia. How are you thinking about technology integrating into these various industries happening here? And what can and should the government do to support it?
Well, thank you. It's great to be here. And sorry, I think there was change in the program. But I would like first to make it clear that when we look at our ambition in the industrial sector and the amount of growth that we have in our strategy, the only way to do that is really to bet on technology. And this is what we are doing. And that's really the beginning, is to set the stage that this is the direction that you want to take. This will definitely translate into different verticals. One is policies, so we need to have the right policies by the government to ensure that we are encouraging the right behavior when it comes to choosing how the manufacturing facilities, future manufacturing facilities will be built. Second is to be ahead of the game when it comes to investing in infrastructure, both physical and digital. There's no way to unlock the value of technology without having a robust, efficient connectivity infrastructure. This is key to enable private sector. And the third is human capital development. There is no way also for these technologies for a country like Saudi to benefit from without really having the right capabilities in terms of human capital development. And all of these three verticals, we are very serious about addressing to ensure that the capabilities, companies who come to invest here, our dream is they look at Saudi as a plug-and-play country, where they don't have to worry about the infrastructure, the connectivity, the human capital resources. All they need to do is really bring the latest technology. I think on the other side, when we see technologies, I don't think we are short of technologies today globally. There's a lot to choose from. I think what we need is the right mindset in the private sector to choose the right combination of technologies that maximize the return on the investment and ensure that it is done in the fastest and most effective and cost-effective way to be competitive globally.
Thank you. And let me pick up for this next round on some of the points you just made. And while the promise of technologies we've all heard is obviously there, it is operating and being integrated alongside a host of risks, right? It's a geopolitical fragmentation, natural resource and sometimes data nationalization or nationalism that's happening, the supply chain uncertainties that have been mentioned, and as you just mentioned, sort of challenges to the labor force, right, to the human capital side. So I'd love, as we talk, what are the risks that you see in your business and sort of how are you overcoming or dealing with them? And so, perhaps, CU, you could talk about, the industry that you're in is not without its geopolitical challenges, as well as others. So how are you thinking about that and how are you facing those?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very big challenge in front of all of us. As a leading battery maker in the US, we're definitely facing a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. The great thing is we have a high energy and high power battery that can power drones, marines, like Miguel just mentioned, as well as electric vehicles and energy storage. Right? Those are fundamentally very important for the broader industry as an infrastructure. Right? It's great that everybody's talking about AI, but AI still needs something to power the robots. That's batteries. So this is something we do see there's an opportunity to grow. But in the meantime, we do see there are challenges in the supply chain, as some of you just mentioned. And how we mitigate it is that we're building resilience through diversification and localization. And for Factorial, we have our headquarters in the US in Boston, but we have our pilot manufacturing site in Korea, as well as our subsidiaries in Germany and Japan. In the meantime, we also have a broader supplier support from investors, from strategic partners. We announced the MOU with LG Chem last year for chemical cathode supply. We also have Lotte Chemical, which is another major Korean supplier, to work with us on recycling. In the meantime, we're looking at end-to-end for recycling with Sungil and a few other partners to make sure there's a cradle-to-grave responsibility on the supply chain. And with that being said, I think it does come in with a lot of upside for us, especially as a US company. As of 2 weeks ago, China announced across-the-board ban on all of the high-energy density batteries, which means any batteries above 300 watt-hour per kilogram will be export controlled, which means US right now has more than 90% of the drone batteries coming from China, and now we don't anymore. So this is something create a vacuum, but also create opportunity for Factorial.
Yes, I can see it. Miguel, how are you thinking about these geopolitical or other challenges, supply chain challenges?
From a psychological point of view, as soon as you recognize and understood the challenge, it turns into an opportunity, right? And this is why I think we have a lot of opportunities. I would not like to discuss the problems of the geopolitics because, we have been traditionally always ThyssenKrupp very local for local. So we have a steel industry dealing with the local European, German We have been installing ourselves in China, being local for local as well. And we have been doing the same thing in the US. I think, and to your point, technology is everywhere, but we are not using it appropriately yet. You know, all the challenges in supply chain must be overcome by using the technology much better. We have been doing that, I mentioned that before, in the material service business where we have a logistics function. We have a product that is called a software that's called Pacemaker. And with this Pacemaker, you can anticipate possible disruptions in the supply chain, and you can manage the supply chain for your customers much better. So I think the emphasis now is to really be even closer to customers. I mean, we have been talking before. What we are doing now in China is to embark much more on the collaboration with all the new producers of electric vehicles. I mean, there are many coming out every year and getting important shares. And this is a big opportunity. You know, at the same time, you need to get closer to your customers as well in the US in order to make sure that this close relationship also helps you in overcome possible other challenges that turn into opportunities. So for me, supply chain resilience is the most important thing. That's the reason why I fully understand your first target is localization, getting use of the extreme good energy pricing, competitive electricity that you have. That's a big advantage, and I'm pretty sure that you will turn this into a supply chain resilience, and you as well, because where electricity is competitive, there will be a lot of industry coming. And this is our task as global entrepreneurs to make this opportunity really into action, turn into action in order to get an advantage for the company, but also an advantage for economies like Saudi. So I would like to emphasize, let's speak about opportunities. And of course, there are tariffs there. Also, a tariff is an opportunity. So everything basically turns from an entrepreneurial point of view into an opportunity immediately.
Excellent. Right, so playing off of that, you have the benefit of significant capital, but obviously you're thinking out risks and opportunities. So follow up with him, yes.
So first of all, I want to build on His Excellency Al-Tuwajiri's point, His Excellency Al-Kureyev time. His point was that we are building these things structurally. And yesterday, I had the opportunity and honor to be next to him to announce the Advanced Manufacturing Human Capital Initiative, which means we're building the things that we need in next 6, 7, 10, 12 years. So it's not like something that industry has to solve. His ministry has given us support to train people before even we start the production, right? So these are the examples of how ministry actually really is supporting. Similarly, within his ministry and his scope is entity that is helping us build certain industrial parks and the structures. So that way, when we are building the production, it's ready to go. And this is the sort of example of this. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz yesterday talked about the pricing in KSA now is same or better than China in most of the cases, whether it's sustainable energy or whether it's a gas related. So that's an example of something that is paving the path. Then we need to have the right technology partner. But coming back to supply chain as a resilience, supply chain resilience as an opportunity, which is Miguel's point and my point, I think this is fantastic for us to lead, Kingdom to lead, and there is no better time than when everyone is evaluating where to base their operation, where to go, how to re-architect the supply chain. Now, how technology is playing into this? You have AI that is creating the nodes, system of systems. Now we can orchestrate and architect what parts need to go where, when, how. Now, logistics path, what is a safety stock? If you move away from efficiency to resilience, it leads to a different scenarios. And you can optimize through digital twin. So one other factory that is coming up here in Riyadh later this year is Lenovo. They're going to run the operation through digital twin. We have another one on robotics that is also driven by digital twin. So this is how the future, this is what I was talking about, leapfrog. And time is now. Our time to rise and shine in industrial, manufacturing, supply chain, innovation is here and now. Kingdom will play a bigger part going forward.
Excellent. You know, Your Excellency, I will give you the last word and the last thought on this, on sort of the opportunities for Saudi Arabia, given geopolitical fragmentation, given resource and data nationalism, given these other uncertainties. What is the opportunity that gives you?
Well, I think if you look at our history, we have been living with uncertainty of geopolitics for some time. So that's something we had to live with, and it's a neighborhood that has been very, very volatile. But nevertheless, the stability of the country has shown that even with that kind of geopolitical disruption, if you have the right stability as a government and policy, you can continue to grow and grow your economy in the way we have. But when we look at the region, I think we are very optimistic, as you rightly said today, even from a political point of view. What we are doing in Saudi, I think we are setting a great example for the region to learn and to see that if we focus on our internal capabilities and our people, the only positive thing is growth. And what the government is doing in the region to stabilize the region will definitely be an enabler for growth and also investment. So today, as the region exists with Saudi and the neighboring countries, but if we look at Iraq and the potential of Iraq, for example, Syria coming back, Yemen, Lebanon, and these countries definitely will come back and will make Saudi Arabia more and more appealing for investments. But back to also how can we use the mega trends today to enable our growth? We have announced a program called Future Factories program, where we had target 4,000 factories to adopt new technologies. Today, we have reached almost 3,900 factories who are in this program, trying to look at the right technology to be incorporated in their existing setup to improve productivity. When we look at enabling technology, we have different programs also to attract entrepreneurs, to attract innovation, not only in Saudi, but also from abroad. We have a great ecosystem that allows innovators, entrepreneurs to come test their technologies, get proof of concept, and move towards implementation. Companies like Alat and others will be a great tool for these innovations and for these enablers. We have created 2 programs also for entrepreneurs and innovation in the ministry. One is called the Industrial Hackathon, where we connect large companies with entrepreneurs to look at different technologies, to introduce technologies and ideas to existing problems. The other program is the 1 mile program, which takes entrepreneur from an idea to a concept to converting it to a project. In mining, we see a lot of potential, for example, in automation, in how can we bring technology to mines, where mines can be much more safer, much more productive, and much more energy also efficient. So these are the efforts of our government. And I think one of the things that we are blessed with is most of our industrial capabilities is in industrial cities, and where we are investing, as I earlier said, in connectivity, in smart city applications, in helping communities to learn from each other's, testing technology. We have a captive business also as a government in our industrial cities, in our mining locations, where different technologies can be used. So today, I think Saudi is a great place to be when it comes to innovation, incubating new ideas, testing new ideas, and getting these new ideas real tested in real environment with large companies like our large companies like Ma'aden or Sabic or Aramco or Mara'i and so on. Definitely a lot of global players are here also bringing their own technology. And finally, what I would like to close with is that with the local content policy, which is also going back to localization, the policy is clear. And today we have seen great success. We have been able to show attraction to things that was never thought of to be localized in Saudi. In pharmaceuticals, for example, or insulin, we have signed with Novo and we have signed with Sanofi to localize insulin that will reach almost 90% of local demand. Today we signed with the authority of cybersecurity localization of some products also in Saudi. The local content agenda in Saudi today is one of the most enablement to bring technology and to localize and to also bring up new capabilities. And what I would like to say is that since the launch of the policy in 2029, we are tracking how much is there really, a cost. And we can see that there is a decline in the cost and we are becoming more and more competitive as a result of the policy rather than, charging the government more than it should. And that was our promise and my promise to His Royal Highness and to the Minister of Finance that the local content policy will, with time, bring costs down and be competitive and an enabler for us to compete globally and export.
Excellent. Well, there's not a better place to end. Thank you, and join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much.